Section 19 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross, translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 12, Drawing and Allied Arts. Section 1, General Considerations. Among the numerous things that an investigating officer ought to understand and be able to do himself are certain technical processes, which he must learn if he does not desire to be embarrassed at every moment and to throw into a like state those employed under him. The difficulty and importance of his work make it imperative for him to secure the clearness and certainty of all he does, to avoid errors and obscurities, and to use every effort to prevent the accusation or condemnation of an innocent person. Often, an enormous file of documents sheds less light than a single sketch or tracing. Anyone obliged to deal with authoritative reports drawn up by another must have often noticed how his opinion of the case formed on reading the record is completely changed on finding a sketch somewhere on the file, for a sketch makes an exact impression on the mind. Now, an investigating officer can himself greatly facilitate his task if he has special skill in such matters, and is not obliged to have recourse to lengthy and complicated descriptions of what could be more easily represented by technical means. In the middle of his work, the investigating officer will be attacked by self-reproach and nervousness. Apprehension will daunt him when he finds the case taking another turn to what it did at the outset, and he perceives it now impossible to bring together important items of proof simply because he did not know how to proceed at the right moment. Through being unacquainted with any technical process he has no record of, and so has completely lost proofs which have become most important. No one can teach magic, and it is just as difficult to set out shortly how one can become a skilled draughtsman, but some advice can always be given. In the first place, the opinion may be advanced that a man who is very awkward with his hands is as little fitted for the profession of an investigating officer as for that of a surgeon, mechanician, or microscope operator. A certain manual dexterity is very necessary in this calling. The investigating officer has too often to serve himself and use his own hands to be worried with calling in another to help him in every case. Moreover, manual dexterity is constantly accompanied by a certain keenness of glance. That is to say, whoever possesses the first of these qualities does not of necessity possess the other. But whoever has a keen eye almost invariably possesses a quick hand. This has been proved by experience, and it seems that manual skill and perspicacity may be manifestations of one and the same faculty. The necessity of this handiness for an investigating officer cannot be doubted for an instant, and all young investigating officers, lawyers, and criminologists are strongly urged never to neglect a single opportunity for perfecting their manual skill in no matter what branch. When the investigating officer sees or hears someone engaged in some special piece of work, he must not think it does not concern him or is of no use to him. He can make use of everything in the realms of science and art. And if today he sacrifices a few minutes in observing someone at his work, he may perhaps spare himself, in the future, hours and days of labor in acquiring what may not after all be worth what he would have learned in those few moments. Let us add that the investigating officer cannot allot and consecrate to such an apprenticeship special periods of time, which he may never be able to find. As a rule, he will only have at his disposal odd portions of time which he may thus usefully employ and which would otherwise be quite lost. Of the branches of manual skill necessary for the investigating officer, drawing must be placed first. Section 2. Drawing. We do not pretend here to offer a drawing guide to those who do not even know how to hold a pencil. Such men will find the task of investigating officer most disheartening. Nor do we address those who have undergone a complete education in drawing and know how to make a sketch at least fairly well. We only wish to come to the aid of those who can draw a little, but who are as yet unacquainted with the art of producing such a plan as is necessary for their work. In this respect, the task of the investigating officer is limited. He is in no way required, for example, to represent the scenery of the country around the arena of a riot over a water channel or in the vicinity of a railway smash. If a scenic representation is requisite in such a case, either photography must be resorted to or a special draughtsman called in. But the investigating officer must be able to make a sketch plan of the room of a house, an entire dwelling, the environs of a house, a piece of land of moderate extent, and the like. Punctilious accuracy of measurement may be laid down as a first general and inviolable rule. No doubt in many cases a plan rapidly sketched at first sight may prove amply sufficient. If well drawn, such sketches will often throw stronger light upon and give more information about the situation than an accurate drawing in which all the details are scrupulously measured to within a fraction of an inch, but which as a rule does not give so good a general idea as the rough sketch itself. The latter is perhaps inaccurate in all its details, but it is taken from a wider point of view and guides the person using it more quickly to the conclusion aimed at by the drawer, and without measuring all over again. But it is no easy thing to make such a sketch. A skilled draughtsman who has no need of our advice will have no difficulty about it. An inexperienced draughtsman ought, on the contrary, to try to supply by accuracy his lack of skill. No draughtsman should attempt to make a drawing partly from measurements with the tape and partly from distances guessed at sight. This method can have no good result. It has the advantage neither of the picture effect of a sketch made at sight, nor the accuracy secured by careful measurement, while possessing all of the objections to both processes. With this mixed method, it often happens that, for example, the extent of each room is measured and represented with the greatest accuracy, while the articles of furniture are measured and set down only approximately and at sight or after but a hasty measurement. The consequence is that nothing fits in. The last piece of furniture has no space provided for it between the others and the wall. Or perhaps the space finally left in the middle of the room is too large or too small. Or at least, the sketch when finished does not succeed in conveying an exact impression. Now it is really this exact impression which is of the greatest importance. But if it is impossible to understand from the sketch that such an event can have taken place, needless doubts spring up. Doubts which seem to be perfectly justified, but which would never have arisen had the sketch conveyed an exact impression. If subsequently, after fresh inquiries, new outlines are to be inserted, the place again is in default, and all because the drawing is partly accurate and partly guesswork. Accuracy ought therefore to be the primary rule. The second rule will be to try to obtain a general impression of the place to be sketched before actually starting work. This is often neglected, and the neglect is made apparent by the first glance at the sketch. The work is commenced in an order and continued, as often as not, until the paper gives out. Accessories are drawn with accuracy and in their most prominent place, while what is important is neglected or abbreviated. It can be seen that the draughtsman has commenced his work before knowing what he really had to do. It is therefore of the first necessity to start by delimiting the space in question, to note well what is essential and what may be of less importance, the size of the sketch and what it ought to embrace, at what point it should be commenced and how it should be put on the paper, even how the latter will be held when in use, so that the result may be as convenient and clear as possible. All this must be worked out in the head before taking the pencil in hand. The third rule is to ascertain the precise moment at which the sketch should be made. It should not be taken till the investigating officer is in possession of sufficient information as to what should and what should not be included, and it ought to be completed before the examination of the witness. If the drawing be made too soon, it causes inconvenience afterwards, and if too late, time and trouble are lost without any corresponding gain. For if a witness is heard before the plan is made, it is necessary to say, for example, at the first window to the right of the entrance, which is to the east of the stable, whereas if the sketch has been already prepared, it is sufficient to say, near the window F. Such descriptions, costing time and trouble, may be very frequent, making in all no insignificant loss of time. Again, how worrying it is to use a drawing when it is necessary in pursuing the depositions of the witnesses, to have to study these descriptions at length, only to discover that a door so exhaustively described is really the door P in the sketch, that by the living room is meant the room H, and that the tall naga tree near the vanka is simply a tree A. Confusion may even be produced by the same object being referred to in different ways in various documents. The investigating officer may, for example, on the day when the scene of the crime was inspected, have designated in his report a certain door as follows: the second door on the northwest side of the house, starting from the street. When some weeks later, a witness is being examined, the investigating officer may have forgotten this designation and writes in his report of the witness statement, the door leading to the stream nearest the village. And the reader of these documents will have to make very detailed investigations to discover that the same door is meant in both cases. It will doubtless happen at times that additions have to be made to the sketch after completion. Certain objects, for example, may acquire fresh importance in the light of the examination of witnesses or accused. But that is no inconvenience. The essential thing is that the sketch be finished before the hearing of the subsidiary witnesses. In obeying the foregoing general injunctions, the following ancillary rules must be followed. 1. Never forget to record the precise situation according to the points of the compass, not only approximately, but with the aid of the compass itself. 2. Do all the measuring yourself, leaving nothing to others. 3. Set down nothing superfluous. That will only produce confusion and difficulty. 4. On principle, never postpone anything. For example, never wait till you return home to copy out your work with more accuracy or fill in certain details from memory. Thus, you will not be at the mercy of the good resolutions one generally makes when in a hurry to finish up a day's work. We cannot really observe things unless we are on the spot and can at every moment obtain a fresh impression of them. When we get back home, we do not start work again immediately, and when at length we do set about the business of completing from memory, our memory fails us, and we do not complete at all, or, what is worse, we complete incorrectly. 5. Never mix up the sketch with the text of the report, but on the contrary, always make it on a separate sheet of paper which can be kept on one side and compared with the text, for it is a nuisance to have to hunt back. 6. If possible, the metric system should be used, thus giving a decimal scale, for example, 1 centimeter to 1 meter. 7. Alphabetical designations ought to be penciled in on the spot, and the drawing remade at home in ink, or better still, Chinese ink. The footnote reads, French Chinese ink is to be recommended. It is an unalterable solution used as ink, and when dry cannot be effaced. Sketches are often exposed to all sorts of risks, such as rain, sneezing, spitting, etc. When, for example, in the hands of the jury, if ink be made with indelible materials, the advantage is often very great. The paragraph, the letters without exception being in red ink, thus rendering the whole much clearer. When the drawing is ready, it is well to protect it from being soiled, wetted, etc., because it will probably often be used, perhaps even in the open air, to be shown to witnesses and jurymen. The drawing should therefore be dipped slanting-wise into a solution consisting of 1 part stearine and 3 parts collodium. After a quarter of an hour's drying, the sketch will be proof against damp or rough usage. We have already given in Chapter 3, Section 3, some hints with regard to the sketch. We shall now deal with the plan, properly so called.
End of Section 19. Section 20 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 12. Drawing and Allied Arts. Continued. Part 2. A. Plan of the interior of a house. Here the easiest task is to deal with a single room in a house. In doing this, the scale must first be settled. As a general rule, a meter of actual length may be represented by a centimeter on paper, thus making the proportion 100:1. In English measure, this will be approximately the same as 8 feet to 1 inch. One should commence by first drawing one side AB measured in the inside of the room, Fig. 78. Then determine whether the angles AB are right angles. This may be easily done by pushing a square table into the corner and noting whether it fits well or not. If the angle be right, the perpendiculars AD and BC are erected from A and B. If not, the angles must be determined. The simplest way is to cut a piece of stiff paper to exactly fit the angle, and then draw the angle on the plan by laying the paper angle upon it. Next, measure the side CD on the floor and compare it with CD on the paper. If the results do not agree, there is some error which must be found out and corrected. When the interior dimensions have been accurately drawn, we proceed to the thickness of the walls, which is easily found from the doors and windows. As regards the former, care must be taken to deduct the thickness from any wood facing or projecting joist. To obtain the exact thickness of this facing, take care to measure it from the line where it joins the bare wall. If the measurement of a wall without windows and doors, BC, cannot be taken otherwise, we must definitely state that it could not be done. Doors and windows should be drawn as they are usually done in plans. Having indicated the height of the room, we pass on to the articles of furniture. These, for the sake of clearness, should be denoted by the first letter of their names, thus bed by B, stove by S, desk by D, almirah by A, teapoy by T, and the chairs by C, C', C double prime, etc. In Fig. 78, the letters are the first letters of the German names. There B equals bed, C equals box, O equals stove or fireplace, SCH equals writing desk or table, K equals chest of drawers or almirah, N equals commode, S, etc. equals chairs. The drawing should be made one wall after the other. The measurement from the corner A to the edge of the desk is taken, then the desk itself, from the desk to the window, etc. The measurement should always be verified after each wall is completed by adding the various measures together. For instance, from corner A to the desk, the length of this latter, the space between the desk and the window, the breadth of the window itself, the space between the window and the almirah, and finally the depth of the almirah should be added together and the sum total compared with the total length of the sides of the room. If they do not agree, the measurements must be gone over again until the results are in accord. A simple but ingenious method of displaying a room and its contents is that called cross projection, the resulting figure being in the form of a cross. In this process, see Fig. 79, perpendiculars are erected on the sides of AB, BC, CD, DA, in height proportionate to the height of the room on the selected scale, and the rectangulars completed. Then each rectangle represents the wall of the room adjacent to the base line upon which it stands. The furniture, doors, windows, etc., in or standing adjacent to such wall, are shown in elevation in the rectangle. Look, for example, at Fig. 79. The rectangle at the top represents the northwest wall of the room. On it we see in position, from left to right, on the floor, the top of the bedstead, a stool, a chair, and on the wall, a picture, the door of a safe or cupboard in the wall, a clock, another picture. Similarly, on the southwest wall we see the stove and the length of the bed. Above the bed is a shelf with a water jug, candlestick, etc. thereon. Thus a very clear mental picture of the contents of the room and their disposition can be formed. Naturally the fittings standing in the corners appear twice, once on each of the walls meeting at that point. B. Sketch a dwelling. To sketch a flat or floor containing several rooms, and still more a whole house, offers decidedly greater difficulties. The same scale, say 1 to 100, or 1 inch to 8 feet, should, if possible, be retained. We may first try to procure the plan of the house, which the owner occasionally possesses. If obtained, it should be examined carefully, and if found to be correct, our own plan may be based upon it. But as often as not, this resource fails and a new plan must be drawn up. The important point is to choose a convenient working base, and to select a happy spot on the plan to start from. When this last is well chosen, the rest follows easily. As a general rule, fix on the room or passage into which one enters from the principal door. Footnote: the fault is often committed of commencing by drawing the room in which the crime has taken place. When this has not been a favorable situation, it is seldom that an accurate distribution of the rooms can be made. End of footnote. We should choose in the house in question, Fig. 80, the lobby, V, of which the southeast outer wall, judging from outside, ought to consist of the extension of the outer walls of the staircase, ST, and kitchen, K. Let us mark on the line AB, in the middle provisionally, the width of the lobby, V. Then, on the south side, the thickness of the inner wall, the depth of the kitchen, K, and the thickness of the principal wall, AC. Do the same on the east, the thickness of the wall, the depth of the staircase, ST, and the thickness of the wall, BD. We have now settled the length of the front of the house. For safety, the dimensions may again be taken from outside. If access is possible from without, the lengths AC and BD may be at once measured and set down. Then, returning to the lobby, draw its 2 long sides, which will fix the end opposite the front door. It will be seen in the room W that the last mentioned end wall of the lobby is prolonged to meet the side wall AC. Then CD may be measured and drawn. Having finished the measurement of the side of the southeast of the workroom A and the staircase ST, all the measurements of A, SCH, and ST will naturally have been obtained. On the southwest side of the house we note a wall running in an oblique direction. 2 sides of the kitchen, K, towards the southwest and northeast, must therefore be measured, thus giving the amount of deviation of the oblique wall. It only now remains to measure the northwest and northeast sides of the pantry, SP, the remaining dimensions of R, and of the servants' room, D, determining themselves. This is the plan to be generally followed. The important point is to have a fixed base, to start from a room measured with accuracy, to think out how all the lengths may be obtained, and at the same time how to spare a number of measurings. This is not, however, possible in old houses full of nooks and corners, where no results would be obtained by measuring as above. In such houses, the structure of which has been modified and completed at different times, the thickness of the walls often varies in a most surprising way. A wall in one room may be 1 foot thick, and continue into a neighboring room in a straight line with a thickness of 3 feet or more, with no real reason except that today the mode of construction has changed. Moreover, a wall may go on thickening so much that its horizontal section may be quite triangular in form. The author once underwent a painful experience of this fact in connection with a case of prison breaking. The prison was located in a very old and dilapidated cloister. On passing down a long corridor C, Fig. 81, on one side of which the cells K, Z, etc. were situated, one came into the reception room A, in which the prisoner's clothes were kept. As may be noticed, at the door leading from C to A the wall was of considerable thickness, so much so that entrance, which was closed by a heavy iron door, seemed quite like a tunnel. Naturally everyone supposed that the thickness of the wall continued throughout its whole length, until one fine morning several prisoners in the cell adjacent to A pierced the side wall and made good their escape by the window in A. At the opening made by them the wall was hardly a foot thick, and the work of perforation could not have taken more than an hour. No one knew why the wall had been built in this way. This instance is cited to point out that the making of a sketch often affords an opportunity of discovering such peculiarities, which must be taken into account if the sketch is to be an adequate one. Having completed the sketch of one story of a house, we may find it necessary to draw those above, and for this the outline of the first sketch may be referred to. It must not be forgotten, however, that the walls of a higher story are as a rule a brick or two less in thickness, and the rooms are sensibly larger in consequence. Also, some of the partition walls may be missing in the higher stories. But if there is an extra one, it will have been noticed already from below, for it will be resting either on a vaulted arch or on an iron girder. In this case new measurements are absolutely necessary. Indian houses, except in large towns where great blocks of flats or chawls have been constructed, are usually simple in plan. They are generally one-storied, although of course, and especially in towns, superstructures may be erected on the roof. Yet although the construction be simple, the plan is often imperative. In one case, in the Kurnool district of Madras, where some wealthy chetties were charged with having broken into a house, smashed up a safe, and stolen jewellery worth 50,000 rupees, the inmates swore that they saw the whole thing from the kitchen, where they were kept under watch and ward. A plan, made by the magistrate, who inquired into the case, demonstrated conclusively that a person in the kitchen could not possibly see anything in the room in which the safe was placed. There are, of course, in India, as in all countries, many types of houses, modified by climatic and other considerations, but the prevailing type in southern India and Bengal is based on the requirements of the joint family. It consists of 2 or more compartments or courtyards, the first probably intended for the public and male members of the family, the second for the women and cooking, while a third could be added on for the married son, where space is available. In towns, the same type being preserved, the rooms surrounding the courtyards are frequently let out to tenants, and thus a number of families may hoard in what at one time was a good old family house. Figure 82 gives the ground plan and elevation of 2 houses in Georgetown, Madras. These houses are numbered 60 and 62. Number 61 is a 2-storied house, the walls of which rise high above the flat roof of 60 and 62. P represents the piles facing the street. V the entrance passage generally called in southern India the vassal. C show the compartments. They are open in the center, surrounded by verandas, the pillars indicated by the small circles on which the living rooms open. It will be seen that these 2 houses communicate at the back by the roofs, and from these one can easily walk in a radius of a quarter of a mile over the roofs and walls of adjoining houses. The 2 X on the section represent the points on the roof where the victims were found, one dead, the other apparently on the point of death. The case for the prosecution was that the thief or thieves entered by the front door of number 62, which had been left unbolted, got on the roof and proceeded to the roof of 60. The owner of 62, hearing the noise, followed the thief to the roof, tackled him, and was stabbed fatally. Another man sleeping downstairs in number 60, in the room marked X, rushed up, was in turn attacked, and as has been stated, was left on the point of death. One of the thieves attempted to escape by running back through number 62, but on reaching the bottom of the stairs leading to the compartment C, tumbled over a cow tied up there. This brought the women sleeping round to the spot, who professed to recognize him. He therefore rushed back and finally disappeared over the housetops. The case ultimately broke down on the ground of doubtful identification, but it would have been impossible for the jury to understand the evidence without a plan such as is here reproduced. End of section 20. Section 21 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 12, Drawing and Allied Arts, Continued. Part 2, Section C. Sketch of the environs of the house. A sketch of the environs or surroundings of the house may be required, either for itself or to indicate the general lie of the house, the detailed plan of the interior being the principal object. In making a sketch of this kind, the question of space must be carefully considered. Above all, it is necessary to determine what surface the whole should cover, whether a quarter or half or whole sheet of paper, etc., and then what extent of it the sketch will cover. The easiest means of arriving at a solution will be to measure approximately the space of which the plan has to be made. At least half of this should be reserved all round for surroundings, so that the space absolutely necessary be properly set out in relation thereto. Suppose one wants to set out the whole sketch on a quarter of a sheet of writing paper, that is to say, on a surface about 8 inches by 7 inches. It must first be ascertained what is the extent of the ground to be sketched. Suppose it comprises a garden, surrounded by a hedge and containing a dwelling house, a stable, and outhouses. We will take half the breadth of the paper for the length of the garden, that is to say 4 inches, in such a way as to have 2 inches margin to the left and right for the surroundings. We now cross the garden lengthwise and find it to be 748 paces, and taking each pace to be 32 inches, we have in round figures 24,000 inches, 2,000 feet. Now 2,000 feet of ground are represented by 4 inches of paper, so that 1/10 of an inch of paper will equal 50 feet of land, and with a rule measure divided into the tenths of inches an easy scale is obtained. If metrical measures be adopted, the whole is immediately simplified. Now if we desire to draw a house of a frontage of say 66 feet 8 inches, we know at once it should take up only 1/3 more than 1/10 of the paper. We set down then, in the case given below, on a reference line A-B, figure 83, the 2,000 feet, equals 4 inches. We measure the lines A-C, C-D, D-E, and E-B. We take each for 50 feet of actual measurement, 1/10 inch, and using the compass put down on the paper the lengths thus obtained. To measure the angles at C, D, and E would be too difficult. We therefore draw at D an auxiliary line perpendicular to AB and measure it as well as AB, and thus without measuring the angles obtain the points C, D, and E. In like manner the dimensions of the house and its dependencies are measured and reduced, as well as any ground of real importance, as in the above case, the garden. The extent to which paths, sheds, flower beds, etc. should be depicted depends upon the various objects in view. Everything superfluous must be avoided, but anything which may become important subsequently ought never to be neglected. The surroundings should then be put in, i.e., the ground all round, so far as is necessary to make the bearings of the house and curtilage clear. See the sketch, figure 83, which has intentionally been made as simple as possible. In these drawings use should always be made of the conventional signs adopted in geographical and survey maps. These signs are generally known and understood even by people to whom they have not been specially explained. For the most part, indeed, these signs are so significant that they can hardly be misunderstood. A sketch made with them gains in clearness and can be more easily grasped. It is understood without trouble and proves the work to have been done with accuracy and attention. The following list may be adopted if the Investigating Officer is not accustomed to follow any other special system. List of signs omitted. In tracing these signs, attention should be paid to certain details. The line should be drawn cleanly and clearly, and when there are two, as for main roads, military roads, etc., as nearly parallel as possible. Signs showing various forms of cultivation, fields, forests, etc., should not be too large, and the shadows cast should be marked by horizontal lines. Thus, for a wood we make a circle, to the left the outline is clear, to the right there is the outline of a shadow, immediately below we draw a line towards the right, and so on. It is the same for fields, where, however, the shadows cast by trees, pillars, or walls should tend a little upwards. Footnote. It would be most useful in India if courts were to insist upon plans submitted to them being prepared in the manner and with conventional marks here laid down. Experience shows that such plans are prepared on all sorts of scales, or on no scale, on scraps of paper of every description, and generally scribbled over with unintelligible vernacular writing, supposed to be descriptive. With proper measurements and descriptive marks, the plan can be read by anyone, irrespective of language. The eye tells all. End of footnote. The work will be considerably facilitated if special drawing pens be used, and sheets of paper large enough to allow of the characteristics being comfortably filled in. Besides, one will become accustomed in this work to hold the pen in the traditional manner, that is to lean it, not as when one writes in the angle where the thumb and forefinger meet, but on the third joint of the forefinger, counting from the tip. The pen thus runs sensibly parallel to the top and bottom borders of the paper, and itself traces the marks indicating shading in their place, that is to say, on the right side of the drawing, thus being in accordance with the supposition we have made, namely that the light is coming from the left. All these signs should first be drawn large and then smaller and smaller until they are obtained as small as is compatible with the clearness and accuracy of the drawing. As far as possible the drawing of straight lines by hand should be avoided, it being better to use a ruler. The best drawing appears to be careless and incorrect when the lines are trembling and tortuous. The sketch may be colored with chalks or watercolors. By using a special color for each class of object it will be difficult for mistakes to arise. The following list is in general use and may be taken as a guide. Light blue, water. Carmine, dwellings. Light gray, wood colors. Burnt sienna, strata. Chrome yellow, roads. Umber, fields. Black, glaciers. Dark blue, vineyards. Ultramarine green, hamlets. Zinc green, meadows. Silk green, gardens. Olive green, brambles and bushes. D. Sketch of a larger portion of the country. This kind of work, which is the most difficult of all, is fairly frequent. The tracks left by the criminal often lead us far from the scene of the crime. At times it is important to know whether the spot may be seen from a distant point and what may be seen from that point, and a sketch is the sole means by which a clear idea of the relations between one point of the country and another may be obtained. In this work we must also look round and make up our minds how much of the country should be included in the sketch. This question is much more difficult to solve in the present case than in the preceding, for the greater extent of land under observation renders the task more complicated and troublesome, and the dealing with, or omission to deal with, some parts or other of the country immediately assumes a great importance. In such cases therefore detailed information must be gathered previously by questioning and consulting witnesses, and so finding out what it is necessary to take into account. This determined, the extent fixed on should be measured in the simplest way possible, that is, by pacing it. In the simple metrical method the number of paces is multiplied by 8 and the last figure suppressed. 1 pace equals 80 centimeters equals 32 inches. Suppose the distance paced be 600 paces. Multiply by 8 equals 4800. Suppress the last 0 and we obtain 600 paces equals 480 meters. In English we multiply by 32 inches, 1 pace, and divide by 36 inches, 1 yard, i.e. multiply by 8 as before and divide by 9. Thus 600 times 8 divided by 9 equals 533 odd yards. Next measure the paper to be allotted to this extent of ground and try to find a convenient scale between the paper and the ground. As to the actual work itself, the easiest case is when a fairly straight line such as a main road, path, railway, watercourse, hedge, or uninterrupted succession of agricultural boundaries, etc., crosses the length of the surface to be drawn. Such a line, which is not of course supposed to be mathematically straight, so facilitates the work that the advice may even be given to displace if need be the natural base of operations a little, if by so doing we are enabled to obtain a base of this kind. This procedure may necessitate, if it is true, the inclusion in the sketch of more than is absolutely necessary, but we thereby gain so much in ease and certainty that the extra trouble is not thrown away. If no such straight line can be found, which does not often happen, one must be imagined, making it pass through certain fixed points, a house, isolated tree, boundary stone, etc., and using it for a working base. This method can always be employed. Take then for an example of such work the sketch, Fig. 54, which is, it is hardly necessary to say, considerably reduced. In reality a figure 3 times as large will be required to contain everything necessary. The best case will be where a road A-B runs across the sketch. In its absence, an imaginary line joining the agricultural boundaries, C-D, may be chosen, since the boundaries of the fields, of the meadows, of the wood, and of the adjoining meadow also form an approximately straight line, which may be surveyed and measured. Otherwise the following straight line will have to be imagined. From the house below E to the tree that is visible at a distance below F, then to the edge of the vineyard below GG, and from there to the shrine below H. The letters are placed outside the sketch so as not to interfere with the clearness of the drawing. Supposing the situation to be such as we have represented first, we commence by drawing the road and determining all the dimensions with reference to it. Beginning at the point A, we follow the road towards B, measuring by pacing all the various distances between the points determined by the different lines which cut the road. The results found should be converted to a scale and noted down. In the first place, the carriage road crosses from right to left, then on the right hand is the boundary of a field, on the left of a meadow, to the right again the boundary between a field and a meadow, to the left the outskirts of a wood and the boundary of a vineyard, to the right a hedge, to the left the boundary of the vineyard, to the right a field, and finally a bridge. We measure up to point B, add the various distances, and check the result with the previous measurement of the complete distance from A to B. In the event of these disagreeing, new measurements must be taken and errors corrected. Now suppose perpendiculars to be dropped from all the chosen points to the working line, the road, and that these are measured, as also is the distance which separates from A that point where the perpendicular in question strikes the road, i.e., one starts from A, counting paces till arriving at the spot where one supposes that the perpendicular, raised from the point where one is then upon the road, will strike the house, under the point E. This gift of finding the perpendicular is, strange to say, common to almost everyone. Very seldom is any mistake made. The length found on the road will be marked on the sketch, and the pacing continued up to the side of the house, counting as before and marking the distance. If the counting has been accurate and the ordinates from the house nearly perpendicular to the road, the house will of necessity be located correctly. The other points and limits will be proceeded with in like manner. Each point is determined by two lengths, first on the road, then on the perpendicular or ordinate from the road to the object, on left or right as the case may be. In certain cases the taking of these measurements may be dispensed with in whole or in part. When one has determined, for example, with accuracy the position of the house under E, one can measure directly the neighbouring boundary between the two meadows parallel to the road, by starting from the house and walking parallel to the road and towards the east, so as to determine the point where the meadows begin, their size, and then the position of the tree, seen in the distance, under F. Then turning somewhat to the south, measure the short distance to where the wood begins, its extent and, going northwards, the short distance to where the vineyard begins, the size of its eastern side, its length as far as the watercourse, finally from there to the shrine. Of course the guiding line, the road, must not be lost sight of, so as to keep at the proper height. For verification, the measurement of the perpendicular joining the last point, shrine, with the road should be taken, so as to make sure that the desired distance has been kept. Drawings in relief are often of great value, but only skilled artists can produce them, and the hints here given are not intended for them. End of section 21. Recorded by MaryAnn Spiegel in Sao Paulo, Brazil, March 2015. Section 22 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross, translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 12, Continued. Drawing and Allied Arts. Section 3, Drawing on Squared Paper. When the object to be drawn is small and almost entirely flat, drawing on squared paper is frequently recommended, and is very advantageous. This method may be easily employed by anyone who is not hopelessly awkward with his hands, and accurate results may be obtained by its use. It consists in dividing the surface to be drawn into large squares, and the paper into small squares, reproducing in these latter everything that may be seen in natura in the large squares. No doubt difficulties still exist, but they are minimized to a very large extent. Suppose that a certain number of drops of blood which have dried upon a plank have to be depicted. The large sketch represents the actual subject matter and the small one the finished drawing. First examine the proportion of the plank to be drawn and its dimensions. This is then delimited by means of a set square, setting down the lines A, A', and I', at right angles. These are then divided into a certain number of equal parts. The more there are of them the more accurate the result will be. Parallels are then drawn so as to obtain a certain number of squares of equal size. It is hardly ever possible to draw them straight off with pencil or chalk, etc. As a rule, cotton threads must be employed. When the first division of the periphery is made, nails are driven in at the ends of the lines A to E, A' to E', I to V, and I' to V', using iron nails on a wooden floor, wooden pegs on the ground. If this is not possible, 4 planks may be placed in the form of a square around the place in question, nailing them roughly together or keeping them down with impromptu weights and driving the nails into them. Then take the first reel of thread to hand and bind the nails together so as to form the corresponding network. The ends are then lettered and figured, A, I, etc. Then a large square like the first is drawn on the paper, containing the same number of squares, lettered and figured in like manner, and in each square of the paper is drawn what is found in the corresponding square of the reality. The operation is surprisingly easy and accurate, and may also be employed for enlargements. Whoever has acquired a certain degree of skill, for a totally unskilled person will find it difficult, can for this object use an instrument such as a pantograph or mechanograph, etc. Whoever procures such an apparatus receives with it the instructions, so details for the use of it are superfluous here. For this purpose the Decatopter of Henry Eppers, Brunswick, can be recommended. By this apparatus the object to be drawn is thrown on the drawing paper between 2 mirrors, in its natural size or smaller or larger as desired, so that only the outlines need be represented. This apparatus is small and light to carry and requires for use only moderate skill. In the author's opinion the best of the apparatus for this purpose is the old camera lucida or obscura, invented by Wollaston, 1809, which shows up clearly and occupies very little space. Every optician has these in stock and teaches their use. Excellent service is rendered by a net glass, which requires little skill and can be had from every optician. It generally consists of a black mirror about 15 cm long and 9 cm broad, which reflects the picture essentially smaller. It is enclosed in a light wooden frame with holes. Through the holes fine threads are drawn, and these divide the surface of the glass into about 15 squares. If one desires to represent a landscape, trees, buildings, etc., one recedes from the object to be represented until the scene to be drawn is reflected in the mirror. The paper to be used for the drawing is then divided into 15 squares of the same size, either larger or smaller squares than the squares on the mirror, as one thinks fit, and what is shown in each square in the mirror is drawn in each square of the paper. The drawing is very correct and requires little trouble or skill. Section 4. Modeling. The subject of this section is, to speak accurately, only the modeling of maps in relief, that is to say, modeled sketches reproducing the features of the countryside. Experience teaches that the most accurate and best made sketch of a countryside has 2 faults. It is not possible, even when the declivities of heights are indicated and hatching put in, to obtain an exact idea of elevations and depressions and determine what may be seen at various points, and what is the relative height of one place to another. Moreover, an uneducated man will rarely find his way with a sketch. Even when he assures you that he understands it, you can never be certain that he really does. With a relief map, on the contrary, even a peasant will recognize the country, especially when he has been allowed a little time and given a few explanations. He sees with pleasure his house and the neighboring wood, and the ability to understand comes quickly and easily. The preparation of a model in relief is certainly not an easy matter, yet it requires much less skill and trouble than might be supposed. When the work is done, it makes a much greater impression than one would expect, having regard to the trouble expended upon it. The rough model of a relief map can be made in several ways. The most accurate is obtained by transforming a flat ordnance or survey map directly into a relief map. Every ordnance and survey map is provided with contour lines. i.e. curved and irregular lines which join up points of land round a projecting point or hilltop situated at an equal height above the sea level. The heights of the different points are moreover indicated in figures. If then we wish to employ contour lines in constructing a relief map, we first determine the part of the ordnance or survey map which has to be made use of. Suppose this to be a rectangular part of the map which will be represented with contour lines. Figure 86. A piece of tracing paper is taken and all the contour lines are traced in their respective situations. The back of the tracing paper is then blackened with pencil, charcoal, or the ashes of a piece of burnt newspaper, and each contour line is traced on a piece of cardboard, not one with the other, but side by side, so that, e.g., contour lines ii.A-B, bii.B, ii.C-C-I, ii.D-D stand by themselves. All these separate pieces are then cut out with a knife, thus obtaining a separate portion for each contour line. This done, they are placed one upon the other just as they were placed one within the other on the map, and when exactly in the place they are gummed together. The heights indicated on the map become real heights, resembling steps. To remedy this, these steps are rubbed over with a mixture of loam and bran, the bran to prevent cracking, lightly sprinkled with liquid gum. The cutting out of the cardboard is very troublesome. It is therefore preferable to make use of plates of loam made by rolling out a lump of loam with a rolling pin until the desired thickness is obtained. On these plates the different contour lines are traced by piercing them out with a fine needle. It is then easy to cut out the contour line plate from the plate of loam. The plates are then placed one upon the other and the steps rubbed over as before with loam and bran. The base of the whole is a plate of potter's clay resting on several sheets of paper. When placed on a plank we have successively a plank, paper, a base of potter's clay, and the various contour lines in their order. The paper is to allow the potter's clay to contract without difficulty while drying, the paper shrinking slightly at this stage. When the potter's clay rests directly on the plank it adheres to it too strongly and splits. Theoretically, the thickness of the cardboard or loam is accurately determined. If the map we are working with is to the scale of 1 inch to 2,000 yards, a hill 500 yards in height should only have a height of 1/4 inch. This, however, would not be prominent enough, and as the height is something quite relative, and as it is only proposed to indicate the relation of heights to one another, we may boldly give each contour line at least 1/8 inch in depth, i.e. the thickness of strong cardboard. The method indicated has the fault of being on much too small a scale. It is therefore preferable to represent the relief with much larger dimensions. In this case the extent to be taken is first determined on the map. A rectangular piece of the same size is cut out of a sheet of paper, and the latter is then placed on the map, so that only the part to be reproduced cannot be seen. The scale of the relief map is thereon decided, e.g. 10 times larger, and the map is drawn in that enlargement on a sheet of paper to serve as the model. On this enlarged model all the heights marked on the map are particularly noted. In rough and hilly country such indications are very numerous. A wooden board of corresponding size is now taken and a sheet of strong paper fixed upon it. The enlarged drawing is placed on this paper, and all the points indicating heights are pierced. At each of these points a headless nail is driven in, till only as much as will represent the desired height remains above the board. If, for example, the scale is 1 inch to 2,000 yards, then, enlarged by 10, 1/4 inch represents 50 yards. It follows that at a point where the height indicated is 350 yards, the nail will project 1 3/4 inches, and where the height indicated is 175 yards, it will project 7/8 inch. When all the nails have been driven into the board and their height and position checked, each nail is buried in half moist loam mixed with bran, till it is just lost sight of. This done, the various heights are levelled with potter's clay, referring to the map for guidance, or better still, after nature, and the relief map is finished sooner than one would expect. Buildings are represented by quadrangular morsels of the clay of proportionate height. When the whole is dry, any cracks formed in drying are filled up with clay, and if extra clearness is desired, the plan may be painted in watercolors. Fields should be green, roads brown, water blue, and buildings red. See page 464. The different conventional signs explained above are put in Chinese ink in the same way as in an ordinary drawing. For a person who has achieved a certain degree of skill, these reliefs are best made either on the spot or from an accurate survey map. The plan most to be recommended is to make a relief sketch in outline from the map and then proceed to the spot and fill in details from nature. We do not pretend that the work is quick and easy, nor do we advise it to be undertaken in other than important cases where the topography of the scene of crime plays a considerable part. In all cases where the trouble of making a relief plan has been taken, it will be recompensed by success. In many cases it will be possible to have the work done by a specialist. In all large towns, modelers, sculptors, figure makers, etc., are to be found, to whom this task may be entrusted and who, though they may never have done the like before, will with the indications furnished to them quite understand what they have to do. Section 5. Molding and stereotyping. These are operations of a technical character which may be employed by anybody and are most useful to fall back upon. A. Molding may be resorted to whenever the shape of any article of small size, the original of which for some reason the court cannot have at its disposal, is of importance. For instance, the impression of a bullet, slight damage to a wall, the form of some article of furniture, a stone, or the like, the teeth or fingernails of a corpse where it has been established that the victim has defended himself by biting and scratching, keyholes, keys, bars of a grating, and 1,000 other similar objects. The material mostly used is wax or gutta percha, softened in hot water. Also, if need be, potter's clay, dough, or kneaded crumb of fresh bread. Best of all is the following kneaded mixture given by Dr. Collyer: 5 parts India rubber, 1 part sulfur, and 2 parts each magnesia, gilded sulfur of antimony, and coal pitch. Molding wax may equally well be used. This is obtained by melting together 10 parts of white wax and 2 parts of Venetian turpentine to a moderate heat, and adding to the mixture little by little some potato starch, kneading the whole till the substance has reached the consistency required for the work in question and the variations of temperature. With the aid of this modeling wax the most accurate and exact models may be easily and conveniently made. Also 3 parts wax, 1 part shellac may be dissolved together, or 1 part wax, 1/2 part oil, and 1 part rye flour mixed with heat. For larger representations, a mixture of 8 parts cement, 16 parts chalk, 2 parts strong lime water, 1 part petroleum is excellent. This mixture is very strong and lasting and does not crack. When use is made of potter's clay, dough, or any substance containing water, it must be remembered that the molds obtained shrink in drying. In this case measures should be taken with the compasses and noted for purposes of verification. It is hardly necessary to explain how these molds should be taken. The wax is slightly heated and pressed upon the object in question. This in no way injures the original, and the impression may be carefully examined and compared with the model, and the work repeated until the molding is an entire success. B. Stereotyping. For larger and flatter objects use may be made of the stereotyping process, an excellent mode of reproduction, much too rarely employed. It especially lends itself to the representation of large and unequal surfaces, which may have acquired importance on account, for instance, of a wound caused to someone who has fallen upon them. These bodies are generally in the nature of stone flags, surfaces of walls, wooden surfaces, and such like. Stereotyping may also be employed for more extensive damage, the origin of which is desired to be discovered, or for the reproduction of fairly flat forms, which may have attained significance through having brought about accidents, etc. As regards this operation of stereotyping, it will suffice to indicate the process advised by the Royal and Imperial Austrian Commission for the Preservation of Artistic and Historical Monuments, to its correspondents, for taking copies of inscriptions engraved on stones. Some not too strong, white, unsized printing paper is taken and moistened with a sponge or piece of cloth dipped in water until it is quite softened, and then placed upon the surface to be reproduced. The paper is then pressed in with a not too hard clothes brush till it penetrates all the parts of the surface of which the impression is desired. Should the paper tear in places, which often happens when the original is very rough or has deep cavities, a large sheet of paper, thoroughly moist and with torn, not cut edges, is placed over the tear and beaten down anew with the brush until a continuous bed of paper, well beaten in, is obtained. A second sheet of the same paper is then taken and damped, not this time with water, but with thin binder's paste or a solution of gum arabic or animal gum, a soft brush being used. This is placed over the first paper and beaten in with the brush as before until the second sheet has followed and adhered to the first in the hollow places. If the paper employed be very thin, or the second sheet tear like the first, a third must be taken, being damped with starch, glue, gum arabic, or animal gum as before, placed on the former and beaten in again with the brush. It is a good thing to use thin blotting paper for the first layer to cover the first cracks and toilet paper for a second layer. Blotting paper is very plastic and unites closely, and toilet paper produces by its toughness the necessary resistance. The whole must be allowed to dry and then carefully drawn off. These impressions are almost as exact as plaster casts. They are very light and can be easily rolled up without damaging them. Indeed, in many cases they are altogether excellent and quite indispensable. If in a hurry, the drying may be done at a fire or over hot plates. The paper should be quite dry before removal. When the surface to be dealt with is very large, several sheets of paper are placed side by side, the borders of one overlapping its neighbor by at least 2 finger breadths. It is as well not to cut the edges of the paper, and if necessary a strip should be torn off, rough borders holding together more firmly. In this case the edges of the sheet forming the second layer should not be placed on the edges of the lower sheets, but so that the middle of the second sheet covers the overlapping borders of the lower ones. When the surface to be reproduced is very small, excellent casts may be obtained by following the same process but using cigarette paper. A very light brush must be used, and the paper pressed very carefully. Great care should be taken that the second and gummed sheet nowhere overlaps the first, otherwise it will adhere to the surface treated and render separation difficult. End of section 22. Section 23 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 12, Drawing and Allied Arts, continued. Section 6. Reproduction of drawings, printed matter, etc. There are many contrivances in use nowadays for manifolding. It would, however, be out of place to describe them here. The nearest typewriting office can always give the fullest particulars of the latest inventions. Section 7. Piecing together torn paper. Simple as this kind of work appears, yet it no less offers numerous difficulties, and is often very awkwardly carried out. An investigating officer often receives torn pieces of paper of small size, not infrequently of the utmost importance when pieced together. For this purpose we procure a plate of glass, or better still some tracing cloth of good quality, and transparency stretched on a board and fastened with 4 drawing pins. The pieces of paper are then set out, preferably on a dark background, and we first try to distinguish the back from the front of the paper by noting, e.g., whether one side is written on and the other not, or one side is darker than the other. If possible, the pieces of paper are all placed the same side up. We then look for those pieces which have 2 clean-cut sides and which necessarily form the corners of the sheet. On these being found, they are placed in their respective places and give us 4 very useful fixed points. We then look for all pieces which have only 1 clean-cut side and divide them into 4 groups according to whether the cut edge is on top or at the bottom, or the left or right sides. This as a rule is not difficult owing to the writing generally found on the paper. These lateral pieces are placed in position using the corner pieces for guidance, and with luck an entire frame is obtained, into which the remaining pieces are filled in after some adjustment. This done, the pieces are gummed on the plate of glass, or on the tracing cloth, one after the other, in the order in which they lie, commencing at the top left-hand corner, care being taken to bring the various edges as close together as possible. While this is being done, it must be remembered that the tears are hardly ever perpendicular to the surface of the paper, but are generally directed towards the right on the upper surface of the paper and the left on the lower surface, thus forming an oblique surface of separation. In this case the edges must be exactly slipped in, one under the other. The pieces should therefore be only partially gummed up first, and only when the piece which has to be slipped under the first is in position should they be finally gummed down. Never gum to a non-transparent plate, even when there is nothing on the back of the paper, for in some cases the inquiry may turn on the question of why there is nothing on the back. There is another method, which however requires more pains. In this process we use perfectly clean, by preference distilled, water, with which the fragments are carefully moistened before being brought into the right position on a glass plate. They stick with water smoothly and securely to the plate. When this is done, then a second glass plate is laid on the paper of exactly the same size as the glass plate underneath, so that the paper is enclosed between two glass plates. Then follows a thorough drying, the plates not being touched until the water between them is evaporated. Gentle warmth will assist when one goes carefully to work. The plates are then safely and hermeneutically bound together with pasted strips of soft, tough paper. This is the method used by the director of the court library in Vienna, Professor Karabasek, to preserve valuable papyrus records. If the paper in question has been written with copying ink, care must be taken not to moisten the paper. In that case, naturally, no good copy can be obtained. When the paper has been submitted to certain processes rendering it illegible, recourse must be had to photography. This never fails to assist us. A sheet of paper was exhibited at the Chicago Exhibition of 1893, the writing on which had been made quite illegible by rubbing and mastication, side by side, with the photograph of the same sheet. The undecipherable traces left on the paper became perfectly legible in the photograph. The following case will show how important is the piecing together of torn paper. One morning a peasant, an old man of considerable means, came before the investigating officer and declared that he had been shot the night before. He narrated how he had started from a place called St. and had followed the main road through the village of J with the object of proceeding to G. While passing before a roadside cross near a forest, a man advanced and demanded of him his money and watch at the mouth of a revolver. The peasant had turned away, whereupon the highwayman snatched his watch and at the same time fired. The bullet entered his right ear. The robber made off, and the peasant remained for a considerable time beside the cross in a state of unconsciousness. On coming to his senses, he returned to the village of J to seek the assistance of the doctor of that place. The latter dressed the wound and sent him in a carriage to the hospital. The medical examination revealed a hole produced by a bullet extending from the ear towards the buccal cavity. The peasant having given an exact description of the author of the crime, police were sent out to arrest him, and the investigating officer went off to the scene of the occurrence. He was then most astonished to notice that the large pool of blood produced while the peasant lay wounded and unconscious on the ground was situated in the turf behind the cross, which was a large stone one, whereas the road where the attack was said to have taken place passed in front of the cross. This circumstance induced the investigating officer, who had no other clue, to repass along the road traversed by the peasant while going to the doctor, and take the precaution of being accompanied by a police officer. Here was found the only clue which might enable some light to be thrown on the concomitant circumstances. When close to J, the investigating officer noticed some small pieces of torn paper behind a heap of stones. The largest of these pieces bore the words "To live." The paper thus seemed to be important, and a search was made for all the pieces of paper. This was by no means easy, the wind having scattered them over a field of stubble. Fortunately, the school children turned up on the road and gave willing aid in the search, on being promised a kreutzer, 2 pies, for each piece of paper. Since the police had arrested 2 lads on suspicion of the crime, and the injured peasant was on his deathbed, it was necessary to establish with all haste what connection, if any, these pieces of paper had with the case. Half a night's work sufficed to arrange and join the pieces on a glass plate. The contents established that the peasant, overwhelmed by a lawsuit he had just lost, and being besides in a bad state of health, had made up his mind to do away with himself. He bade farewell to his wife, by whom he had no children, leaving her his property, and named as heirs 2 illegitimate sons. On this writing being shown to him, the old peasant made a complete confession, stating that he had fired the shot himself behind the cross, but on coming to his senses had regretted his act and referred to the doctor at J for assistance. On the way there he had taken care to tear up and throw away the letter of farewell he had previously written, which was to take the place of a will. He died shortly after his confession. The reconstructed document not only gave the 2 lads who had been arrested their liberty, but also assured the 2 sons of the peasant, who had never been recognized, a considerable fortune. In conclusion it may be remarked that one can save paper in a bad condition if one moistens it with the solution mentioned on page 453, to be obtained from dealers in photographic articles. Important papers are often much crumpled, also, when kept in damp, dirty places, or found near burial grounds or in water, full of bacteria, which soon lead to decay. If such papers are much handled about between lawyers and witnesses, unfolded, smoothed out, and folded up again, they soon become unreadable, and only an expert can handle them. Treatment makes the paper strong, solid, and proof against bacteria, in short, so far as regards ordinary handling, almost indestructible. Section 8. Preserving and deciphering burnt paper. A process somewhat analogous to the preceding, but of much greater difficulty and rarely accompanied by success, is the reconstruction of burnt paper, or rather to speak strictly, carbonized paper. It occasionally happens that burnt papers are found during official searches, which might, on reconstruction, throw considerable light on the case. The accused, expecting an inquiry, has taken care to burn papers compromising him. It is not, however, impossible to save some of the writing or printing upon paper which has been burnt. Any one who has often thrown letters or other papers into the fire, and noticed their destruction, will remember how the writing or printed character sometimes remains very legible on the carbonized paper. The writing or letters generally stand out in a light gray, almost mouldy color, or else quite black. In spite of much investigation and experiment, we have failed to determine under what conditions this phenomenon takes place, whether a certain quality of paper or writing or printer's ink is requisite to reproduce the effect, or whether it entirely depends upon the action of a special kind of ink on a special kind of paper, or again whether a certain temperature, air current, etc. is necessary. Doubtless the most influence is played by the mode of carbonization, i.e. the temperature and air current. It is often noticeable that one portion of the same writing is a pale black, another a brilliant black, while yet another part is grayish white. Let us suppose the investigating officer to have discovered, while searching a house, that the stove contains burnt papers, and believes them to have an important bearing upon the inquiry. Often it will be impossible for him to deal with them immediately owing to other work to be attended to. He must therefore secure the stove in some way or other, either by closing and sealing it, or else by setting some one to watch it till he finds time to attend to it. He ought, however, to immediately take away the pipe, that is, the part joining the stove to the chimney, and close up the opening with rags, etc. This is necessary, as a strong draught rushes through the stove, especially when it is cold out of doors and warm in the room, which keeps the carbonized paper in the stove in continual motion, causing pieces to become detached and fly about. In short, the objects are continually subject to deterioration, which must be prevented. The communication between the stove and chimney having been removed, the draught of air ceases to exist. For the work itself a considerable quantity of tracing paper must be procured, as transparent as possible, and fixed with drawing pins on a board. Plates of glass should only be used as a last resort. If they are indispensable, plates of glass broken into more or less small pieces should be employed. Finally, a solution of gum arabic, as colorless as possible, is necessary. We now proceed to extract the burnt sheets from the stove, watching them carefully and avoiding any draught. The best method consists in slipping under each piece of burnt paper, starting with the uppermost, a band of paper of corresponding size, and, using some firmness, drawing them out, one after the other. The tracing paper or pieces of glass should be all ready on a work table placed near the stove. The tracing paper or glass is then covered with the gum, about as much surface being gummed as the size of the piece of burnt paper. On this bed of gum we now cautiously place the burnt paper and press it down very gently with the finger so that it becomes gummed to the tracing paper or glass. Little by little this flattening out process is proceeded with more boldly and with more force until it is finished and the burnt paper is entirely gummed down. Care must be exercised never to touch the gum with the finger before pressing down the smallest portion of the burnt paper, or entire pieces will be torn from it and quite lost. The greatest difficulty arises from the fact that the burnt paper is not flat but convex, and twisted as well as being dry and fragile. On being stretched out it is hollow in many places, and stands well away from the gummed surface. When therefore it is flattened out, it breaks up into numerous pieces which fall, certainly, upon the gummed surface, but not in the right place. The mosaic so obtained presents an unsightly appearance. Here there are large cracks, there the papers overlap, and to read the whole is very difficult. To remedy this inconvenience, the carbonized paper must be damped, an operation which happily is generally successful, for the paper is nearly always strongly hygroscopic. In this connection the author has tried various methods which all have their advantages and their disadvantages. One of these is to soften the different leaves while actually resting on the gummed surface. A sheet of tracing paper or glass of the defined size is gummed over and the carbonized paper placed upon it. Small objects, such as little pieces of wood, stones, etc., about 3 finger breadths high, are then placed all round the apparatus, and upon them is stretched a piece of cloth, several folds in thickness, and well damped. The ends of this cloth should come in contact with the top of the table, but should not touch the burnt paper. Both the latter and the gummed surface are therefore in a moist atmosphere. The burnt paper softens and becomes flexible. This unfortunately does not always take place. The gum does not dry up, and in half an hour or more the flattening out process is complete and the gumming may be easily accomplished. When in a hurry, if a warm stove is at hand, several gummed sheets covered with burnt paper may be placed in a sieve held above a basin of boiling water, the operation being thus completed more rapidly. But processes in which the burnt paper is softened upon the gummed surface have this great disadvantage, that the edges of the paper, twisted and deformed by the carbonization, become immediately fixed to the tracing paper or glass, so that it is no longer possible to join them completely together or fix them down properly. This method should only be employed when the burnt paper is scarcely distorted at all, or when it is possible to place its convex surface in contact with the gummed sheet. In this case it will only be resting upon a restraining surface, while the raised up edges, when sufficiently softened, come to rest in their appropriate places on the surface. When this process is impossible owing to distortions of all kinds in the paper, the burnt paper will have to be softened before being placed on the gummed surface. This softening process will be the same as above, the pieces of paper being placed beneath a wet cloth or in a sieve over boiling water. Then, when sufficiently softened, flat and united, they are placed upon the gummed sheet. When the paper is sufficiently softened, its removal is never an easy matter, for in that state it is so fragile and tears so easily that the operation is but rarely accompanied by success. Another method, in many cases more sure and convenient, consists in placing the several pieces of burnt paper upon the surface of water contained in a fairly large receptacle, such as a wash-hand basin. The basin should be white inside, so as to better observe the fragments. When the latter float they may be lifted out upon dry gummed paper, and the whole placed upon blotting paper or any inclined surface to dry. The pieces obtained in this way are more legible. Unfortunately the burnt paper does not always float. Frequently, doubtless when there is much baryta in the composition of the paper, it sinks with rapidity and can only be caught up with difficulty, often indeed it cannot be fished up at all. We must in this case try to catch the sinking paper before it has reached the bottom, and to this end the gummed paper is placed under the water so that the burnt paper comes to rest upon it. There are unfortunately many kinds of paper which, when burnt, refuse to become impregnated with water, remaining always friable and stiff in spite of all efforts to damp them. In this case little can be hoped for carbon which cannot be softened breaks into little bits when gummed. No doubt it may be softened in oil, but then all the characters, formerly legible, generally disappear. We may add that the skill of hand necessary for this work cannot be obtained without practice, nor can it be supposed that everything will work well when necessity arises. Without some preliminary trials, however few they be, no good result can be obtained, and when something of importance is to be preserved, documents of value will certainly be damaged. When all the pieces of burnt paper in the stove have been collected and gummed, so as to leave nothing beyond a few little bits of no importance, we cut up the papers on which they have been gummed, leaving as narrow a border round the burnt paper as is possible, and then begin the troublesome business of reconstruction. The paper is none the less fragile in spite of the gumming, and it must be handled with caution. Moreover, nothing can be read except when looking at a certain angle, making the light fall in a particular manner, and, in most cases, only with the aid of a lamp. When some connection is formed between the various pieces, we do not gum them, for a double thickness of tracing paper and gum would render it impossible to read the reverse. The side gummed to the tracing paper is besides nearly always unreadable. We must be contented therefore with numbering the different pieces so as to know their order. Further, it may be remarked that pieces on which nothing can at first be read should not be cast aside, for a chemist may be able to put life into this apparently dead material. If he can do nothing, recourse must be had to photography. Professional photography alone can be of service in this connection. Finally, paper which has been quite recently burned, and which has not been completely consumed, may sometimes recommence to burn on coming into contact with the air. This must not be forgotten, or the Investigating Officer may be surprised during the night by a fire breaking out in his desk, where everything has been deposited till the morning. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 13. Footprints and Other Impressions. Section 1. Footprints. A. General notions. Footprints are often of decisive importance, but we must know how to observe, preserve, and utilize the impressions in order to be able to get any good out of them. Recourse is rarely had to them for several reasons which it is impossible to pass over in silence. As a rule, footprints are but seldom found where they are wanted. Moreover, when they exist, they are rarely entire and complete, and for that reason are considered of no value. As regards really clean footprints, it seldom happens that they are preserved so as to remain intact or to inspire certainty that they have some connection with the case. People who have come upon the scene of a crime after it has taken place also leave traces of their feet, fouling the important print, so that one can no longer tell which is the significant footprint and which the useless one. On the other hand, when well-preserved traces do exist, the essential thing is to be able to interpret them and to know how to make good use of them. On this, science is dumb and has hardly even approached the question. Books treating on the subject are very few and deal with but a small number of experiments. Experiments, besides, are not easy. A mass of material of all kinds is necessary in order that experiments may be made from different points of view: gait, tread, footwear, ground, etc. Then very accurate measurements must be taken and numerous groupings of parts arranged, while the results obtained must be carefully preserved and trials made regarding the best mode of their preservation. Moreover, preparatory study in fairly advanced anatomy and physiology must be undertaken. Finally, and this part of the subject is the most fruitful in results, a series of views must be obtained by instantaneous photography. If one disregards the aspect of the human footprint during the smallest fraction of a second, it is impossible to pronounce definitely upon matters of this kind. The first step taken in this direction has been made by the well-known system of photography Andrus of Lisa Posen, which has given us most excellent instantaneous photographs of men running. The American Muybridge has arrived very near to the solution of the problem by making at the same moment 3 photographs of a man running, one from in front, the second from behind, and the third from the side. This was effected with the help of 3 cameras, each containing 12 plates worked by electricity. This series of experiments has not yet been completed, and in order to make use of them, more of such minute experiments must be made from other points of view, without mentioning a profound study of the results already obtained. As we now know the direction in which experiment ought to be made, we have the right to hope for success and definite conclusions. But nonetheless, several years' work is required in order to arrive at precise and practical results. Much may be expected of photography. With it, the tread of the foot may be photographed from below. To do this, a ladder placed at a certain height and a horizontal position is covered with plates of very strong crystal, and a man walks upon them with bare feet and advancing slowly. Meanwhile, the foot is photographed from below and as often as possible through the glass. The operation is difficult, but gives surprising results. The author delays the publication of the results of his personal investigations, already terminated or yet to be terminated, until he has quite completed the necessary studies. In the meanwhile, he intends in the following chapter to give what is already to be found in the special literature on the subject, drawing on his own experience for such observations as seem to him of interest. B. How to observe footprints. 1. Preparatory. The necessity for the investigating officer of observing traces of footprints whenever opportunity is offered to him has already been pointed out. In European towns it is a difficult task, for on their pavements, carefully swept as they are, no prints are left, and the observations which may be made upon a muddy portion of the road would be too short to give serious results. The country, on the other hand, and most Indian cities, offer in this connection inexhaustible resources. In the mud, the snow, and especially in the fine dust of the main roads, what opportunities there are for interesting observations! It is a veritable book, a reading as instructive as it is captivating. It is in the country that our studies must be carried on. Whoever desires to commence the study of footprints upon the scene of crime will discover practically nothing at all. A footprint is an impression, in a sense like all other impressions, but in fact very different from them. And in addition, it is not always well defined, and when it is defined, one cannot take it away with one. Even if one could, it would be impossible to search the whole town and make experiments with every citizen to see if he is the author of the crime. These considerations detract from the value of footprints. One must learn how to see, and one cannot learn how to see without practicing. What does an outsider see through a microscope? What does a huntsman see or hear in the field and the forest when all seems dead to another? What does the artist see in a picture which is to an unartistic person but an assemblage of colored figures? What is wearisome chaos to a beginner is a world full of life and ideas to the man who knows. A few footprints do not amount to much, but to the investigating officer they may mean everything. Upon them may depend the success of his work, the salvation of an innocent and the conviction of a guilty person. One sees that this microcosm which leaves these prints is not wanting in importance. Here again, the investigating officer must unite his observations in a sympathetic whole. It does not suffice to look at large numbers of footprints. By only looking at them, no order can be given to his ideas, nothing will be retained, nothing will be grouped, and the utility of what may have been seen will, through seeing too much, be nil. To be able to obtain some advantage from these studies, one may commence by considering attentively and following, for example, on a dusty road, the impressions of the feet of small and big persons, of boots and bare feet, of the footprints of animals, and the wheels of vehicles intermingled confusedly. The beginner will be unable to freely discriminate between them and will have enough trouble in differentiating the footprints of small and big men and those of people with boots and without boots. In time he will notice that the fashions of the shoes or boots are very different. The nails, the heels, the shape of the sole, etc., will present differences. A repeated impression will especially attract his attention by its dimensions and large size. Here he will lose it. There it will appear again and he will greet it with ever-increasing interest. The beginner has found a footprint. He is now upon a good track, and will begin to take an interest in the matter. Let us then continue to follow this large footprint. We find an impression of it of particular distinctness. We stop and examine it closely. We can count the nails, observe that some of them are missing, and that the right shoe, which has been mended, carries on the sole a little bit of a leather strongly fastened on. Now, it is impossible to lose or confound this footprint. We go on further, and we perceive that our friend has all at once left behind the traces of his feet that of a stick. He was no doubt tired, and leaned upon his stick, which he had up to then been carrying under his arm. In the meantime, we note that the mark of the stick is not that of an iron ferrule, nor a regular round surface such as a stick in long use would have. The marks are pointed and dug into the ground. We return to the spot where we perceive the trace of the stick for the first time and look around us. And then what do we discover? Beside the road, the branch of a thorn bush, of about the thickness of the thumb, has been quite recently cut. Our friend, therefore, was not carrying the stick under his arm. He cut the stick, rounded it off roughly, and in that way the cleft-shaped impressions were made. Let us follow our man. All at once he has obliquely crossed the road and has then gone backwards and forwards several times. What could have been the reason? The state of things seems to reveal nothing, and yet the whole is cleared up, thanks to a prolonged examination. At the border of the road we perceive in the dust the impressions of short footsteps belonging to a child with bare feet. These footprints come down the road, and it may be noticed that all of a sudden they begin to go backwards and forwards, although the feet do not appear to have turned around, the toes being always pointed forwards. Just at this place a path begins towards a house, situated at a little distance from the road. In the dust of this path one sees the trace of a dog, which comes and goes. Now it is clear. The child was going along the road, the dog came from the house and began to bark at the child, which, too frightened to advance, was forced to give ground. Our friend coming along the road has chased the dog with the stick he has just cut, and he and the child have then continued on their way in opposite directions. Let us continue to follow our friend. Here he has met an acquaintance, for his footprint strikes across the road, as does that of someone who was coming in the opposite direction. They have spoken together for a long time, for they have often changed their position. One of them has emptied his pipe, for there are ashes on the road. He has relit it, for several freshly struck matches are lying on the ground. Some have been tramped into the dust by the heel of our man. Now, we have some hope of catching him, for the talk with his friend must have taken place not much more than 10 minutes ago. He has used numerous matches to light his pipe. It must therefore be that the strong wind which has been blowing for about 10 minutes was blowing at that time. At length he has continued on the road, but not alone. He is accompanied by the acquaintance with whom he has been talking for so long, and who has retraced his steps to go along with him. The pipe has burnt well, and there must have been strong tobacco in it, for the smoker has expectorated beside his footprints on several occasions. The second man is of small stature, for if we measure exactly, we find that for 10 paces of our man his companion takes 11, and in consequence his legs are sensibly shorter. What has made him decide to turn back? It is easy to guess. At 60 paces we perceive an inn near the road, and the footprints lead to it. We continue on our way to attend to our own business, and several hours later we return by the same road. Long before we near the inn in question we again find the footprints of our friend. We recognize them and are certain of them. Yet they have another aspect. At times they are at the edge of the road, at times in the middle. At times the impressions start away one from the other, while at times they cross one another. We notice sometimes large strides and at other times small ones. We then make a determination as to time. Our friend has remained a long time at the inn. No doubt we do not always have the opportunity of deducing so much from a single print, but it will always be possible if circumstances are not too unfavorable to obtain some positive information. It suffices to thoroughly examine the footprint one follows, and to engrave in one's memory all the distinctive marks which prevent us losing it, even if it disappear for a little while among others, or under the effect of unfavorable conditions. Another mode of observation is to select among several footprints which follow or meet one another, those of one particular person, and then determine whether they belong to a man or a woman, to a tall or short person, to a person walking or running, etc., and to thereupon try to catch the person in question and to verify the accuracy of the supposition made. To do this with some certainty, nothing better can be recommended than to accurately observe the walk of every one we meet and who leaves footprints, and then compare the footprint left with the information one may have been able to obtain regarding that person. Redoubled attention will be given to the mark when it discloses certain peculiarities, when it, for example, belongs to a person who takes steps of extraordinary length or shortness, who stamps or shakes, loiters or deviates, to a man who has bowed legs, in the form of an O or X, who limps dragging a leg behind, or leans upon a stick, etc. When some such thing is noticed, one will try to determine if the footprint itself presents any striking peculiarity, and if so, whether the peculiarities in walk can be connected with those in the footprints. All such observations are only of value if noted down in writing and systematically classified, and being repeated as often as possible, ranged alongside one another for reciprocal control. It is only when they rise above the suggestions of simple accident, when the series of observations is as extensive as possible, when the same fact often appears accompanied with the same phenomena, that one can really, within the limits imposed upon the judgment of man, speak of cause and effect. When, for example, one has once or twice observed that in certain steps of extraordinary length the outside corner of the heel of the shoe makes a very deep impression in the ground, This may be the effect of chance or of a peculiarity of the person. If this fact is noticed often without finding any exception, it may be presumed that one has discovered a connection of cause and effect, i.e. a rule. And if one finds a single impression with the border of the heel print particularly deep, one will say this trace is that of a person who at least at this moment took steps of extraordinary length. For a science like that of footprints, which is yet in its infancy, the number of experiments can never be considered great enough. No clear ideas can be obtained on the subject until after having collected much material and performed numerous experiments. People interested in the matter may exercise themselves practically in the observations spoken of above by studying artificially made footprints. This is always possible on a suitable surface. Fine dust, the half-dried mud of the road, not too deep freshly fallen snow which has not yet begun to melt. Footprints of all kinds can be made, stationary, walking, slow or fast, running, or jumping. Then again, walking on a flat surface, uphill or down, burdened and not burdened, tired or fresh, etc. Each footprint thus produced should be studied most minutely and carefully compared with the others to find out what there is in common, note the differences between them, and apply the results obtained to the observation of the footprints of another person. Most particular attention should be given to the impressions of bare feet, impressions which may be preserved to serve later as an accurate means of comparison. The best method of obtaining these impressions is to produce them on paper. The paper should be fixed to the floor of a room, if possible with drawing pins. When the paper is not fixed, it rises at each step and the impression do not take on clearly. Then a tin vessel is taken, 12 to 16 inches long and 8 inches wide, in which is placed a piece of cloth, felt, or folded linen, a little smaller in size than the vessel. This cloth is endamped with a solution of some finely pulverized color, as much as possible of an earthy kind, as for example, dark ink, burnt sienna, Kessler earth, etc., which may be procured for a few pence in sufficient quantity to make numerous experiments. Ordinary ink or an aniline color dissolves in water and does very well, but it is difficult to get rid of these colors, whereas the powders mentioned disappear immediately on contact with water. This substance then is mixed with water and a little gum arabic, so that the whole becomes of about the thickness of glycerin or oil. The coloring substance is then placed upon the piece of cloth in the vessel so that the cloth is completely impregnated. The vessel is then placed upon the floor. The operator walks in, and with bare feet, first on the cloth and then on the paper. Various ways of walking are tried, ordinary walking, standing, running, etc. The foot is not again moistened until the color has almost completely gone. It is still better when, according to Monkmuller and Kaplan, the sole of the foot is moistened with an alcoholic solution of chloride of iron before being reproduced on the paper. Then a copy is moistened with a solution of ammonia, sulphur, cyanide 25 parts, alcohol 100 parts, and ether 1000, which gives a very clear copy. In carrying out this experiment, the operator must not neglect to note after each footprint how it has been produced, whether by walking, standing, running, etc., as well as the peculiarities of the person who produced it, as for example, whether he be a man of say 30 years old, 5 feet 10 inches in height, strong and healthy, with somewhat small oval-shaped feet, One will also attempt to obtain impressions of the feet of other persons, of different ages and different sexes and in different walks of life. Particular attention should be paid to the observation of the footprints of persons whose walk presents certain peculiarities, such as swaying, loitering, bow-legged, springing or jumping sort of walk, heavy pace, etc. Every investigating officer ought to have as rich a collection as possible of those impressions, which keep well and never get rubbed out. In a real crime he will try to make comparisons with the examples in this collection, and in this way will be able to obtain unexpected results. The following passage, borrowed from a newspaper, is inserted in order to point out to what lengths the observation of footprints may take us. It is not asserted that the investigating officer ought to push things as far as this, but it would not be without interest to know just how far in case of need the art of observing footprints can be carried. The extract relates to the Khojis or trackers of northern India. They are principally to be found in the Punjab and are employed to trace stolen cattle by their footprints, Khori or Pira. They do this even for 100 miles, and their success, even through unpromising places, as sandy plains and gravel and canker beds, and over rivers and swamps, is very extraordinary. The Punjab Khoji is similar to the Pagi of Gujarat. The system of tracking criminals to their homes and haunts rests in India solely on the responsibility of village headmen for the good behavior of their charge. The principal source of wealth of the natives of India, and especially in the neighborhood of the large rivers such as Indus and Ganges, consists in their horses and cattle. It is not astonishing that at the same time a particular industry is developed, I mean that of the theft of horses and cattle. When the thief is not immediately pursued, it rarely becomes possible to see again the tail of the horse or ox which has been stolen, at least without having recourse to a track finder. These people who hail from Kapurthala state are the terrors not only of thieves but also of all other criminals. This occupation, like all others in India, is peculiar to a caste in which it is perpetuated from father to son. There are families of track finders who pride themselves in possessing a genealogical tree so well established that a European nobleman would be jealous of it. The Khoji, that is to say the seeker out, or follower, is brought up from infancy to chase criminals and is carefully trained in view of this dangerous industry. In this way his skill and endurance is astonishing. A skilled searcher will recognize from the most imperceptible signs the way in which the person whom he is pursuing has fled, whether he has lain down, and how long he has rested if he is tired, what he carries, and 1,000 other things. The writer of these lines had recently had an opportunity of himself observing a Khoji at his work. Some cloths and linen had been stolen during the night, and I wished to put the skill of the Khojis to the proof. The footprint of the thief was soon discovered. Then commenced a veritable chase of the following footprints which my eye, though none too bad, could not discover. "Here," said the Khoji, showing several almost imperceptible footprints. "The thief has rested for a few moments. He carried 2 bundles. Here he has rested again, but this time for longer." In this way we followed the footprints all day, and in the evening we caught the thief who fancied himself already in safety. The pursuit is often hindered by serious difficulties. While the Khoji has marvelous skill in searching the criminal, the latter is not often less cunning, and does all in his power to hide up his tracks. When he has gone a little way on foot he rolls a piece of cloth around his feet, and walks for a little while on all fours, walks backwards, or crosses a stream or river. but a good seeker does not allow all that to lead him into error. Distance does not enter into account. I recently heard of a case in Kashmir where a Khoji had followed an assassin for about 200 miles and had at last found him in the prison of a little village where he had been taken for the act of theft. It often happens that murderers commit crimes of lesser importance in order to put Khoji off the scent and thereby undergo a much less punishment. Certain Khojis are famous for their knowledge of localities. They know the footprints of every person within a certain parameter, just as we remember a face. One day some jewels had been stolen from the residence of the Maharaja of Kapurthala. A Khoji was sent for, who, after having found the footprints of the thief, said quietly, "It is so and so." The man named was found at the very moment when he was beginning to melt down the stolen articles. On the occasion of another theft, the Khoji seemed to recognize the footprint, but he would name no one, although he was scoffed at by the natives for his supposed want of success. I learned later by chance that the thief was his own son. It need hardly be said that this time he escaped. We will cite another example of the extraordinary skill of the Khojis. The tracker had followed a criminal as far as the bank of the Bias. There he lost the track, the Maharaja having crossed the river with 200 persons in his train. In the midst of so many footprints, it seemed absolutely impossible to find the footprint again, but the Khoji decided not to give up the pursuit. So as to better fix the footprint in his memory, he went back several miles following the old footprints again, came back to the river, crossed to the other side, and recognized in the midst of more than 200 footprints that of the individual in question and found him after a pursuit of about 8 days. It may be remarked that a Khoji can be seen here who has been paralyzed for many years, but who, in spite of this infirmity, mounts his horse and armed with a long stick follows the traces of animals of which he is the terror. His paralysis is due to poisoning. The Khojis are naturally not very sure of their lives. In seeking for a stolen animal, the Khoji knows exactly whether it has been led, driven, or ridden. When the impressions of the hind feet are stronger, it may be concluded that the beast has been ridden, for the natives do not sit in the middle but more to the rear of the animal. If, on the other hand, the beast is burdened, the impressions of the hoofs are less far away from one another, for the step is naturally slower than when one drives it before one, etc. Our police would no doubt be happy to be able to enroll some good Khojis in their ranks. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Footprints and other impressions, continued. It is natural in criminal cases, especially when they are of great importance and the author of the crime is unknown, that the footprints should be carefully examined. We have already repeatedly said that traces which exist must be carefully guarded from damage, that the subordinate members of the police force and village servants should be given instructions to that effect, for they, in nearly every case, are the first to arrive at the scene of the crime. Let us here call attention to a fault which is generally committed. It is commonly only in the immediate neighborhood of the crime that footprints are looked for, and not further away. It rarely happens that we find on the scene of a crime itself footprints of any utility, either through the criminal having taken the precaution to efface them, or on account of their having been trodden upon and rendered invisible by the arrival of other persons. These reasons no longer exist when we make investigations at some little distance from the scene of action. There nearly always exists somewhere a piece of clean land capable of receiving a footprint, There, the criminal has not taken so many precautions as at first, and perhaps no one else has yet passed over this spot. No doubt it is much more difficult to establish that a print which is at some distance away has any connection with the crime, but it is not nearly so difficult as is generally supposed. It is in the nature of things that a criminal does not return by the same road immediately after having accomplished his crime, but on the contrary, he makes off in a roundabout direction. He decamps behind the house, through the garden, and across the fields. If one looks for and finds here a fresh footprint which does not appear to be in the continuation of an ordinary walk, it may be supposed to belong to the criminal. It will then be submitted to a most minute study. After we have been assured by the people in the house and by neighbors that none of them have come that way, and that they can give no other explanation of the footprint than that it must belong to a person who has been on the scene of the crime before any of them, and has been making off in this roundabout manner. If, moreover, it can be proved that the footprint appears to be that of a person running, another step will be gained, and we will obtain further confirmation if able to determine, e.g., that the footprint has been produced by a person who has passed there in the night and without knowing the ground. It may indeed be easily presumed when the individual in question has hit against a stone, fallen into a ditch, rolled over a bank, etc., that he has not passed that way in the daytime. Other indications often exist, when, for example, a large number of articles have been carried away from the scene of the crime, and the thief has rested on the road and laid down his burden, or has lost or even thrown away one of the stolen articles. These are certificates of identity of the footprint as certain as can possibly be. Another strong case is that of a single footprint, evidently produced by the criminal and found near the spot, resembling other footprints which lead further away. In this last case especially, one often neglects, after a footprint has been found, to look for others at a greater distance. But anyone who knows how necessary it is to examine carefully a footprint and studies several of them will not neglect, even in this case, to look for footprints that may be discovered far away from the scene of action. Who now is the person who ought to occupy himself with looking for and following footprints? We reply without hesitation, the investigating officer. It is not our intention in expressing this opinion to give birth to a quarrel as regards competence with medical jurisprudents like Zenker of Schiffelbein or Volk of Munich, by pretending that the investigating officer alone is competent in the matter. But we are firmly convinced that here, as in all other cases, the medical jurisprudent should only be allowed to intervene at the precise moment when the general principle allows him to. That is to say, when he is called upon to give his opinion as a specialist upon the results of a preliminary inquiry into the whole circumstances. We believe that the investigating officer is wrong in leaving all the work to the doctor, because he is too careless or too ignorant to do it himself and has not directly under his hand another specialist. If the doctor and the investigating officer have not turned attention to the study of footprints, they will obtain no result, either one or the other. In spite of all the knowledge which the former may have regarding the anatomy of the foot, the physiology of the phenomenon of walking, etc., he will be able to draw no profit from his knowledge if he has not himself made a special study of footprints. As regards these studies, they require much time and trouble, which the medical jurisprudent is handicapped in giving to them. We have far too high an idea of the sphere of the doctor and his functions in all the branches of medical science to think that he can specially occupy himself with the study of footprints. The investigating officer has much less to deal with than the medical jurisprudent. It is his business to occupy himself with those things which are part of his functions, and in consequence he will be called upon to devote attention to the search for, preservation, and valuation of footprints. If his medical expert takes an interest in the matter, the investigating officer will accept with pleasure his assistance, for the more eyes used, the more things will be discovered. A medical expert who has studied the question is certainly in this connection the most useful specialist the investigating officer can have, as the work in connection with footprints is not as a rule of the most simple description, and requires time and trouble. The help of a medical man is all the more to be desired, since the latter cannot help giving us a better idea of the case. He will then be able to formulate his opinion, which would have been asked for all the same, even if he had no help from the footprints, much more easily than if he had remained up to that moment entirely uninformed about them. Only the doctor can decide whether there is room to conclude from the trace of a foot that the owner of that foot has some corporeal infirmity, is a cripple, apoplectic, or paralytic, etc. The investigating officer will furnish the materials, will illustrate, if need be, by loans made from his collection of footprints and traces, and will ask his advice. But besides the medical man, the investigating officer ought frequently, even in this case, to have recourse to other specialists. If it be a question of booted feet, an intelligent shoemaker can always give useful information. He will be able, no doubt, to say whether the shape of the shoe is common in the neighborhood, or, on the contrary, whence it is likely to come, whether the boot has been repaired, and what the repairs are, what class of persons is in the habit of wearing shoes of that kind, whether the wearer uses his shoes in a peculiar manner, wears out more on one toe than on another, and what peculiarities in the bodily build of the wearer experience teaches him are present. A shoemaker who reflects, and the political cobbler has not yet disappeared, can even point out sore places, for he has often had opportunities of observing, thanks to complaints of his customers and the repairs that he has been obliged to do for them, that there is always a connecting link of cause and effect between the pain and the resistance which determines the wearing away of a special portion of the sole. Thus, if one has a sore place or corn on the ball of the big toe, one will naturally tread more heavily on the heel and outer side of the foot so as to relieve the pressure on the part that pains. The specialist who in this case often renders the best service is the skillful and experienced sportsman. He has made preliminary studies very similar to those which are now occupying our attention. He has often observed the traces of game in order to obtain profit from that knowledge. He sees traces in a spot where another would hardly be able to see a mark. He therefore knows how to determine in what direction the trace continues, even when one has only perceived for a moment the impression, feeble and incomplete as it is, of a single footprint. And what is still more valuable, he alone knows how to pick up a lost trace even after it has been interrupted for a considerable distance. The experienced sportsman knows other things as well. He knows exactly the kind of weather there has been for each hour for the last few days, and what influence the temperature has upon traces. He is also able to say when a particular footprint has been made, and he will not easily confuse with each other footprints which have not been made at the same time. He can thus follow better than anyone else a special footprint in the midst of several others. The sportsman is also accustomed to observe at what speed an animal has traveled. He knows this by what he calls the glide or slide, that is to say, the slipping which happens when an animal galloping alights upon damp soil, as is nearly always the case in the forest, and as its feet touch the ground, slides forwards to get into a new stride. Deer, roe, and pigs make this mark very distinctly. It is, however, clearly visible only in wet clay. On other soil, one sees no traces of it except when accustomed to note it. And this training the sportsman, and the sportsman alone, possesses. When we have at our disposal a man of this description, of age and experience, one cannot do better than make use of him. Nothing can possibly replace an assistant of this kind, for he will be able to elucidate many cases which without him would remain unsolvable. Let us now pass to the different kinds of footprints. In the first place, we must determine whether the person who has produced them was barefooted or wore shoes, a matter which is of considerable importance in examining and utilizing the print. Those who have occupied themselves with this question are not exactly in agreement. One side, Zenker for example, says that it is regrettable that one so seldom finds traces of bare feet, for they furnish the most information. Another, for example, Schauenstein, remarks that the sole of a shoe furnishes, thanks to the nails, repairs, etc., so many signs of identity that it is much more easy to work with footprints of booted feet than with those of bare feet. The author thinks that the best conclusion would be to say, the booted foot gives more clues, the bare foot has more physiognomy, so that the observer, according to his temperament, may prefer the former or the latter. The scrupulous and accurate observer, trained to take exact measurements and having some taste for mathematics, will prefer the impression of booted feet. He will carefully take all the measurements of the sole, will count the nails, measure the pieces of leather nailed on to the sole, etc., and will give a perfect image of the general impression, of an image which it will be difficult to confuse with others. The other observer, capable of seizing from a general view and the strength of his memory a not very distinct impression, able besides to trust to his instinct for the shape and form, by taking into consideration a certain number of signs which it is impossible to express in numbers, but which nonetheless exists with absolute distinctness. Such a man will work more readily with traces of bare feet. The measurements in this case give very uncertain results, for the plant of the bare foot leaves always a rounded impression and never presents fixed borders like the sole of a shoe, and in consequence it does not produce a clean impression such as one is able to utilize from the point of view of measurements. We must then look for and describe, so far as possible, striking marks and appearances with a view to render more accurate measurements which can at best be only approximate. The whole impression alone can elucidate the matter, and it gives in effect, when circumstances are not too unfavorable, a veritable physiognomy, even more precise and more characteristic than that of many a human face. One may then say with Mason, and rightly, that the details of all the impressions of a bare foot are in each particular case so distinctive and so characteristic that it is always possible to differentiate them one from another, and recognize again the same impression. This is wholly true only when the impressions in question have been produced under identical conditions. If, for example, one reverts to the process indicated above for producing by means of coloring matter impressions of bare feet, one will be able to convince oneself of the difference in aspect presented by impressions made by the same foot. If the foot has just been well moistened with the color and is passed over packing paper which has been rolled up as one rolls a carpet so as to make a continuous path, the first impression is well colored, while the others become less and less so until quite indistinct. If then the last and the first impression thus produced be compared, one will see how difficult it is to find this famous characteristic resemblance. The difficulty increases if, in producing the first impression with the sticky color, one slips a foot a little outwards, while in the production of the others one walks with a firm and confident step. The first footprint, gliding and well colored, and the last, firm and poorly colored, present but a hopeless minimum of this characteristic resemblance. Similar results are obtained when various coloring matters are chosen, that is to say, of different consistency, viscosity, and coloring, upon different foundations. The same foot, wet with an equal quantity of the same coloring matter, gives upon an unplaned and rough plank a very different impression to what it does upon a sheet of smooth and carefully stretched paper. Mason denies the great importance of pigments, coloring matters, on footprints, although all experience teaches the contrary. One should notice when a person steps out of the water and walks on the smooth floor round a swimming bath, the first marks of the quite wet feet are large and full, as if made by a flat-footed person. The more the water dries, the smaller and narrower become the marks. It is, however, to be noticed that we see, for example, in deep, fine dust on the high road, many tracks of flat-footed people. The reason of this is different. If the dust is pretty thick, the foot sinks in so far that the curve of the instep also forms part of the impression, when the curve is not pronounced. Then the impression looks as if it had been produced by a flat-footed person. But on closer investigation, the deception is discovered, for in the track even the deeply impressed instep appears, while the truly flat-footed person always produces a flat impression, without molding. It is easy to understand that the size of the prints may vary considerably. Thus, Mason has found by measuring different footprints produced by the feet of 8 individuals that the variations were, in length from 9 to 23 millimeters, in breadth from 0 to 8, for the width of the narrow portion of the sole from 0 to 5, for the inclination of the line of the toes from 0 to 21. These differences occurred not through different forms which the foot may take, but when the same ground was chosen to walk upon and the same coloring matter and method of placing the foot down was observed. To sum up what we have said, we come to the conclusion that the process to be employed for the impressions of booted and bare feet is quite different. For an impression of the former, it always suffices for future use to have an exact description of the impression of the sole with the note of the measurements and numbers, care being taken to indicate all dimensions, the number of the nails, not only those which exist but those which are missing, in the front part of the sole and in the heel separately, the shape and condition of preservation of the latter, patches, if there be any, and every other distinctive sign. If the question subsequently arises as to the connection between the sole of which the impression has been found and that of a suspected individual, all that is necessary is to measure and count the whole again. It is quite otherwise with the impression of a bare foot. The impression as a whole, that is to say, its physiognomy, cannot be reproduced by description, by drawing, or by photography. It is besides impossible to fix it for long in the memory, and the comparison of a footprint formerly seen with that belonging to a suspect arrested subsequently, when the former is no longer under one's eyes, is of no utility and can serve no purpose. We must have the two impressions on the table before us. We must measure and compare them several times before being able to pronounce any opinion about them. and it is even necessary in reproducing the footprint of the person suspected for comparison with the corpus delicti to have the latter under one's eyes so that the method of production of the two impressions may take place in as nearly similar circumstances as possible. Casse, who has made comparisons of this kind with defibrinated blood, has long ago stated that as much blood must be placed on the sole of the foot on the second occasion as there was when the first footprint was produced. Schauenstein thinks that this is easier to say than to do. It seems difficult, but in reality, when the necessary precautions are taken, the experiment is as easy as it is certain. To find the same base will not be difficult. The same wood with identically the same surface, the same flagging, the same paper, etc. can always be found. Nor is there great difficulty in finding out what coloring matter has been employed. If need be, specialists must be asked what was the coloring substance which has produced the first footprint. All that remains to be done is to determine the quantity of coloring matter used. This can only be done by reproducing a series of footprints. The man who is being experimented upon, as described above, is made to tread upon a plate washed over and impregnated with the coloring matter so that the sole of the foot is completely covered, and then he is made to give impressions of his foot side by side upon the base in question, without again rubbing the foot in the coloring matter, until the prints are almost unrecognizable. The footprint connected with the crime, we shall in future term this the original footprint, is then compared successively with the footprints that have just been produced, and from among them is chosen that which shows just the same amount of coloring matter as the original. This always and easily succeeds, as the author has demonstrated in numerous cases. The coloring matter naturally comes off with a regularity which depends on its own nature and the nature of the ground. And if it comes off in the same way during the experiment, the same thing must have happened when the original was produced. It is therefore necessary to find each time by this easy experiment a footprint resembling the original in the quantity of coloring substance, in the force and the precision of the impression. As regards the resemblance of the shape, that is to say, the question whether the individual suspected is identical with the author of the original, it is the work of comparison to tell us. What we wish to demonstrate now is the necessity of preserving at all cost all traces of footprints of naked feet, whereas those of booted feet may sometimes be reproduced from accurate measurements and description. Further on, we will point out how to preserve footprints. Footprints should be preserved in the same way as blood marks. See Chapter 14. More often than not, they will be found upon planks of wood or stone flags. It is absolutely necessary to remove with chisel and carry away the portion of the plank in question. In certain cases only, where e.g. only portions of quite small size, such as in the impression of a single toe, have been preserved, it will suffice to remove the top layer of wood or detach with the chisel a chip from 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch in thickness, carrying the entire impression. If it is not possible to take the original imprint, a photograph must without fail be taken first, and then a drawing made. For this sometimes, in order to get good results, one must above all things know in what the cement, the binding element of the trace, is soluble, i.e., which of various solvents, water, alcohol, turpentine, or benzene, should be tried on the edge of an unimportant part of the mark. For instance, if it appears that turpentine will be the best solvent, moisten a piece of blotting paper or filter paper, a little larger than the mark, with turpentine. Lay it carefully on the mark and tap it with a brush, of course with the point of the brush, until the blotting paper or filter paper adheres completely to the base. The paper is then again sprinkled with turpentine, tapped again, and allowed to dry. Finally, the paper is slowly raised, and with luck is obtained a complete copy, altogether negative, on the paper. Of course, the experiment often fails, and for that reason a photograph must be taken before the work is commenced. We may here mention the work of Frenchman René Forgeot, who, according to the German Medical Journal, makes a special study of hidden footprints. This is what he states. When a criminal rests his hand upon some upholstery or hangings, or crosses a room barefoot, the perspiration leaves hidden prints which may be recognized with the help of chemical acids. If a piece of paper be touched with a damp hand, the paper leaves no trace of the hand. But if after a more or less lengthy period of time a plate coated with ordinary ink is passed over the sheet in question, not only will the whole hand appear, but all the details of the papillary lines. Thanks to thousands of details of these papillary lines, one is able to recognize the distinctive marks of a single finger. In this way, Forgeot has been able to determine from these impressions the identity of hands. This subject has been treated of at length in Chapter 5. As regards footprints, Fournier is studying the method of fixing impressions of bare feet upon a plank and of fingers upon glass. Up to the present, the best results have been obtained by a solution of 2% of nitrate of silver in the case of bare footprints on wood, and osmic acid or the vapor of hydrofluoric acid in the case of fingerprints on glass. It may be here mentioned that in the anthropometric department in Paris, measurements of women are no longer taken. Fingerprints have been made to replace these measurements. Meanwhile, the distinguished investigator Frederick Paul of Olmütz, whom criminology has to thank for a number of important experiments, has provided us with a list of clearly distinguishable materials which make copies of hands and feet on smooth, flat surfaces. Such materials are namely powdered washing blue, powdered iron, which is to be obtained from every chemist, soot, carmine, cinnabar, all aniline colors, powdered hypermanganate of potassium, protoxide of potash, brimstone of antimony, etc. The tip of the finger, for example, is impressed on a glass disc, which is then strewn with one of the before named powders. This brings out the greasy papillary lines distinctly. The same simple method serves to take a hand or foot impression on a flat surface. It remains to mention a difference which arises between an impression and a print. The former is produced on earth, mud, clay, snow, or other soft mass, and is much more frequent. It is relatively rare that one finds on the ground composed of a substance on which, when walking, the sole sticks and leaves marks upon the ground or anything lying on the ground. These marks may be found when in a murder, etc. Pools of blood are formed upon the ground in which the author of the crime has walked, or when there are on the floor open vessels filled with colored liquids which the criminal fails to see and knocks over in the dark, as sometimes happen in connection with thefts committed in cellars. In looking for and appreciating these two kinds of impressions, the same procedure must be followed, but the method of preservation is different. The mark must be detached from the groundwork, and the piece itself must be taken away. It is difficult to imagine a case in which this will be impossible or particularly difficult. It has already been said that these marks are only found upon planks and flat surfaces, and is easy to carry away the whole or portion of these. It rarely happens that one finds in the open air a footprint as distinguished from an impression on the ground, and even when such does exist, it is by reason of the roughness and the inequity of the ground, which itself will render the footprint absolutely useless. Yet it is not absolutely impossible, seeing that the author of the crime may have touched with his colored foot a stone abnormally flat or clayey ground, particularly level. In such a case, the stone or the clod of earth must be taken up. This operation is not without some difficulty, for the upper surface of a bed of clay, if raised, for example, with a shovel, is apt to crack. The soil may be neither damp nor soft, for then it is an impression and not a mark which one would have. The only thing to be done in such a case is to produce at the spot where the mark is found a firm crust which will not break, and without destroying the mark. This may be done by pouring drop by drop upon the mark and round about it either carpenter's glue, of the consistency used by joiners, or silicate of potassium, that is to say, the soluble glass which may be obtained at nearly every grocer's, and by spreading this with a soft brush or a little piece of cotton wool. See subsection E3 of this chapter. It goes without saying that care must be taken that the colored impression does not dissolve in the glue or the silicate. In such a case, the spreading must be stopped and the filtration of the liquid awaited. When this is done and the upper surface has become hard, one may with a deep thrust of the spade remove as much of the surface as possible and take it away. The piece thus removed may then be scraped with a knife underneath so as to detach the superabundant clay and only preserve the upper crust containing the impression, thus making it easier to carry about. When the upper bed of clay has been hardened with the silicate, care must be taken that the impression does not deteriorate with time. The acid or potash contained in the silicate gives rise to effervescence in the form of very fine white crystals so that the clay seems to be covered with a white jelly. It often happens that the crystals of white soda rise up from parts of the upper bed of clay. These become detached and fall off, thus deteriorating the corresponding portion of the impression. To avoid losing the impression altogether, it must be photographed on returning home so as to preserve it whatever happens. Photography is also a method used on the spot when it is impossible to detach and take away the impression, as for example when it is found upon a rock. Vogt has already made trials with photography, but these trials he himself admits have not been very successful. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Celine. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers and lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Footprints and other impressions continued. C. Origin of the footprints. 1. Speed. Every footprint is an incomprehensible problem to an observer when he does not know the elements which have produced it. Each impression is the result of a movement, so that it is useless to speak of an impression produced in the stationary position, for that position almost always follows or precedes walking or running. It rarely happens that a person arriving on horseback or in a carriage descends or mounts immediately and goes off right away without doing anything else but leave an impression in the stationary position. Even in this case, there would be no real impression of the stationary position, for the raising of the foot to get into the saddle or into the carriage is a movement corresponding to a continuation of walking. There would only be a real impression in the stationary position if a person carried by two men were to be placed perpendicularly on clayey ground and lifted up again. All other ordinary impressions or prints, and therefore nearly every one that exists, originates in a movement of walking, running, or jumping. It is therefore necessary to pay some attention to these different movements. We will take for guide the resume by Dr. Landois in his Physiology of Man. This work, like nearly all those treating on the question, is based upon the labours of the brothers E. and W. Weber, who were the first to describe the mechanism of walking. A. Walking. Let us consider the scheme of two legs, figure 87, in which the thick lines denote the leg with which the walker starts off, and the thin lines the leg which follows the movement. The little circles designate, from top to bottom, the joint of the hip, the knee, the ankle joint, the ball of the big toe. Let us call the leg which moves first A, and that which follows behind B. First position, position of repose. The two legs seen from the side cover one another. The vertical drawn from the center of gravity of the body passes between the 2 feet. Second position. To start the body in the motion of walking, displacement of the position of the center of gravity takes place, and the weight of the body passes to the leg B. This is produced by slightly leaning the body to one side on the leg B. Two results are thus obtained. The leg A, which is to produce the forward movement, becomes free. Moreover, the leg B ought, the moment afterwards, to support the whole weight of the body. The center of gravity must therefore fall no longer between the 2 feet, but at the middle of the sustaining base of the foot B. This done, the weight of the body is thrown into the direction of the walk. The body and the legs are inclined forwards, and the preparations for the first step are complete. For this, there would be no need of a bending of the knee of A if the bone of the leg and the tarsus or ankle bones were at right angles, that is to say, continued to form the same angle as at the moment of repose or stationary moment. But this would have a double disadvantage. On the one hand, the muscles which ought to carry the tarsus in this position would be too strained and become fatigued. On the other hand, the body would lose the support of the leg A, which would greatly complicate the balance. The tarsus of A is therefore utilized as long as possible, and this is done by rising, physiologists term it developing, from the ground. Not all at once, but according to need. That is to say, first the heel, then the anterior portion of the sole of the foot, and finally the toes. But the result is a lengthening of the ankle joint of the foot, i.e., the angle of the bone of the leg and of the tarsus will become obtuse, and therefore larger. Following this, the whole leg, from the hip to the points of the toes, will become sensibly longer. The point of the toe will then, at this movement of A, become an obstacle on the ground, and must, so to speak, remain there. To avoid this obstacle, the lengthening of the leg due to the lengthening of the ankle joint of the foot must be compensated somewhere. This compensation can only take place at the knee, which is obliged to bend. Third position. The leg A is carried forward. The sole of the foot, beginning at the heel, is placed on the ground. The knee bends so as to form, relatively speaking, the most acute angle during the whole of the step. At the same time, the tarsus of B leaves the ground, and the leg B becomes completely stretched. The mechanical scheme shows us that what happens is as follows. When A is carried forward, the upper part of the body must also lean forward, for it would be a mechanical contradiction to incline the mass of the body in any direction other than that in which the movement is going to be accomplished. The weight of the body ought even to favour this forward movement. When the body is inclined forward, and rests in consequence more upon A, the distance between the joint of the hip of A and the place on the ground touched by the tarsus is less than that from the joint of the hip of B to the spot on the ground where the tarsus B rests. But as the two legs are of the same length, and the leg B being stretched out represents in its quality of straight line the shortest distance between the two extreme points, the leg A must make a sort of detour and take up its position by making a broken line, that is to say, by bending the knee. As this bending would become fatiguing to the leg A, the other leg must immediately make compensation. The leg B becomes longer by the raising of the tarsus from the ground, and at the same time the tarsus of A makes its own upward movement and allows A to stretch out. Fourth position. This does not differ essentially from the preceding. The ankle joint of the foot B stretches and the tarsus rises from the ground. To obtain the necessary room for this, the knee of A must be pushed forward and then immediately stretched. Fifth position. The moment now arrives for the leg B to do what the leg A has already done, second position, i.e., it ought to bend the knee, and for the same reason. The leg A now stretches to such an extent that the knee comes more behind than in the preceding position. This is the only backward movement in the whole phenomenon of walking. Sixth position. The two legs are brought together. A leans well forward and is nearly stretched out. B continues its forward movement to the seventh position. In this, A is completely extended, and B makes, at the knee, the acutest angle during the whole step. A is inclined forward, B being stretched to the ground commencing from the knee, and at the eighth position, the third position is again obtained, A becoming B and B becoming A. The movement then recommences. From the preceding analysis, we obtain the following results. A. It is not correct to say, as stated in books, that walking is merely a falling of the body forwards protected from an actual tumble by the successive support of the legs. Even an idiot who followed, to some extent, this system would not walk in such a way as to carry his body forward in order to let it really fall, taking care at the same time to put out his leg to prevent the fall. Every sane person walks by first carrying a leg forward and then leaning the center of gravity of the body upon it, in order to be able to continue in the same manner with the other leg. Our diagram proves clearly that this is so, and every experiment with walking demonstrates the same fact. It suffices to try and lean the body forwards and only afterwards advance the foot, in order to discover that no one walks in this manner, but everyone does exactly the opposite. We first advance the leg and then lean the body. B. It is not correct to say that the leg operates like a pendulum. On the other hand, a complicated mechanical movement brings it to the front. If the step were but the movement of a pendulum, it would be necessary for all the activity of all the hip muscles to be suspended. The leg would, so to speak, have to be paralyzed. It is quite impossible to interrupt the tension of these muscles for long. As the diagram shows, it is necessary for a large number of muscular functions to take place at the same instant in order to bring about the displacement of the center of gravity and the bending of the joints of the knee and the foot. Since so complex a movement is necessary, it would be very difficult to paralyze the leg. There can therefore be no question of a simple pendulum. It is easy to convince oneself of this by two experiments. One is to compare the muscular activity produced at the first step, that is, when departing from the first or stationary position, with the muscular activity which develops during the course of walking. For the first step, it is evidently not a question of oscillation, for it is necessary to raise the leg, which up to this time has remained in a vertical position. No difference is noticed between the two activities. The second experiment is to stand upon the left leg only, holding with the right hand, the arm being horizontal, to a door, etc., and raise the extended right leg backward and forwards as high as possible, paralyzing it as much as we can and abandoning it to the laws of gravity. It will be found that it scarcely departs from the vertical position. Now, if this is so when holding on with the hand, and when the muscles are quite inactive, there is much more reason to think that the same thing will happen when all of the muscles of the leg are in full activity, and this all the more so as, when the leg is advanced, one aims nearly always at some point which one desires to reach, a result which could not be obtained by mere oscillation. This has nothing in common with the swinging of the arms while walking. The arms really do swing, but there is neither muscular tension nor bending movement, and they receive the impulsion which makes them oscillate from the continual displacement of the center of gravity. This mechanism of walking furnishes us with the following results in connection with footprints or impressions. 1. Since at each step the center of gravity first goes over to the leg B upon which the weight is carried, the load must glide from the interior to the exterior edge of the foot. What is shown by very clean footprints is a certain twisting which starts from the inside edge of the foot and goes towards the ball of the little toe and, in consequence of the thrust to detach the foot from the ground, passes suddenly under the big toe. We feel this immediately when walking barefoot, especially when the sole of the bare foot is rubbed with tallow and one then walks on a piece of paper. This twist is, owing to the force of the displacement of the equilibrium and the thrust of the foot, more easily perceived when walking rapidly and when the paces are relatively longer, so that clean footprints alone can permit of any conclusion as to speed being deduced from the fashion of the twist. 2. According to the manner of placing the foot, that is to say the plant of the foot, commencing with the heel, it must be admitted that the back part of the heel gives the strongest impulsion in walking, and ought in consequence to appear much more strongly impressed than the rest of the heel. Hence, nearly all men of normal stature use chiefly the exterior and back part of the underneath part of the heel. Brandt of Lindau has examined and measured a large number of boots, and has found that 98% of all the soldiers examined walk in this way, while only 2% press more on the interior surface of the sole and the heel. This is important, for in a case where the last peculiarity is found, it would be an almost conclusive sign by reason of its rarity. No doubt it must not be forgotten that Monsieur de Brandt has only taken measurements of the boots of soldiers, that is to say, picked men with normal constitutions. 3. As the leg A begins to leave the ground while the leg B leans forward, the weight of the body hangs for a moment upon the ball of the big toe of the leg A, so that the foot digs in, so to speak, at that place. We have then, therefore, in the footprint, two particularly deep spots: the posterior edge of the heel, by reason of the energetic thrust of this edge into the soil, and the ball of the big toe, by reason of the pressure which the body exercises upon it. As there exists for the rest of the sole of the foot no cause for any deeper impression, the imprint ought to be in the form of an arch, with a sort of elbow near the top, as in figure 88, vertical dimensions exaggerated. The consequence is that the foot which has produced a print, for example in clay, would no longer enter after the drying of the clay exactly into the footprint, but on the other hand will remain a little raised up in the front part if the weight be rested on the back portion, and vice versa if the weight be thrown on the front. 4. Since the leg on leaving the ground exercises pressure through the ball of the big toe and that toe itself, this portion of the sole of the foot is that which produces on the ground, and in the footprint, the greatest displacement, so that in every footprint the inside portion of the front part of the foot presents an impression of the whole surface of contact, from the moment when the foot was put down until the moment when it was lifted up. This part of the foot therefore appears larger in the footprint than it really is, and one would be tempted to believe that the whole of the anterior part of the foot should appear larger in the footprint than it is in reality. But it is not so, for at the moment of the displacement in question, the exterior portion of the front of the foot is already on the point of being raised up. In other terms, the exterior edge of the front of the foot does not remain where it is first placed. It glides a little outwardly, and only at that point produces the deepest impression, a circumstance which must not be forgotten when the foot, or the shoe or boot, is compared with the footprint. 5. The foot B, at each pace, at the last moment before leaving the soil, gives a thrust in order to supply the leg with the spring required to carry it forward. This is particularly necessary in quick walking, in order to obtain stronger propulsion, and when the ground is smooth and slippery, in order to prevent sliding back. We find this characteristic among the footprints of people who are tall and strong, or who carry burdens. As regards the former, because they walk more energetically than others and thus give a more energetic thrust, and as regards the latter, because the leg carries a heavier load, and ought in consequence to give a more violent thrust in order to give a better spring forwards. The consequence of this thrust is that the anterior edge of the sole, it is most distinct with booted feet, makes a deeper cut into the ground. If then the ground is firm enough to receive only strong impressions, 2 marks alone in the form of an arch will be distinguished: the posterior edge of the heel, figure 89, and the anterior edge of the sole, the former as a notch or groove, the second by the thrust, so that one can only perceive 2 marks, and the whole footprint must be completed by dots. These marks are very frequent, but often remain unnoticed by people who do not know what to make of them and do not take them to be footprints at all. Doubtless one is not very far advanced when one has only discovered 2 marks of this kind. The more so as one has still to commence to prove that these marks form part of a footprint. But if one succeeds in obtaining these marks, the length of the foot is secured, and one can make certain that the footprint comes from a person who walks quickly or carries a burden. Other circumstances will tell us which of these presumptions is accurate. The mark will come from a tall person if the distance between the 2 marks is considerable, that is to say, if the foot was large, or if the distance from this print to the next one is great, that is to say, if the steps are long and consequently the legs are long. If the foot is long as well as the legs, one can presume with almost perfect certainty that the person was tall. The carrying of a burden may be recognized by a special disposition of the foot. But when one cannot come to the conclusion that the person was tall, or that any burden was carried, one may conclude that he walked fast. No doubt a tall person or a person who carries a burden may walk fast. Therefore, we must always be careful to observe the backward scrape, a peculiarity which is only produced by a person who, walking rapidly, gives with the leg B, or at least with the point of the foot of that leg, a strong thrust in order to obtain the impulse necessary to rapid walking. We can therefore always conclude that a person has walked quickly on finding this backward scrape, however slight the trace may be, and it is especially noticeable when new shoes have been worn, the soles of which are not yet worn down at the edges. 6. Distinctive marks are produced in sand, dirt, and thick mud according to the manner of walking. The heel has, at one and the same time, a movement from above, downwards, and another from back to front, thus pushing before it the yielding soil. The heel also gives way a little at the spot where it was first thrust, that is to say where it first touched the ground, so that the deepest impression of the heel is produced a little in front of the place where it was in reality made. The substance in the cavity thus formed yields, owing to its mobility, but in other directions than that into which it has been pressed by the heel, which, as we have said, gives a push downwards and forwards. This matter therefore is pushed forwards, but at the same moment the pressure of the anterior portion of the foot comes into play. This bears the load of the body, now inclining forward, but does not remain on the unstable foundation where it has first landed. It slips backwards, pushing with the same movement of recoil the displaced matter backwards. A footprint or impression of this kind will thus show 2 deep impressions, of the heel and of the balls of the toes, and matter heaped up between these 2, sand, slime, etc., that pushed forward by the heel, and that pushed backwards by the balls of the toes. The 2 deep impressions will correspond with the real distance between the heel and the ball, but will, owing to the slipping of the heel forwards, and of the ball of the toes backwards, be nearer one another than in reality. That is, the footprint will be sensibly smaller than the foot which has produced it. 7. Tired, aged, infirm, or awkward persons are too feeble or unskilful to bend the leg B sufficiently at the knee, that is to say, to raise it up so that the anterior portion of the foot leaves the ground. If the ground be covered with sand, light snow, etc., the footprint of the leg B, dragged along the ground, will leave upon the snow, sand, etc., a trace more or less broken, on one side the right-hand footprints, and on the other the left-hand footprints. If one of these dragged impressions be found, one may deduce therefrom some of the peculiarities just mentioned. The sand, snow, etc. must not be too deep, for in this case the raising up of the foot to a sufficient height fatigues even robust persons who would also leave dragging impressions behind them. These deductions give us 2 results. They may be formulated in a purely theoretical manner, although they may also be verified practically. It suffices not to lose sight of the scheme of figure 87 and all the conclusions we have been able to draw therefrom. Many other deductions may then be made from the scheme by asking, in no matter what case, if a point still doubtful, can be theoretically deduced therefrom. This will be a method of control for all the observations we think that we have made, so that we will never be in doubt whether we have to deal with law or chance when what we believe we have seen is verified by theory. Another result owing from these conclusions is that the deductions made are only relative. They can never be expressed by pre-cited data and have only comparative value. It is impossible to give measurements or fixed sizes for the numerous factors. The size, the weight, and the other corporeal singularities of the individual walking, his burden, his gait, and the variable nature of the soil differ in every case, and may be combined in so many diverse ways that it is absolutely impossible to give precise indications on this matter. Nothing else then remains to be done than to point out what the investigating officer ought to examine with particular attention. When he has found his bearings, he will easily carry out the necessary verifications. But he ought never to neglect to do so, for he has only this means of discovering errors of observation and the falsity of his conclusions. In the majority of cases, these verifications offer no difficulty, for we have all the material necessary for the purpose: compact soil, and a man able to move. Suppose, for example, that the investigating officer has found, in the muddy soil of the forest, a footprint which he supposes to have been made by a tall man walking quickly. He will find out on the same path a place presenting as far as possible the same conditions as the spot on which he discovered the original footprint. On this spot, he will make a tall person walk rapidly, and submit his footprints to a close scrutiny, and that from 2 points of view. He will try to discover in the experimental footprint the distinctive signs of the original footprint, from which he concluded that it was made by a tall person walking quickly. This established, he will compare in the second place the experimental footprint with the foot of his subject. That is to say, he will take from both accurate measurements for purposes of comparison. These measurements once obtained in one case, he will try a second, third, and fourth experimental step, each time taking the measurements of the foot or of the shoe and of the footprint. In this way, he will obtain absolutely accurate correspondences. For example, length of the shoe and the footprint equal, the extreme breadth of the footprint x millimeters greater than that of the shoe, the impression of the heel y millimeters narrower than the heel itself, etc. Having made a sufficient number of experiments and noted that the resemblances have remained fairly constant, he will be able to conclude boldly that the resemblances between the original footprint and the shoe which has produced it correspond to those which have been found between the experimental footprint and the experimental shoe, and he will be able to pass to the determination of the different measurements of the shoe or foot of the person who has produced the original footprint, taking this latter as the point of departure for his calculations. This is no doubt troublesome work, but it is the only way to furnish accurate indications and obtain really satisfactory results. If one has but one indistinct footprint and no clue therefrom, another must be searched for. Suppose the investigating officer has only one of these quasi-footprints, such as we have mentioned in subsection number 6 above, footprints in sand, composed of 2 depressions and in the middle of a heap of sand. He knows theoretically that the foot which has produced this print is larger than the footprint itself. From the distance between the footprints, he can deduce the length of the legs and, in consequence, the height of the person who has produced the footprint. The investigating officer will also be able, see post, to discover whether the maker of the footprint has run or merely walked, whether his toes turn in or out, whether or not he was carrying a burden. In a word, a sufficient number of points of departure to enable him to go on with his experiments. Following the result of his conclusions, he will select a person to walk under conditions identical with those thus assumed, upon a similar base, modifying the data until the moment where the artificial footprint most resembles the original footprint. He must then proceed with several experiments of verification under the same conditions, and if the results remain constant, he will be able, in spite of the likeness of the footprint, to suppose, for example, that he was a short person, pointing his foot outwards, walking slowly, and without carrying a heavy burden. Notes will naturally be taken with much care and precision of the dimensions of the sole of the foot of the subject experimented with, in order to conclude later as to whether the original footprint can have been produced by a particular foot. It is impossible to say more on this question, but these several indications all have their own importance, and the results obtained will always be worth the trouble expended on experiments of this kind. End of section 26. Recording by Celine. Section 27 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Celine. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Footprints and other impressions continued. B. Running. Running is essentially distinct from walking, in that here we have a movement where the feet are both in the air. Let us represent to ourselves the picture of a man whose speed is continuously accelerating, and we will note that the thrust which he gives with the leg B is more and more violent, see page 508, paragraph 5, and that in consequence, the anterior edge of the sole makes a deeper and deeper cut. The steps always succeed one another more rapidly. The leg B receives, thanks to the stronger impulse, more and more way, and places itself further in advance. That is to say, the steps become longer. The length of the step is limited, partly by the length of the leg, partly by the tension of the muscles, which would become too fatigued if the step had always the longest possible length. Let us consider a person taking long strides, figure 90. We note that the joint of the pelvis, or hip joint A, descends till it reaches a position much lower than in ordinary walking, that is to say, than the point A'. The hip joint, and with it the whole body, will therefore rise up at each step to a height equal to that which separates the point A from the point A'. When this distance is very considerable, that is to say, when the legs are stretched very straight, and the step has an exaggerated length, this rising up of the body becomes in time very fatiguing, and not only is no strength, and therefore speed, gained by making too long strides, but that which is expended in raising up the body is lost. When one feels that the rapidity of the steps cannot be increased with advantage, and that their length will only produce more fatigue, the leg B is placed upon the ground more firmly in order to produce greater rapidity. So much impulse is produced that the body receives a push forward, and the leg A does not fall at the spot where it would have fallen naturally, but comes down at a distance further in front, proportionate to the force of the impulsion. This distance is the gain obtained in running over the most rapid walking. The more violent the impulse, the longer the body rests in the air, and the longer it rests in the air, the further it goes forward according to the laws of motion, and the foot comes to the ground again a proportionate space in advance. But this activity is not uniform, a fact which is of great importance with respect to the origin of footprints. The footprint differs according to the method of running, a fact again explained to us by the mechanism of walking and running. The leg A ought, for the reasons cited above, second position, to bend at the joint of the knee, but ought to stretch again before being placed on the ground. This is necessary, on the one hand better to sustain the body which is leaning forwards, and on the other hand to gain more space, for the more the leg is lengthened at the knee, the further in advance the foot comes to the ground. But this extension of the knee requires precisely the same amount of time which the leg takes to go forwards. To this must be added in running the extra time during which the body, under the influence of the impulsion of the leg B, is being impelled forwards. Then, the more violent the impulsion, the longer the duration of the impulse forwards, and the longer the leg A takes to straighten out and gain space. As regards the tarsus or ankle joint, it is bound to the leg by tendons and muscles in such a way that one maintains the other without constraint, forming a right angle, and, as figure 91 proves, the leg must, when not stretched out, touch the ground at the ball of the big toe, and, when stretched out, at the heel. Therefore, if the thrust is feeble, the carry forward is short, the stride is small, and the foot comes to the ground on the ball of the toes. If the thrust is great, the carry forward is long, the stride is more considerable, and the foot comes to the ground upon the heel. In the former case, that of the gymnastic step, the running is slow, and the footprint shows but a feeble thrust of B, a fairly strong impression of the ball of A, and an impression of a feebler nature of the heel of A. In the second case, the running is rapid, and the footprint reveals a violent thrust of B, a fairly feeble impression of the ball of the toe of A, and a very strong impression of the heel of A. One may then conclude, from the length of the step,
the force of the impression of the anterior edge of the sole, and from the depth of the impression of the ball of the toe compared with the depth of the impression of the heel, that there has been running, and also whether that running has been rapid or slow. It must be admitted that other views have been put forward. Schauenstein, for example, says, "In running, the impression of the heel is deeper than that of the ball of the toe." And Zenker says, "The runner always alights upon the heel." The author believes that the theoretical considerations just discussed, and which every person in running may at any moment verify by practice, show that the statements of Schauenstein and Zenker only apply to rapid running. What has just been said has its practical application, as is proved by what every gymnastic teacher tells his scholars. He gives them the following advice. In long-distance running, place first the ball of the big toe, and in speed running the heel. This is not the way he actually puts it, for in reality he generally says, in a long-distance race, one must run slowly. In a sprint, one must run as quickly as possible. Alighting on the ball of the toe is indeed only the result of the slowness of the running, just as alighting on the heel is the result of the rapidity of the running. But to render the matter more comprehensible, they are in the habit of indicating not the cause, but the effect. To illustrate pictorially, and thereby establish more clearly the theory just advanced, we publish some instantaneous photographs, for which we are obliged to Ottmar Auschutz of Lissa, Posen. The first two positions 1 and 2, figure 92, plate 12, represent two successive movements in the mechanism of the same pace of a person running slowly, that is to say, in a manner which may be sustained for some time. We see that the person in position 1 still remains with the right leg upon the ground, and is bringing about the jumping movement with the help of the forepart of the foot. The left leg is bent and forms an angle. It has time to straighten out forwards before the moment when the right leg will have taken up the position indicated in the second figure. The lengthening of the left leg has continued during this time, so that the forepart of the foot comes first to the ground. The position of the left foot is important in considering the production of the footprint, and proves by this alone that the plant of the foot is quite visible to the observer properly placed. Compare position 4. And, by the stretching of the big toe from the ground, that the pose of the foot in slow running is made by the exterior edge of the forepart of the foot, after which the interior edge of the foot, and finally the heel only comes in contact with the ground. Positions 3 and 4 show corresponding positions for the following step, that is to say, with the legs interchanged. After position 2, the left leg touches the ground, and the right leg carries forward until it obtains the elevated position in 3, after which the extension forwards commences. It terminates when the right leg touches the ground, position 4. The contact is reproduced, as is clearly seen here, first at the exterior side of the eminence of the sole of the foot, for it has already touched the ground when the heel is yet in the air. To better understand the illustration, we may add that the 4 figures are borrowed from a series of 12 views, which go to make up exactly 2 steps. The position 1 corresponds to photograph number 2, the position 2 to photograph number 3, the position 3 to photograph number 8, and the position 4 to photograph number 9. The 4 positions which we have given are the most important for us, for they represent the planting of the right and the left feet in turn. They are, besides, complete in themselves, for position 3 shows the right foot at the moment after position 1 shows the left, and position 4 shows the form of the moment after the latter assumes position 2. It is quite different with a man running as quickly as he possibly can, figure 93, and we see from the left leg, which is still stretched out, what a strong impulsion has been given in order to obtain his stride. He has yet plenty of time, thanks to this vigorous push, to depart from the position represented, and go further forwards and straighten the right leg. But if at the position represented, the heel of the right foot is already visible nearer the ground than the point of the foot, as is shown by the line which has been expressly drawn on the photograph, this difference will become considerably more as the leg straightens out, so that the foot will come down and fall upon the heel. Let us compare this figure of a man running rapidly with that of the slow runner of whom we have spoken above. The difference will immediately strike the eye. The position of the rapid runner nearly corresponds to the position 4 of the other runner. The latter has already sensibly advanced the right leg further than the rapid runner, and already, in spite of that, he touches the ground with the forepart of the foot. The rapid runner is still holding the leg perpendicularly. His foot is yet some distance from the ground, and yet the heel is already nearer it than the forepart of the foot. There therefore remains to him much more time for the stretching out movement, and the heel on which he will ultimately alight will in consequence come nearer to the ground. End of section 27, recording by Celine.
Section 28 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dillon Siedentopf, San Rafael, California. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers. Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Footprints and Other Impressions, continued. 2. The trace itself. The word trace is used to express two distinct notions. Firstly, it means the whole series of continued impressions, or the trail or spoor, and secondly, it means each separate footprint. The first of these meanings is that given to the word by sportsmen who speak of straight, hesitating, dragging, or crossing trails, expressions which naturally indicate connection between the various impressions of the foot. The second notion is usually attached to the word vi-viii, the mark of the foot. In considering the first notion, we arrive at the walking image, and in considering the second at the image of the foot. A. The walking image. We understand by this the whole series of impressions left by a person walking upon soil capable of receiving them. H. Meyer was the first to split up the image of walking into its different lines. If we pick out the lines most important to our subject, we find alpha, the line of direction. That is to say, the line indicating the direction in which the pedestrian is advancing. A to A prime to A prime, A double prime to A double prime, figure 94. Beta, the line of march. That is to say, the line uniting the center of the heels of the various footprints. A person with a normal walk places the feet exactly one before the other, in which case the directing line is identical with the line of march. In figure 94, numeral 1, the line A to A represents both the directing line and the line of march. If the heels of the pedestrian do not touch the directing line, but the right foot remains on the right side and the left foot on the left of it, the line of march is a broken line, B to B in figure 94, numeral 2, and the walk is spread-eagled, loose, and awkward. Since geometrically the line joining two points is greater when it is broken than when it is straight, it follows that the distance to be covered must be greater when the line of march is broken than when it is straight. Moreover, a certain locomotive energy is employed to produce the right and left movements which must be subtracted from the force which produces the forward movement. On the other hand, the surface touched and occupied by the feet in the case of numeral 2 is much greater than in the case of numeral 1. The base on which the pedestrian rests is therefore greater and gives more security, and we ought to conclude that the walk indicated in numeral 2 is that of persons who, for the sake of security, refrain from walking rapidly. This manner of walking is that of sailors, who get it by habit, aged and obese persons, women who are enceinte, and finally all who, owing to some illness or other, cannot easily put one leg before the other, and get out of the difficulty by waddling along, for example, people with hernia, gout, etc. The converse of this picture is produced when the right foot crosses to the left and the left to the right of the directing line. In this case also a broken line is the result, B' to B', figure 94, numeral 3, which differs from the line of march numeral 2 in that in the former each footprint is inside the angle of the broken line and in the latter outside it. This crossed trail is rare and is peculiar to loiterers, phlegmatic, and drunken persons, who sway from side to side when walking. Gamma, the line of the foot. So we term the straight line forming the longitudinal axis of the sole of the foot, with reference to the directing line. Figure 94, C to C, C' to C', C double prime to C double prime. The angle formed by the line of direction and the line of the foot is called the angle of the foot. It expresses what we call walking with the toes of the foot turned in or out. To characterize a person, it is necessary to know if he points his toes inwards or outwards, so that it is important to clear up this question when footprints are discovered. But precise facts concerning the angle of the foot can only be obtained when we have before us a whole series of footprints. In case of need, a few conclusions may be hazarded when we have at least 2 or 3 footprints to work with. We may state as follows about the angle of the foot. We have naturally our feet much turned in, for newborn children have the ankles crossed, so that, if they could stand up upon their legs, the toes of the right foot would incline towards the left, and those of the left foot towards the right. It is remarkable that in many books the same thing is stated to take place with grown-up people who have been suspended by the top part of the body and whose legs have been left swinging freely. It is said that in this position the feet are also crossed, the ankles and not the legs. That is to say, the sole of the right foot rests on the ankle of the left foot, the heels being turned outwards and the toes inwards. The author has made this experiment with several persons, and has had it performed by 2 gymnastics instructors, with nearly 100 of their pupils, who were not told what it was all about. Not one crossed the feet when suspended, for example, from rings which allowed the body to hang freely. They all kept their feet either straight or turned slightly outwards, and, curiously enough, one of the feet was almost always more turned out than the other. It may therefore be said that man, doubtless in consequence of the position of the fetus in the body of the mother, has at first a tendency to cross his feet, which disappears under the influence of normal circumstances, and ought no longer to be considered natural. As regards the position of the feet in after life, it depends upon diverse circumstances. Here natural dispositions must certainly be placed in the forefront. Also the whole structure of the legs, the shape of the joints, and especially the joints of the pelvis, influence the position of the feet. It may be noted as to persons who turn out one foot more than the other, that this is very common with females, and especially with young girls who are not yet entirely developed. They state that they experience difficulty and even pain in the hip joints when they try to turn outwards, to an extent equivalent to the other, the foot which they usually point inwards. The structure of the foot is of the same importance, and we see, for example, persons with flat feet constantly walking with their feet much turned out because the weakness of the tendons renders this position more comfortable than another. It may also be said that habit goes for much in the formation of the angle of the foot. This refers both to voluntary habit, which consists in making every effort to acquire a good style of walking with the feet turned out, as children are always told to do, and also to habit resulting from the force of circumstances. The angle of the foot is none the less of importance in forward walking. The structure of the knee joint and the ankle joint is such that they bend comfortably only in one direction. If these joints bend at the same time, the toes, heel, and knee rest in the same vertical plane, or in other words, if the knee and ankle have been bent naturally, a perpendicular dropped from the knee to the ground will pass through the toes and not to the left or right of them. In walking, a bending of these 2 joints takes place and, in accordance with their structure, the whole body takes a direction perpendicular to the axis of these joints and preserves this direction when in movement. The body will therefore receive at each step an impulsion in the direction indicated by the longitudinal axis of the sole of the foot touching the ground. Thus, if the feet be straight, the movement will be forward. If the feet be turned outwards, the movement will be to the right and left. See figure 95. Now, in walking, the only object is to advance in the direction in which we desire to go. Hence, the propulsion or forward push given by the foot will have its maximum value, i.e., will carry us farthest forward when the feet are straight. In this case, the directions of the advance and the propulsion are identical. But when the feet are turned outwards or inwards, a portion of this propulsive force is wasted in carrying the body to the left or right of the path, while the remainder alone becomes effective in carrying the body forward. The more the foot is turned outwards, that is, the greater the angle between the line of the foot and the line of march, the greater the waste of propulsive force. Stated scientifically, only the component of the force resolved along the line of march is effective. The component at right angles thereto is wasted. One can therefore tell at a distance of a person whose feet cannot be seen whether he or she be walking with the feet straight or turned out. For the bodies of those who walk in the latter fashion make a movement at each step to the right or left in the direction of the longitudinal axis of the sole of the foot. This movement only retards progress, and no one who places the feet straight need make it. One advances less rapidly when turning out the toes. Everyone feels this instinctively. Thus, people who work and have neither time nor energy to waste, who have in fact to get on, put down their feet straight, while a person who has plenty of time before him, who can arrive a little later at his destination, who considers walking to be an exercise for the body and walks for that purpose, and to whom the extra energy expended in going to the right and to the left does not matter, turns his feet outwards. Besides, this style is considered to be the most beautiful. We thus come to an important conclusion. Straight footprints generally belong to members of the working classes, those turned outwards to individuals of a better class. We say generally, for this is only an indication and not an absolute certainty. As regards the normal position, it has been the subject of much discussion. We consider it to be of little interest to investigating officers. On reading, for example, the ingenious deductions of the American B. Whiteman, who tries to prove that the parallel position of the feet is the normal position, one involuntarily begins to ask whether a normal foot be not a foot which we do not use at all. But we are not dealing with infants and paralytics. The foot is there to be used, and according to the use made of it, very variable, normal feet will result. It may in general be laid down that the angle of the foot remains almost constant for the same person, so that we may conclude with fair certainty that a footprint turned outward is that of an individual who habitually walks turning the foot outwards at a corresponding angle. But many circumstances may influence walking. The simple fact of thinking or speaking about it is sufficient to make a person place his foot otherwise than he usually does. To this may be added all manner of exterior influences. The wearer of tight or unaccustomed shoes will not remain faithful to his natural angle, but will put down his foot so to avoid as much as possible the discomfort of the shoe. A man ascending or descending smooth or slippery ground will keep his feet straight even when he is in the habit of turning them outwards, for in this way he is opposed to the direction of slipping and less in danger of falling. People who carry heavy burdens have other motives for walking with straight feet. Every oscillation of the center of gravity must be disagreeable, if not dangerous to them, for, in carrying burdens, the center of gravity is raised and may easily fall outside the polygon of sustentation, carrying the bearer with it in its fall. Moreover, the bearer of a burden is not in a condition to easily correct at will the oscillation produced by the displacement of the leg, for his legs are, by reason of their load, less mobile and less obedient. He will consequently endeavor by all means in his power to avoid this oscillation to left and right, and will not point out his toes. When, therefore, we discover that a trail has suddenly altered as regards the angle of the foot, if there be no other possible explanation, we may presume that a person leaving the footprints was burdened and has laid the burden down. If, for example, the footprints of the thief when he has arrived at the house turn outwards, and when he has gone away are straight, it is very probable that he has carried a heavy burden. If a person's footprints turn inward and then outward, it is because he has laid down his burden or handed it over to someone else, etc. There is yet another reason why people who are enceinte or obese walk with the toes turned out. As has already been said above in speaking of the line of march, Figure 94, numeral 2, these persons have a walk which is spread-eagled, loose, and awkward. In fact, they waddle. They oscillate, with their line of march broken to the right and to the left, and, when they accentuate this movement by turning the toes outwards, there is produced what already existed in the tendency of their walking. Their walking with the toes turned out can only favor their mode of progression. It is very remarkable that everyone, even those who walk with the toes turned outward, places the feet straighter when walking barefoot, running, or walking upon the toes. The first of these peculiarities is difficult to explain. The reason, no doubt, is that the outside edge of the sole of the foot is much less sensitive than the inside edge. In walking with the toes turned out, the interior edge of the foot touches the ground more firmly, whereas, if the feet are kept straight, the walking is effectuated almost entirely upon the outside border. Therefore, when the foot is not protected by a boot or shoe, one instinctively walks upon the least sensitive part. The fact that in running, or walking upon the toes, the feet do not point outwards is no doubt explained by the fact that in this case the heels are more raised and rub against one another, which is avoided by keeping the feet straight and thus the heels more apart. In running, we must also take into account the peculiarity mentioned above, namely that walking with the feet turned out does not favor the forward movement. As in running, quick progression is the aim in view, we instinctively choose that position of the feet most favorable in this respect. Footprints turning inwards betrays crossed or twisted legs. Their origin being abnormal, it follows that they are rare. The body is obliged to follow the sole of the foot, which is placed on the ground, and the result is that the body makes a very pronounced movement to one side, a movement which is both peculiar and characteristic, but difficult to describe. Persons afflicted with scolios, that is to say, who have a deviation of the vertebral column, owing to unequal weighting on the pelvis, should have unequal angles of the foot. But as a general rule, they at length accustom themselves to place the lines of their feet symmetrically, so that inequality in those angles are only found after very accurate measurement. Delta, the length of the step. This is the distance of one footprint from the next, measured from the middle of the heel of the one to the middle of the heel of the other. This distance depends upon the height of the person, the rapidity of the walk, and also upon habit. Doctors Bealey and Critchoff maintain that the force of the big toe also exercises an important influence upon the length of pace, and Vogt makes it depend upon the mobility of the big toe. As a general rule, it may be said that, of two equally agile men, the taller has the longer step, and it may be presumed that, of two parallel trails, the footprint occurring more frequently in the same distance belongs to the shorter person, and that occurring less frequently to the taller person, presuming the two have walked together at the same speed. This supposition is corroborated when the longest interval between the footprints corresponds with the largest feet. It will never, of course, be absolutely certain, since, as has been stated, other circumstances must sometimes be taken into account. Old people, invalids, people afflicted with hernia and other infirmities of the lower part of the stomach, take short steps although of tall stature. Moreover, people who are in the habit of walking with precaution habitually take short steps, for long steps would lead them into uncertainty or, so to speak, the invisible. It is for this reason sportsmen sometimes take short steps, for long ones might easily cause them to walk upon dried leaves or branches, which is often indispensable to avoid. Long steps are met with among soldiers who have been for years in the army, surveyors, and especially railway employees. These latter are often obliged to walk upon the permanent way, and they prefer to walk upon the sleepers, which are not as a rule quite covered with ballast, rather than upon the ballast itself. But as the distance which separates these sleepers everywhere exceeds the length of the ordinary pace, they get into the habit of taking extraordinarily long steps. For a person walking at the same speed, the length of the pace, as a rule, remains the same. If differences exist in normally constituted persons, they are due to outside circumstances. The walker wishes, for example, to avoid a stone or puddle, etc., or perhaps he has looked back while walking and so shortened his step. This may be important in determining whether the person in question has passed the spot only after a shower of rain. The length of pace varies from 50 to 100 centimeters, 20 to 40 inches. The average length may be taken. For the slow walk of people out for a stroll, 70 centimeters, 28 inches. For the average pace of businessmen, 80 centimeters, 32 inches. For an accelerated pace like that of messengers, 90 centimeters, 36 inches. To take longer steps is not economical, and it may be presumed at the outset that a pace of 100 centimeters, 40 inches, is only attained in running. A running pace of 2 meters, 6.5 feet, is rarely met with. In the higher technical schools of Karlsruhe, Baden, and of Hanover, important experiments have been made in later years upon the length of the steps of adults. The following observations have been made. Different persons were set to walk along a road covering distances from 200 to 300 meters, 220 to 230 yards. The shortest pace measured 67 centimeters, say 26 inches. The longest 97 centimeters, 39 inches. A pace of 78 centimeters, 31 inches, was the most frequent. Paces of more than 87 centimeters, 34 inches, and less than 76 centimeters, 30 inches, were rare. The mean of all these observations gave 80 centimeters, 32 inches, as the length of a pace. One may therefore, in measuring a road, calculate the distance with sufficient accuracy by counting the paces. We also know the ground covered by the German infantry at a fixed pace of 80 centimeters, formerly 75 centimeters, by reason of 112 paces, formerly 108, going to the minute. This is approximately 100 yards a minute. The pace diminishes with age. A man of 40 years hardly takes any other pace than that of about 30 inches, while a man of the same height but 30 years of age takes paces of from 32 to 33 inches. If these irregularities in pace are not due to exterior circumstances, as a rule easily discovered, we may conclude that they are due to something abnormal about the person walking. If, for instance, it is found that the length of the pace is unequal, that is to say, that the paces of the right leg followed by the left leg are equal to one another, but smaller than those of the left leg followed by the right leg, which latter are also equal to one another, it may be presumed that the person walking limps, either habitually or by accident due to some wound of the foot. The healthy leg makes the longest pace, and the leg which is feeble, short, or wounded the shortest, for it has to be humored. To know which leg limps, the longest pace has to be sought from the whole system of walking. The footprint in front of this pace comes from the sound foot, the one behind from the bad foot. As a general rule, one will also find in this case a difference between the right and left footprints. If the foot be deformed, a difference in the impression results. If the leg is unhealthy, the impressions of the 2 feet are similar in shape, but they nonetheless differ by reasons of the manner in which they are produced. The anterior portion of the foot or the posterior portion, the inside or the outside, etc., leaves an impression different to that of the other foot. In this case, it is for the medical man to decide, if he can, what has caused the phenomenon. The investigating officer ought to observe and note that the footprints present differences. The cause of the difference it is the business of medical jurisprudence to establish. Yet other differences may be present. As has been said, in lameness the step of the diseased foot is shorter than that of the sound foot, but the distances between the impressions of the right foot on one side and the left foot on the other remain equal. We have also seen above that in bandy-legged and cross-legged persons the line of march is broken, but the joining lines which pass through the center of the right heels and those which pass through the center of the left heels are nonetheless straight. But if the distances between each of the impressions of the right foot and each of the impressions of the left foot are different, and if the lines joining the right heels to those joining the left heels form an irregular zigzag, it is because the central organ of the apparatus of locomotion is defective, and the footprint belongs without doubt to one who suffers from brain or spine disease. He is a paralytic, inebriate, giddy, or badly wounded person. Such footprints, of course, ought to be attentively examined, and it is best either to show them to the medical man in natura or else measure them with the greatest accuracy and remove them. The explanations of the medical man will then be listened to, and in many cases he will even be able to tell under what influence the brain has acted, whether the footprints belong to a chronic invalid, a drunkard, or a wounded person, etc. Epsilon. Other kinds of walking. Besides ordinary walking, we have also special kinds of walking which may in favorable circumstances be easily determined, and which often furnish important information affecting the elucidation of a case. It is, for example, easy to recognize a stoppage, for the hind foot is then drawn forward and forms a second impression beside the other. It may even be guessed approximately whether the stoppage has been short or prolonged, for in the latter case frequent goings and comings and changes of the stationary position will be observed. while in the former case the regular alternations of the steps to the right and the left is interrupted by 2 footprints beside one another, and then the walker starts off again, usually with the foot with which he has taken the last step. It is equally easy to tell if there has been a lateral jump, stepping aside, slow walking, or several steps made running, and numerous other similar variations from ordinary walking. These should never be allowed to pass unperceived, and they must always be carefully noted down, for their importance, which may be considerable, often does not make itself manifest till later. A person may have been forced to walk backwards, or may have done so with the intention of causing confusion. The proof of a fact of this kind has always its own importance, for persons never try to deceive others without serious reasons. If one knows that the walking backwards was done intentionally by the walker, the reason for his doing so must be found, and, this once ascertained, the whole history of the case, the motive for the act, or some other important factor will be laid bare. The footprints will nearly always tell us whether a person has really been walking backwards. In backward walking, the steps are shorter, for our muscles are not accustomed to this kind of locomotion. The directing line is, for the same reason, and also because we do not know where we are going, hesitating and uncertain. The impressions present besides a quite distinctive digging of the toe, when the individual in question is forced to take relatively long paces, for to do so he must commence by planting the point of the sole in the ground and then drawing or pushing the foot. If the investigating officer suspects that an individual walking backwards has produced a suspicious footprint, he should himself do the same thing upon similar ground, taking backward paces of the same length and then comparing the impressions. It is hardly possible to make a mistake. It sometimes happens that simulated or dissimulated footprints are found. These are produced when a criminal attempts to indicate a false direction and the length of the road he has to traverse hardly allows him to walk backwards. When, for example, a case of murder is sought to be passed off as one of suicide, or a case of suicide as one of murder, for example, with persons who have insured their lives. In the first case, there will be noticed the footprints of but one man, while in the latter there will appear the footprints of several, although in reality the facts are quite the contrary. This is done by tying to the feet shoes placed the wrong way round, but an attentive examination nearly always permits the discovery of this. The author of the crime always commits in such a case the fault of choosing soil upon which the footprints may be cleanly impressed and have a good appearance, so that they will not fail to attract the attention and induce the desired interpretation. But when the footprints are clean, they are easy to study, and one soon discovers that they are unnatural and have not the same appearance as other footprints. It is difficult to explain, but one will immediately recognize from an examination of the footprints that the weight producing it has had something abnormal about it. Here again experiment will clear up everything. The investigating officer will make trial alongside the suspicious footprints with shoes of the same size, but worn naturally, and he will immediately notice the difference between the true and the false. Moreover, in all cases of this kind, if the operation has not been performed with care, the impression of the strap used to tie the shoe on backwards, and which passes, as a rule, round the foot a little in front of the heel, will be discovered. The criminal may also have intended to cast suspicion upon another person, especially if he foresees in advance that suspicion will fall upon himself. In this case also he produces clear footprints which, so to speak, leap to the eyes, either by wearing shoes which differ essentially from his own and which he subsequently destroys, or by tying to his feet the shoes of another person. The former system is employed by those who have small feet and wish to produce large footprints, the latter by those who have large feet and wish to produce small footprints. A tall man who fastens to his feet the shoes of a woman may very well cause it to be believed that the criminal is a woman, and, per contra, a woman who puts on the large shoes of a man, that it was a man who committed the crime. One may often in this way, and it has been proved by numerous experiments, produce footprints which deceive perfectly. The discovery of such trickery is difficult but not impossible. An excellent method will be to compare the size of the impression with that of the step. The criminal, who is generally in an agitated state of mind, easily forgets that as a general rule big feet have long legs and in consequence make long paces, whereas little dainty feet make short paces. If this false proportion be discovered, suspicion will take shape and the investigation be continued in this direction. If the suspicion be well founded, some irregularity will soon come to light. The line of march becomes unsteady. The step seems hesitating and uncertain and, when the shoes are too big, dragging and heavy, and this is clearly seen from the impressions. When a little shoe has been arranged under a large one, not only the impression of the strap which fixes it may be perceived, but often also, and especially when the subsoil is deep, mud, snow, etc., that of certain parts of the large foot overlapping the small shoe. However difficult it may be to establish this proof, it is worth the trouble of the attempt. Indeed, by procuring conclusive proof of the falsification of footprints, the criminal is more or less surely designated. And on the other hand, the innocence of individuals suspected owing to the false impression is not slow to see the light of day. Footprints fabricated in this way are not only met with in novels. End of section 28. Recording by Dillon Siedentopf, San Rafael, California. Section 29 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dillon Siedentopf, San Rafael, California. Criminal Investigation, A Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Footprints and other impressions continued. B. The image of the foot. In accurately representing the manner in which a footprint is produced, the procedure above described must be followed. That is to say, we must color the sole of our own bare foot by placing it on a mixture of some coloring matter, water, and gum arabic, and then walk upon paper stretched on the ground. Careful examination of footprints produced in this way will inform us not only about the real image of the bare foot, but also about the impression and the mark of the foot, bare or booted. If, after having once colored the sole of the foot, the operator walks several times upon the paper so that, for example, 3 images of the foot having different intensities of color may be compared, he will notice at once that each particular impression presents in itself an infinity of tints, although the sole of the foot has been covered all over with a uniform coating of color. The reason is that, on the one hand, the sole of the foot is not a united and flat surface, but on the contrary is unequally modeled, and in the second place, the pressure exerted by the body upon that surface is very unequal and shifts upon the surface weighted during the movement of the body. If now we consider the manner in which the coloring matter behaves during walking, that is, the coloring matter pressed between the paper and the sole of the foot, it will be seen that the damp and slippery matter has yielded at those places where it has been most pressed. In other words, that the sole of the foot at the place where it is most weighted comes onto the paper and drives back the coloring matter. It is then those places where the coloring matter is thus most compressed that will be the clearest, and the lighter the weight exerted on a part of the sole, the deeper will be the image produced at that place. Let us consider now the images of one and the same foot, once colored and impressed 3 times while walking. We at once note that less and less coloring matter remains for use, and that, as has been stated, each isolated impression shows a different coloration owing to the difference in pressure. One cannot well see on a single impression where and how the pressure is exercised. The whole 3 must be examined. We will consider them successively. See Figure 96, numeral 1, numeral 2, numeral 3. Impression numeral 1. The lightest place, and in consequence the most heavily weighted, is that situated between the 2 eminences of the big and the little toes, underneath the 3 other toes. The next lightest place is near the heel, towards the outside edge of the sole of the foot. It is, like the first, clearly circumscribed, and at its inside border, exactly below the prolongation of the thigh bone, perpendicular to the foot, there is a particularly clear place. The body then principally rests upon these two spots, between the 3 middle toes and in front of the edge of the heel. The next lightest places are the inside border of the big toe, continuing towards the inside border of its eminence, then the outside border of the eminence of the big toe, and the middles of the toes themselves, in particular of the big and the little toe. One or more of these places thus serve to form an auxiliary or third support for the body, which would not find a stable base on the 2 most important points just mentioned. Everyone is not in agreement about this. It is generally admitted that the body rests upon 3 points of support: the heel, the eminence of the big toe, and that of the little toe. Hurdle, Baldwin, and Henley say, "The sole of the foot rests behind on the edge of the bone of the heel, and in front on the anterior articulations of the metatarsal bones, particularly the big toe and the little toe, especially the former, thanks to the sesamoidal bone." H. de Meyer, Simonowski, and Hutter indicate as the point of support of the curve of the foot: 1. The posterior edge of the bone of the heel; 2. The exterior edge of the foot near the metatarsal bone; 3. The head of the first metatarsal bone. We believe that the illustrations speak for themselves. Impression numeral 2. The principal mass of the color remains upon impression numeral 1. What was superfluous has gone, and we now obtain a good result from which it may be clearly seen what parts of the sole of the foot chiefly bear the weight of the body. We distinguish on this impression. The effect cannot be seen so distinctly upon our reduced reproduction as upon the original impression. 2 kinds of coloring, perfectly separate and distinct. The one, dark and regular as if made with a small paintbrush. The other having lines more finely and more irregularly drawn, exactly as if one had taken some printer's ink or other thick coloring matter upon the point of the finger and then pressed it firmly down. In fact, it is a footprint in the same sense as a fingerprint. The former places are those more feebly charged, the latter more strongly, for the latter imprint is produced when the foot is taken away after strong pressure. The places most charged, mentioned in numeral 1, have hardly any more coloring matter left, and the paper presents almost its natural appearance. Among the parts feebly charged there are the exterior edge of the big toe, the entire edge of the other toes, as far as the place where, by virtue of the convex shape of the toes, a lesser charge commences. Next, a clearly delimited line, running obliquely under the toes, as far as the place most charged referred to above, then the whole of the interior edge of the sole of the foot as far as the heel, and the furthest back portion of the posterior part of the heel. At the same time, we see from the manner in which the coloring matter has yielded and the formation of the little so-called veins, that the general direction of the pressure has been from the exterior towards the interior, then from the heel forwards, and from the front portion backwards onto the ball of the big toe. That is to say, the foot has been placed down, commencing with the heel, and has pushed forward the coloring matter situated at the back. The exterior edge of the sole of the foot has touched the ground almost at the same time and has chased the coloring matter inwards, while the ball of the big toe, on leaving the ground, has repulsed backwards the coloring matter beneath it. Impression numeral 3. The last of these 3 impressions only points out more distinctly what is already noticeable in impression numeral 2. It is easily seen what a heavy weight rests on the part situated toward the forepart of the heel and the ball of the big toe, since the paper remains almost as free from color as the interior edge of the big toe. Here the coloring substance has already been driven away. The direction in which it has been pushed back is clearly indicated by the projecting veins, and it is at length possible to understand the effect of this species of bridge between the heavily weighted place in front of one side of the ball and the neighboring part of the toes on the other side, since the little veins are beginning to show. This bridge serves to join together the place heavily weighted and the toes. Since it is not heavily weighted, it allows the foot to pass at each propulsion from the ball onto the toes without propelling the whole weight forwards. The lessons to be drawn from these deductions are self-evident. It is only when one understands how a footprint is produced, that is to say, the mechanical procedure, visible at each step under normal conditions, that one can understand and utilize different footprints or series of footprints produced under either normal or abnormal conditions, without being obliged to designate at every moment a footprint as being quite enigmatical and non-utilizable. It is naturally impossible for us to discover every imaginable case. Suffice it to say that when one is acquainted with the process of walking, one also knows if there has been an obstacle, and if so, the nature of that obstacle in the crystallization, if we may be permitted to use the expression, of the footprint. If the line of walk has undergone an intentional or unintentional deviation, if slips should be attributed to the nature of the ground or a jump which has been misjudged, whether a burden has been carried or whether dissimulation has been practiced, and slowness or sudden rapidity produced, etc. The question of the method of production is of particular importance when we have to deal with an impression so defective that we cannot tell whether it is merely a feature of the ground or a footprint. In this examination, the order in which the different parts of the sole of the foot touch the ground, and which is the portion most heavily and the portion most lightly weighted, should never be lost sight of. In this way, the smallest inequalities in the ground and the faintest impressions will be dealt with, and it will be easy to establish whether one is in the presence of a partial impression of a foot or only of an accidental inequality in the ground. It will even be possible in many cases to reconstitute an entire footprint from one of these faint inequalities. This is especially important when a series of impressions passes along favorable ground, then onto a soil so hard or so soft that one no longer perceives more than small parts of the impression, and when it is necessary to continue to follow defective traces such as these until they again become more distinct. It is always indispensable in such a case to pay attention to the mode of production of the impressions, for upon that all our work hangs. End of section 29. Recording by Dillon Siedentopf, San Rafael, California. Section 30 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dillon Siedentopf, San Rafael, California. Criminal Investigation, A Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Footprints and Other Impressions, continued. D. Measurements to be taken. We would first call attention to certain details connected with the manner in which footprints should be measured and compared. Much prudence must here be exercised and nothing undertaken which shows no chance of success. On the one hand, the foot itself varies considerably. For example, it is much smaller in cold weather or after a long rest than during hot weather or after a long march. On the other hand, it is difficult to measure, inasmuch as it is not a regular body and must be measured differently according to the parts dealt with. Zenker says that the foot in repose differs 0.5 centimeter and upwards from the foot in activity, owing to the weight upon it. This may very well be, in theory, but the author has found it impossible of verification. An ordinary shoemaker's measure is evidently of little value here, since absolute accuracy is necessary, and 5 mil is a very little thing, hardly the thickness of a medium-sized goose quill, and as the dimensions of the foot can only be measured by dropping perpendiculars. If this latter operation is not absolutely exact, if the square employed presses on the foot more or less strongly, or if it accidentally touches a fresh spot, a difference of more than 0.5 centimeter may result. It is the same with the comparison of footprints in the walking and stationary position. It is frequently stated, as by Beely and Critchoff, that a footprint produced in walking is smaller than one produced when the foot is simply placed upon paper. The author has never been able to verify this in spite of numerous experiments. On the contrary, the footprints produced in walking often appear much larger than those produced in the stationary position. The quantity of coloring matter, the nature of the ground and its surface, united or unequal as it may be, the manner of posing the foot, etc., are all different factors, and it is in them that the causes of the more or less considerable differences in the dimensions of a footprint are to be found. Now, everything that applies to the foot in general also applies to its various parts, especially the toes. Messon says, for example, that the impression of the 4 little toes of the foot in the stationary position is round, in walking slightly oblong, that the impression of the big toe in the stationary position is like that shown in figure 97, numeral 1, and in walking like that shown in figure 97, numeral 2. All this is certainly inaccurate. We do not doubt that Messon really saw what he tells us, but if he had repeated the experiment 20 times, employing each time more or less color on different surfaces and with different individuals, he would have seen that the impressions of the toes of the foot are often round in walking and somewhat oblong in the stationary position, and that the shapes numeral 1 and numeral 2 of the big toe are to be found indifferently in the stationary position and in walking. The impression of the big toe depends upon its shape, for the weight varies precisely with that shape. The shape called antique, where the big toe is shorter than the second toe, is often met with, not only in statues but in children and persons who go barefoot. But this is not a rule, and one often sees persons who go barefoot having the big toe longer than the second. On the other hand, we meet other persons who never go barefoot, whose big toe is quite classical in shape. This may be observed especially among women, wearing very tight shoes which yet give easily and are quite supple. The same may be said of the direction of the big toe. Its longitudinal axis should correspond with the longitudinal axis of the sole of the foot. It generally, however, forms an obtuse angle with the exterior edge of the foot, so that the big toe seems pressed against the other toes. Badly fitting footwear is generally the cause, yet this formation is also to be found among persons who walk barefoot in soft ground. It must not be forgotten, moreover, that people who go barefoot in summer often wear during the rest of the year boots which do not fit them and injure the feet. In comparing the impressions with one another, it is important to place the foot or boot in question, anointed with a quantity of the coloring matter approximately equal to that of the original, upon the same surface as the latter, and then to draw one's conclusions from the impressions as a whole, in general and in particular, and to measure only where perfectly certain and sure starting points are to be found. It is the same with the impressions of booted feet. We have already seen, figure 88, that in certain cases the curve of the sole in the impression is quite different from what it is in the boot itself. Other important modifications are also to be met with when the foot has slipped backwards or forwards or to the right or to the left, thus producing unfortunate disfigurations. Often it is easy to perceive slipping, but sometimes the reverse is the case. It may happen that the foot has slipped not only backwards or forwards, but also to the side. Unfortunately, one of the two surfaces of slipping may not be distinct and may pass unperceived and thus easily conduce to error. Suppose, for example, the forward slipping to be very visible and the slipping to the left side to be indistinct. The longitudinal axis need not be measured, as it would give no guarantee, and it would be a mistake to measure minutely the dimensions of breadth and consider them as accurate, for they would, of necessity, also lead to erroneous conclusions. One cannot then examine with too much attention the question of whether slipping has or has not taken place, and when the nature of the ground causes us to admit the possibility of the former alternative, it must never be lost to view. If in the case of bare feet it is the whole impression, or as we have called it the physiognomy, which ought to be chiefly regarded, with booted feet it is the details which are important. The nails, the edges, patches, etc. These must always be observed with the greatest accuracy. Not only their number and shape must be accurately determined, but also the distances between them must be indicated with care, for these distances do not vary even in the case of slipping. The nails and the soles may in cases of this kind lead not only to valuable conclusions but also to the most fatal errors, when their number is not the same in the impression and the original. It may happen, for example, that one of the nails of the shoe has come against an almost invisible stone or other resisting object on the ground and cannot therefore leave any mark in the impression. In this case, it would be a false conclusion to presume that at the moment when the impression was produced, a nail was missing at the part of the sole in question. Moreover, a nail may have been lost or replaced after the production of the impression, so that in the former case we would find in the sole a nail less, in the latter a nail more. The same applies to patches which have been added or lost. In a word, there are an enormous number of important points which may arise in the future and which require those minute examinations to be carried out at the time. It is often difficult to establish whether a nail is new or not. In many cases, the microscopist will aid the investigating officer by examining the head of the nail in comparison with other nails to find out its stage of use, its point, the amount of rust, etc. In urgent cases, the investigating officer should never neglect at least to examine for himself with the magnifying glass the heads of the nails and take the advice of an intelligent shoemaker. There remains yet to speak of the manner of taking measurements when one wishes to compare the original impressions with that of a suspected individual. Messon suggests the mode indicated in Figure 98. The tracing of the lines of this figure is not complicated. A to B denotes the total length of the foot, C to D its greatest breadth measured perpendicularly to A to B, C to E the depth of the bend of the sole, the angle C to F to J the slant of the toes. However good this process may appear in theory, it is only of practical value when we have an intact original impression and when, in producing the artificial impression, exactly as much coloring matter is employed as has been in the original. If the original is not preserved absolutely intact, it may frequently happen that one can only trace one or other, or even neither of the lines A to B or C to D. The length of the line C to E depends not only upon the curve of the foot but also upon the quantity of the coloring matter. The author has made numerous experiments in this regard and believes that the simplest and the best method is to trace upon each of the impressions to be compared two lines perpendicular to one another, the lines which will constitute the starting points of all measurements. Suppose an original but incomplete footprint is to be compared with that of a suspected individual. They would first be both accurately drawn by tracing them on tracing paper, in order not to damage the originals. We will then look on the incomplete original footprint for 2 points as far from one another as possible, but which have been clearly determined upon the artificial footprint. For example, in Figure 99, the interior edge of the heel at the place where the curve is most pronounced. We thus obtain the lines A to B and A' to B'. We then look for a second point from which a perpendicular is dropped upon A to B. This point is chosen so that the second perpendicular should, as far as possible, extend into the footprint. Here, for example, the exterior edge of the little toe, C to D, C' to D'. We thus have 2 coordinate lines whose intersection gives us the point O, from which every measurement and comparison may be made. We now measure and compare all the points to be found upon the 2 coordinates, O to E, O' to E', O to F, O' to F', O to G, O' to G'. To fix the position of any other point, it suffices to measure 2 lines, one, the perpendicular from the point in question to the line A to B or C to D, the other, the distance from the point of intersection thus obtained to the point O, i.e., the abscissa between the foot of the perpendicular and the origin. It follows, a perpendicular dropped from the exterior edge of the impression of the second toe upon C to D will reach C to D at I. Let us call the point on the second toe H. We are able to compare O to I with O' to I', and I to H with I' to H'. Or inversely, if a length or abscissa of 3 cm is drawn from O and O' in the direction of D and D', and a perpendicular raised from this latter point, the distance I to H will be the same as the distance I' to H', 5 cm. The latter or inverse process is followed when we wish to compare curved lines with one another. We measure starting from O and O', 2 lengths of 5 cm in the direction B and B', and designate the points thus obtained by L, N, L', N'. From these points, perpendiculars are raised upon A to B and A' to B', and lines L to M, L' to M', and N to P, N' to P' measured. If these lines are equal to one another, it can be certain that the deviation of the interior edge of the sole is the same in both footprints. This procedure is continued until all important points are measured. The more there are, the better. The method seems more difficult to the reader than it really is in practice. It suffices to try it once to recognize its simplicity. This method will only exceptionally be employed for footprints, for example, when the impression is not deep and its curves do not prevent the tracing of straight lines. It goes without saying that the auxiliary lines will not be traced upon the footprint itself, but upon the plaster cast, upon which it is easy to draw, and which at the same time is a material object, like a foot or shoe. If the impression of a booted foot is in question, the reproduction on the tracing paper will be directly compared with the boot or shoe of the individual suspected. But if it is a bare foot, one will not naturally compare the reproduction on tracing paper of the original footprint with the bare foot of the individual, who would not be able to keep it sufficiently still and from which it would be impossible to draw any conclusion. In this case, the individual should be made to walk upon substance analogous to that upon which the original impression has been made, that is to say, a new footprint for verification will be obtained, of which a reproduction will be immediately taken on tracing paper. The two reproductions on tracing paper may then be compared. As a rule, there will be no need, when dealing with booted feet, to draw auxiliary lines, for more marked peculiarities will be here met with than the mere vague curves of a bare foot. With a pair of compasses or a measure, the distances between the nails should be taken, also the distance from the outside corner of the front part of the sole to the front corner of the inside of the heel, or the length of the right side of the heel, etc., and the measurements found should then be compared. The original impression and the object of comparison may present small differences in measurements which will not invalidate our conclusions, but, beyond that, it must not be forgotten that certain phenomena of drying and other modifications of shape take place, occasionally producing surprising differences. It is thus, for example, that an impression made from potter's clay may contract as much as 4/5 of an inch when the clay becomes dry and the particular nature of the soil allows of its drawing together, there being no obstacle on the surface. This is not very common, for the clay, adhering to the base on which it rests, cannot shrink throughout its whole extent and is obliged to split. The total width of the parallel splits indicates how much the clay has contracted in drying. The consequence of this shrinking is naturally that one has to deal with dimensions which are quite untrustworthy. The distance between the various nails may be regular in natura, for example 1 centimeter. In drying, the clay undergoes in its various molecules a stronger and stronger tension until it breaks at the place which offers the least resistance. After this, it contracts more and more on each side of the split, the breadth of which increases with the drying. The latter process finished, the distance between the various nails, which at first was 10 millimeters, will have been reduced to about 8 millimeters. But if a split 5 millimeters broad passes between two nails, the distance separating them will not fall from 10 millimeters to 8 millimeters, but will increase to 13 millimeters. This phenomenon sometimes affects proportions more than one would believe possible, especially when dealing with badly impressed footprints, and also where the clay happens to split across the nail. Thus, if the split crosses the heel in the direction of its length, 2 nails more will be found than appear upon the original. It would be a mistake to suppose that the phenomena of drying always takes place in a uniform manner and that, for example, the percentage will be the same at the toe as at the heel. Several factors must here be taken into account: the thickness of the bed of clay, the admixture of stones, grass, straw, pieces of wood, etc. Also, one portion of the footprint may remain fresher than the other owing to trickling water, and inversely one part may be more shaded than the other during the heat of the day. The most remarkable phenomena of drying take place when the ground on which the footprint is impressed has been successively dry and damp. We do not, of course, allude here to rain, which would destroy the footprint altogether, but to humidity coming from the air, fog, etc. Especially during the fine days at the end of autumn, in the night and in the morning, heavy mists occur which moisten and extend the footprint. During the day, a summer-like heat prevails, under the action of which the footprint dries up and shrinks. Let these changes of temperature continue for several days, and very unequal contractions result, so that one cannot be too prudent in taking the measurements of the footprint. In such cases, it is absolutely necessary to question specialists, such as a doctor who makes a hobby of physics, or else a professor of physics himself, and not to forget, if he is unable to observe the object for himself, to give him the most circumstantial details upon the whole matter. Among those things to be noted will be the nature of the soil, the conditions of dew and shade, the time which has probably elapsed between the discovery of the footprint and the moment it was made, the temperature and the weather during that interval, all other influences to which it has been submitted, the method of reproduction, etc. When a specialist possesses all these data, he will be able to say with what force the drying has acted, whether its action has been strongest or feeblest, and what influence the cracks have had, etc. In a word, he will be able to reconstitute the footprint as it ought to appear without the effects of the drying action. Similar modifications will be found in dealing with snow when the upper surface has been successively thawed and refrozen. Snow footprints have often remarkable appearances. When they have been produced under a moderate degree of cold, the snow is pressed under the sole and especially under the heel, so that at the first drop in temperature that follows it freezes and becomes ice. If the snow then melts, these morsels of ice disappear less quickly, and we find small pieces of ice bearing the shape of the parts of the sole and heel, which remain until long after the rest of the snow has disappeared. But not only the impression itself may vary, that which has produced it may also become larger or smaller. A foot in repose is, as has already been stated, shorter than a foot warmed by walking and swollen by the heat and the blood, the latter having a downward tendency. A dry sole is shorter than a damp one, be the humidity due to a wet road or, in fine weather, to perspiration from the foot. The advice of a specialist will here also be very important. In India, specialists of this description are no doubt few and far between, but we trust that, where one cannot be found, what has been stated will show the investigating officer how careful he must be in drawing inferences from footprints, and not without very good reason come to the conclusion that any particular footprint is that of a particular person. Not so very long ago, in the Visakhapatnam district, one of the proofs brought forward against an alleged murderer was a footprint found on the scene of the crime, which was alleged to belong to the murderer. The investigating officer, on being asked how he came to this conclusion, stated that he had taken the accused to the spot and made him place his foot in the footprint and that it fitted exactly. End of section 30. Recording by Dillon Siedentopf, San Rafael, California. Section 31 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dillon Siedentopf, San Rafael, California. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Footprints and Other Impressions continued. E. Reproduction of footprints. 1. General. We trust it is unnecessary at this stage to repeat that all important impressions must be reproduced. One can hardly imagine an investigating officer so indifferent or so inexperienced as to experiment with the original footprint itself. It is, however, a fact that, in India at least, such persons exist, so that we cannot too strongly point out the danger of damaging an impression. Such damage may render it useless for the future, or a deterioration may be produced leading to the loss of one of the most important proofs in a criminal inquiry. To do so voluntarily would be unpardonable, and it rarely happens that the decision which has to be made by the investigating officer is so pressing as to compel him to handle the footprint itself, before being able to reproduce it. If speed is so necessary, such a rapid examination must be made as will in no way cause damage to the footprint. For example, the nails will be counted, distances measured with the compasses, etc. Moreover, the footprints which seem important should be covered with a large box and guarded by a trustworthy man. And here we may say that a trustworthy man does not solely mean a man who cannot be bribed. He is a man who will carry out his orders, and will not allow himself to be wheedled by a newspaper reporter, an inquisitive sahib, or a pompous zamindar into removing the cover and submitting his treasure to the intentions of an eager crowd. The investigating officer will then attend to the rest of his investigation and can return to the reproduction of the footprint when he has time. If a comparison is to be made, on no account try to fit the foot of the suspected individual into the footprint so as to destroy it entirely, as was done by our friend mentioned above. In such a case, the suspected individual may be made to give an impression of his foot beside the original impression for convenience of comparison, although, with any acuteness, the suspect can produce almost any impression he likes. But even in making the reproduction, we must not act without precaution. We must always remember, especially when we have but a single footprint at our disposition, that, in spite of great skill and much care, an accident may always happen to destroy the whole impression. The investigating officer will then have nothing at all, neither footprint nor reproduction, and it goes without saying that at no price must the risk of such an eventuality be run. He will therefore do at first everything possible to obtain a representation of the footprint before touching it. That is to say, it will be described, drawn, exactly measured, and the measurements noted down. After having carefully done this and having avoided touching or deteriorating the impression, he may think about preserving it for subsequent comparison. How to do so is far from an easy question. 2. Various methods. The most radical method is certainly to carry away the original impression. Houdin advises doing this by placing round the footprint an iron coffin as large and as deep as is possible. But where should we find it? Embedded deeply in the ground. The soil is then dug all round the coffin with a spade, so that the footprint enclosed in the coffin rests upon a little mound isolated from the rest of the neighboring ground. The mound is then dug away to as deep a depth as possible underneath the footprint. The latter may thus with precaution be raised up, placed in a box, and carried away. Houdin himself says that his procedure is certain but complicated. Schonstein replies, and rightly, that it is not so complicated but that the impression thus obtained has no great value, as desiccation modifies its dimensions and shape, and also it is liable to crack and split, etc. For ourselves, we believe that this method is good for nothing, for the footprint suffers too much during the transportation to which it is in most cases exposed. If the ground where it happens to be is dry, Houdin's process is not practicable at all, for the whole thing breaks up into little pieces. If, on the contrary, the ground be damp, the transportation is no longer possible. On one occasion the author, after a case of train wrecking, discovered a footprint belonging without doubt to the author of the crime, and planted by him at the moment when he jumped over the railway fence. It had been drawn, described, measured, reproduced in plaster, and, as the case was an important one and the operation was easy, the author resolved to remove the footprint by following Houdin's method. The piece of ground was placed in its box upon a railway trolley. It seemed that these conditions of transport were the most favorable possible, for the trolley could be moved carefully, and a thick bed of straw had been placed under the box. In spite of all precautions, the piece of soil with the footprint arrived in such a state that it was difficult to recognize the place where the footprint had been. The joltings and shakings of the relatively short journey, the distance lay between two succeeding railway stations, had been sufficient to level the mass of earth in an absolutely regular manner. In a carriage on an ordinary road, the same result would have been produced much more rapidly, so that this process can only be recommended in cases in which the footprint ought to be preserved at the locality itself. We might in certain circumstances utilize it by employing one of the methods of fixture to be discussed later. Another process, also recommended by Houdin, is to obtain a reproduction with the aid of a mixture of equal parts plaster, cement, and sand. This mixture is spread upon the footprint, covering it to the height of about an inch and surrounding it for about 3 fingers' breadth. A damp cloth is then spread over the whole and watered with a watering can until the mass is thoroughly wet. The reproductions thus obtained have a certain solidity, but they are nonetheless always so friable that pieces may be detached with the finger even after several days. This process has, besides, numerous inconveniences. The watering, for example, produces an inundation most disadvantageous as regards neighboring footprints. It is difficult, besides, to know if and when the mixture is damp enough. Again, if the footprint is upon damp ground, not yet dry at the moment of operation, the composition never becomes dry, which is, of course, very inconvenient in many cases. Gillman indicates a process which would seem to offer great advantages. He suggests the placing on the footprint of a grill, whereon a sheet of tin is placed, a little larger in size than the footprint. Upon this, live coals are deposited, so as to heat the entire impression. The grill, tin, and coals are then lifted up, and as much finely pulverized stearic acid is spread upon the footprint as the heated soil upon which the impression lies can absorb. As soon as the surrounding substance cools, the stearic acid solidifies, and it is then only a question of skill in separating this crust of stearine from the surrounding substance. When the operation succeeds, a neat and clear shape is obtained, having the advantage of representing the footprint itself and not a mold of it. The disadvantages of this method are, first, the difficulty of procuring the necessary materials, and secondly, the excessive care with which the stearic acid must be introduced and the print lifted up. Stearic acid can be procured in some places, since it will suffice if need be to reduce to powder a stearine wax taper, but it is impossible to obtain fine enough wax by purely mechanical methods. The pulverization has to be made by a process of dissolution and precipitation, by placing the powdered taper in alcohol, and when dissolution has taken place, adding cold water thereto until the stearine swims on the surface in extremely fine flakes. The liquid is then poured off and the stearine powder dried upon blotting paper. Theoretically, a fine substance is thus obtained, but in reality the whole condenses while drying so that we only obtain a crusty substance, no finer than the stearine scraped with a knife. It is difficult to prepare on the spot, and to carry it with one is almost as embarrassing. Finally, we must not forget that a footprint in earth or clay considerably changes in shape and in an irregular manner owing to the suddenness of the desiccation by heat, so that the stearine impression obtained will no longer claim any degree of precision. There is one case where this process may be recommended as being the only practicable, and that is when the footprint has been produced in sand, dust, or the like. In this case, the heat does not alter the dimensions of the footprint. The powdered stearine may be spread without disarranging the grains of sand, and, when the stearine is allowed to cool, it is easy to detach the shape produced from the sand. The author is inclined to follow the advice of Sonnenschein, who recommends not to commence by heating the footprint and then spreading the stearine powder thereon, but on the contrary to follow the inverse process. A large quantity of stearine powder is spread upon the footprints by scraping above it a stearine taper with a knife. A hot iron is then held over the footprint until the stearine is melted and has penetrated into the sand. At the places where the quantity of stearine was insufficient, a little more is scraped and the heating continued. The footprint may then, after solidification, be easy to lift up without any damage. Any operation on sand with cement is naturally impossible, for it would completely destroy the impression, sand having no consistency. The stearine method is therefore the only practicable. Jams has modified Hugolin's method by employing the stearine acid only at the fixing of the footprint. He follows Hugolin's process exactly, but he fills the stearine crust with plaster of Paris before lifting it up. This method has the same inconveniences as the preceding. There is still the difficulty of procuring the necessary materials, counterbalanced only by a somewhat less fragility in the product obtained. Hugolin advises in certain cases the employment of molds of glue, especially for footprints in snow. The joiner's glue is melted, taking care, however, to make it a little thicker than usual. It is then allowed to cool until it begins to congeal, and is then poured into the footprint. It is best to leave the glue until a coating has formed on it. This is pierced, and the glue beneath is allowed to run out. It soon hardens into a jelly-like mass easily separable from the print. It will then be quite hard in 10 to 12 hours. If the favorable moment during the cooling of the glue is seized, excellent reproductions are obtained, even in snow. Indeed, the cold of the snow absorbs the heat of the glue sufficiently quickly to allow the latter to harden before the snow melts. It is also possible to operate upon damp clay, damp earth, or mud. When the footprint is dry, it must be greased, otherwise the glue mold could not be detached. The advantages of this method are its simplicity and the facility with which the materials can be procured, for joiner's glue is to be found everywhere. A relatively small amount of glue is necessary. It requires scarcely any time to heat and turn out, operations which anyone knows how to perform. But the glue molds have also their bad points. They're not very accurate. It happens, for example, that not very distinct impressions of nails are not reproduced, and the mold obtained shrinks, twists, and stains sensibly in drying. Moreover, a mold of this kind may during very hot weather become unrecognizable in a few hours. It is necessary in consequence to cover it with a cloth which does not touch it and must be kept continually wet so as to enable a plaster reproduction to be made as soon as possible. When one has only glue at one's disposal, it may always be used, and indeed for footprints in snow no other method exists. It is a good thing before spreading the melted glue to stretch small pieces of thin string over the footprint in such a way as almost to touch the bottom, as the ends of the string will project on both sides of the footprint. When the glue is poured out, we can easily seize them and raise the mold when cold with their assistance. This precaution is unnecessary for footprints in snow, where the molds are deserted by their melting environment. Hoffman recommends the employment of plaster or pulverized cement, then follows Hodan's process. The author has made numerous experiments and can recommend cement only in cases of absolute necessity. As it is impossible always to carry several pounds of cement about with one, we have to fall back upon common country cement, which is nearly always useless. Specialists say, good cement is very good, bad cement is very bad. Indeed, molds in bad cement are valueless. Even those in good cement are not always very clear, and they harden with difficulty on damp ground even after a considerable time. Often in favorable conditions the cement hardens but slowly, and if there be the slightest trace of clay, the mortal enemy of cement, in the sand or water one is obliged to add thereto, the mold obtained is often fit only to be thrown away. We do not understand how anyone can recommend a mixture of cement and plaster, since the action of plaster upon cement is always unfavorable. Bruno Kerl, Treatise on Technical Chemistry, Muspratt, says that even 2% of plaster is injurious to cement, and that the presence of plaster, however insignificant, always retards the solidification of the cement. If obliged to employ cement to fill up a footprint, it is best to take 2 parts by volume of cement, 1 of sand, deprived of all clay, and 1/2 part of pure water. With dry sand, mix first the cement and the sand. If the sand be damp, mix first the cement and the water, then add thereto the sand, and pour out the mixture upon the footprint. Bruno Kerl. The cement increases in volume in the proportion of 100 to 118, so that the resulting cast is materially larger than the footprint itself. If we have no sand free from clay, and no time to wash the sand, then we take only cement with half as much water. It is difficult to prepare these molds during frosty weather, for the water freezes before the cement has hardened and the mold does not solidify. The Tonindustrie Zeitung recommends in working with cement during a frost to dissolve in the water as much salt as it will absorb. This is theoretically accurate, for a solution of salt freezes with difficulty, but we have on several occasions made the experiment and obtained nothing but a sandy and crumbling mass unfit for any service. To sum up what has been said, we conclude that all the methods already mentioned ought only to be applied exceptionally and in particular cases. Moreover, we can nearly always have recourse to the old process recommended by Kramer, a very old process which employs plaster of Paris. Wax is also quite good and, in many cases, preferable. 3. Methods recommended. On the one hand, we easily procure plaster of Paris anywhere, and on the other, use relatively little, so that its carriage is not onerous, at least when footprints are expected to be found. Good plaster, as used by sculptors, should be obtained and kept as dry as possible. It should be preserved for preference in bottles closed with a cork and wax, and filled as full as possible in order to prevent air remaining within. Before filling the bottles, the plaster should be dried in the sun and care be taken that only perfectly dry bottles are employed. When it is desired to fill a mold, that is, in the present case, a footprint, the mold should be carefully prepared for the purpose. First, any small stones, pieces of earth, etc., which may have fallen should be detached with precaution, and any water which may have collected be removed with a rag or piece of blotting paper. If it is possible to solidify somewhat the walls of the footprint, it will greatly aid the rest of the work. The best agent for this purpose is a solution of shellac in alcohol. If handy, obtain ordinary joiner's varnish, the basis of which is nothing but shellac and alcohol. To apply the solution, use for preference a hairdresser's scent spray, but in the absence of such, the solution may be spread with precaution upon the footprint with a camel's hair brush or morsel of cotton wool. This operation must be proceeded with cautiously, for a drop of the solution, resting for example in the impression of a nail of a shoe, would entirely fill it and render it invisible to the cast. This process only serves, as has been said, to further solidify the footprint and is in no way indispensable. The next important matter is to devise some method of raising the cast, in other words, of greasing the footprint. We do not advise the employment of oil, which would not remain on the surface but filtrate through into the ground without producing the desired effect. Any greasy body may be recommended having the consistency of an ointment or pomade, such as melted pork or beef fat, melted butter, a mixture of oil and hot tallow, or any ointment. With this the footprint is rubbed, care being taken to see that there nowhere remains any mass of grease likely to produce incomprehensible and bothersome marks in the cast. Footprints in the sand or on a damp substance are the only exceptions here. As has been pointed out above, casts cannot be taken of a footprint in sand except with stearic acid, and footprints on damp substances would be damaged by the touch of a camel's hair's brush, the marks of which would be found upon the reproduction, even when the greatest precaution may have been taken. For these substances there is besides no need of greasing, as the author has proved by numerous experiments. When the plaster has solidified in a footprint on wet clay, slime, etc., the cast comes away as easily as if the footprint had been oiled. If, in spite of all, the operation does not succeed, the plaster cast may be raised along with the footprint by means of a crowbar introduced underneath them. The whole must then be placed on the table and the earth surrounding the reproduction carefully taken away, picked away, so to speak, from the cast. In this case, the cast is naturally not white, but the same color as the substance in which the footprint has been made, and moreover some small pieces of earth will still adhere to it. They may be removed without any danger by washing the cast with a wetted brush, so that finally a clean footprint is obtained. As to the dilution of the plaster of Paris, there is but one thing to remember. If the water be poured upon the powdered plaster, it forms into a mass of pasty clots, which will not penetrate into all the intricacies of the footprint. These clots would require to be broken up, an operation requiring so much time that the plaster would commence to set before it was completed. To remedy this inconvenience, a vase should be used, half filled with water, into which spoonfuls of the powdered plaster are poured, or, better still, passed through a sieve, so that the surface of the water is equally and several times powdered over. This is continued until a little eminence forms just rising above the level of the water. See Figure 100. At this stage no more plaster is poured in, and the mixture of water and plaster is rapidly stirred. The result is a homogeneous soup without lumps or clots, which is poured on to the footprint. The operation must be performed rapidly in order that the plaster may not harden. But too great quickness must be avoided, or the layers of the soup in forming upon one another would produce air bubbles, and the corresponding spot upon the footprint would remain empty. The best method is for one person to pour the plaster of Paris slowly into the footprint, while another spreads it carefully with a spoon, as it falls without touching the footprint, and thus assisting it to penetrate into all parts. During this operation, at the moment when the ground is covered with a bed of plaster about 1 centimeter's thickness, small pieces of prepared wood should be placed, by a third person if possible, upon the plaster, after which the remainder is poured out. If the footprint be very deep, we may, when these sticks have been covered with about 1 centimeter of plaster, further superimpose yet more pieces of stick, Figure 101. These pieces of wood are intended to form a skeleton inside the plaster cast, and thus give it more solidity. The plaster may be also stiffened in another way. Besides the pieces of wood, twisted string may be placed, giving both solidity and stiffness. It should be remembered that the wood, as also the string, should be soaked beforehand in water, so as to be thoroughly wet through. Without this precaution, the wood and the string would absorb water from the plaster of Paris, swell, and cause the whole to split. It is also advisable in this case to allow certain of these ribbons to project, thus enabling the mold to be seized and lifted up when the right moment has come. As regards the period of the operation, it will be found that good plaster thickens in a few minutes and becomes fairly set after about 10 minutes. The fact that good plaster sets so quickly and develops a certain quantity of heat has the further advantage of not hindering the work even during a hard frost. Only when the cold is extremely severe will it be advisable to light a small fire on the side whence comes the wind, in order to raise the temperature during the time necessary for the plaster to set. And in the report the faults, omissions, etc., which have been produced will be most minutely noted down. Little pieces of earth, etc., sticking to the cast may be removed, as explained above, by means of a wetted brush. The increase in volume of plaster is, compared to cement, relatively small and does not surpass, on the average, 1%, so that a piece 1 meter in length would measure after expansion 101 centimeters. With a human footprint of 25 centimeters in length, a fair average for a male, the reproduction in plaster will be 2.5 millimeters long, 1/10 of an inch. For smaller distances, as from one nail to the next, the breadth of the heel, etc., the coefficient of expansion is so insignificant that it may be altogether neglected. The operation will be particularly successful when one is able to use, in preparing the plaster of Paris, water which has just been boiled but allowed to become cold. It contains hardly any air and prevents the formation of air bubbles in the plaster. These bubbles may arise at important places and cause much trouble. It is therefore always necessary to guard against them. When it is desired that the plaster should harden slowly, for example, when the work requires great precaution or when some obstacle or other prevents the semi-liquid mass being easily poured out, the end may be obtained by mixing marshmallow root with the plaster. With 50 parts of plaster are mixed 1 to 4 parts of this root finely powdered, more or less according to the degree of retardation desired, and for the rest the procedure is as before. Thanks to this, the plaster will only completely harden after about 12 hours. Whether one will always have marshmallow root handy is another question. It may perhaps be also necessary to render a plaster cast more permanent, for example when it is desired to send it away, or when it is feared that it will deteriorate in the hands of the jury, etc. Plaster casts are indeed very fragile, but thanks to silicic acid they may be rendered as hard as stone. Professor M. Denstedt describes a process which consists in plunging the plaster reproduction into a solution containing 15% of silicic acid and leaving it there until thoroughly impregnated. It is then placed in a moderately warm spot and the operation repeated several times. The reproduction is next dried at a temperature not to exceed 104 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Celsius, and then steeped in a solution, saturated when hot, of barium water at a temperature of 140 degrees to 158 degrees Fahrenheit, 60 degrees to 70 degrees Celsius. It is then sprinkled with tepid water and allowed to dry in a gentle heat. A more simple method consists in steeping the cast in a solution of 1 part of alum and 5 parts of hot water and leaving it there from 15 to 30 minutes. If the plaster of Paris used by sculptors cannot be procured, common plaster, such as is frequently employed by farmers as manure, will be obtainable. It is easily transformed into modeling plaster if care be taken to cook it. In doing so, the procedure is the same as in roasting coffee. The plaster is deposited in a receptacle placed over a fire and continually revolved. The time this operation should last depends entirely on the quality and age of the plaster. We proceed tentatively. A little of the plaster is taken on the point of a knife, mixed with a few drops of water, and the result awaited. We consider the value of wax as equal to or even superior than that of the best plaster. It is nearly always easily procured, every country grocer stocking it. The wax is melted and allowed to cool till it begins to darken. It is then poured upon the footprint. It matters little whether the latter is in wet clay or in dry earth. Wax may always be employed except in snow, sand, dust, or the like. Much skill is unnecessary, the mold is easily raised as soon as the cooling has finished, and it is clean and distinct. But it must not be forgotten that it is sensibly smaller than the original. The same result may be obtained at a low temperature and on damp footprints with ordinary suet, which may be procured at any butcher's shop. Much precaution must be used on raising the mold. A piece of earth must be detached therewith at the same time and made to fall on the ground by pressing on the edges until the suet be separated. It goes without saying that a plaster reproduction of this fragile object must be taken as soon as possible. Pitch and resin are also useful, especially in certain woody districts where they abound. These are heated over a gentle fire and poured slowly into the impression. When none of these materials are obtainable, recourse must be had cement, which is rarely to be found in good quality, but which, however, is procurable almost everywhere. It is employed as stated above. In case of need, but only when the footprint is very hard and very solid, good reproductions are obtainable by kneading clay, easily procured in a quarry, at a potter's, or elsewhere, till it has the consistency of a paste, and pressing it in little pieces on the footprint. This is continued until the latter is completely filled and covered with a small mound of clay. If the footprint has been well greased, the clay is easily raised, and if the necessary care be taken, the lifting up may be carried out without danger. The cast should be slightly baked at once. In the same way, any paste of flour and water or of dough may be used. This has the advantage that it may be spread no thicker than the breadth of a thumb, thus making it easier to raise. The impressions, when pressure has been properly effected, are very accurate. Their only fault is that they do not exactly represent the undulations of the footprint. The paste contracts too easily owing to its leathery consistency, but as we have said, the distances and the reliefs are easily recorded. To summarize what has been said, we must employ 1. For footprints in the snow, joiner's glue. 2. For footprints in sand, dust, flour, etc., stearine. 3. For other footprints, plaster or wax, or in the case of need, cement, fat or suet, clay, paste, or breadcrumb. End of section 31. Recording by Dillon Siedentopf, San Rafael, California.
Section 32 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Centerville, Virginia. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers. Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 13. Footprints and Other Impressions, continued. Section 2. Other Impressions. We mean by other impressions all marks and imprints produced, in some way or other, in a soft substance. It is unnecessary to say that every impression of this description may be of great importance and ought not to be neglected. To observe, examine, and refer to them in the report is not sufficient. They must also be described and reproduced. They are often as important as, and perhaps more important than, the footprint of the criminal himself. In many cases, the observation and reproduction of such a trace present great difficulties, but this in no way absolves the investigating officer from the obligation he is under to examine it in the most thorough manner. Suppose, for example, that the criminal has been walking with a stick, the impression of which can afford us important information, may even, when sharply molded, establish identification. When one reads in a report of a medium-sized stick with an iron ferrule, we do not advance very far, for the words medium-sized and iron ferrule are expressions altogether vague. But when the impression is accurately molded, and one has subsequently a chance of comparing the plaster reproduction with the walking stick of the suspected person, it is possible to lay a proof of identity before the jury which has as much value as that of two footprints. We may also gather from the depth of the imprint whether the holder of the stick has leaned heavily upon it or not, i.e., whether he was tired, aged, infirm, or burdened. Care will be taken to establish whether the stick was carried in the right or left hand. If the latter, we may suppose that the person was left-handed, or carried his stick in the left hand because of pain in the foot, both matters of importance as regards identification. Let us suppose that the individual in question carries his walking stick in his right hand. In a slow, sauntering walk,
he will place it on the ground every second step near the toe of the right foot. If he is going quickly, and is really making use of his cane to accelerate his speed, he places it at the forepart of each impression of the left foot. In this class must also be placed tired, aged, or infirm persons, who, even when walking slowly, really make use of a stick to help them on their way. There are exceptions to this rule, though in the great majority of cases it holds good, as anyone may convince himself of by observation and experiment. The marks of horses may also be important. The most difficult thing in this connection is to distinguish the 4 impressions which go together. Those who are not well up in horses should refer to specialists. It is easy to distinguish between the forehoof and the hind hoof from the position. It is nearly always a matter of difficulty to recognize, from its appearance alone, the forehoof or hind hoof. As a rule, the forehoof is rounder and more confined, whilst the rear hoof is more elongated and more open. The size and shape of the shoes, the number of the nails, and the distance from one another, etc., are often so characteristic that their impressions may very well serve to establish identification. To determine the speed of the animal, the position and the relative distance of the nails from one another must be measured so that the specialist is able to give the necessary advice. The reproduction of the impressions is performed in the same manner as for human footprints. It is hardly necessary to add that in certain cases other foot impressions, as for instance those of a dog, may also be of great importance. The marks made by carriages are not without value. Therefrom can be seen the breadth of the wheel, the distance between the right and left wheels, the manner in which the coachman has driven the carriage, the deflections to right and left he has been forced to make, what use he has made of his brake, where he has turned, etc. Wheel impressions are also of importance from the point of view of the direction followed by the carriage, for the ground is often so hard that no trace of the horse can be found, but only of the wheels, especially when the vehicle is heavily loaded. If the ground over which the vehicle passes is strongly compressed by the wheel, compact masses of dust, earth, mud, snow, etc., are detached from the track, which are visible in the form shown in Figure 102. These are due partly to portions adhering to the wheel of the carriage, and partly to the continuous crushing and pushing forward. In the illustration, the result is greatly exaggerated, but it is quite sufficient to observe it with a moving vehicle, especially one heavily laden. Once seen, never forgotten. As to other marks, as of bullets, shot, stones thrown, blows, crushings by vehicles, discoloration on weapons and implements employed, etc., they will be discussed in their proper places. In every case, it is evident that such marks must be looked for, described, and if possible, moulded. The manner in which this latter operation should be carried out depends upon each particular instance. They may be moulded with plaster, clay, bread paste, putty, wax, gutta percha, etc., according to their shape and size, and in certain circumstances they may be traced. The universal rule is always to reproduce them, for we never know if we will not subsequently desire to recall the exact form of an impression of this kind. Neither must we forget, when opportunity offers, to mould anything which may give rise to an impression, e.g., the front teeth of a corpse, a key, or other instruments and objects. We may not have them to hand when wanted. Finally, we have certain marks on the human body, such as callosities or hard places and cicatrices. In any given case, they may be of supreme value in establishing the identity of a corpse, or of a prisoner who is given an assumed name, or whose name is unknown. Felix Hemmet has called attention to these marks in an excellently illustrated article, La Photographique Judiciaire, in which he shows that as a rule they are not very distinct or visible on the body itself, whereas they come out clearly in the photograph. See page 309, where many examples of this kind are cited. End of section 2.
Section number 33 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers. Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 14. Traces of Blood. Section 1. Search for traces of blood. Traces of blood, which apart from the mere fact that blood exists, are often considered of slight importance, are frequently, in big crimes, the most important elements in the case. In searching for and valuing such traces, the investigating officer has an opportunity of proving his zeal, good will, and sagacity. But he also runs the risk, if he is wanting in these qualities, of compromising all the success of the inquiry. What the expert can tell us and what the investigating officer should ask him regarding bloodstains have already been mentioned above. See page 188. We will now speak of what the investigating officer ought to do, either by himself or better still with the assistance and under the superintendence of medical men, in order to facilitate the work of the expert and obtain therefrom as much profit as possible. Here we shall specially deal with cases where the investigating officer has arrived on the scene of the crime unaccompanied by a medical man, either because he has had no time to summon one, or because he has considered one unnecessary. There are many cases, especially in the country, where medical jurisprudents who assist investigating officers are perhaps excellent general practitioners, but who are not really as well up in this class of work as they ought to be from a judicial point of view. In all such cases the investigating officer has only himself to rely upon, and ought to do his very best to conduct the case alone. But here again the work of the investigating officer who wishes to acquit himself conscientiously of his task commences long before the real judicial case begins. The person who generally arrives first on the scene of the crime is an inhabitant of the house, a neighbor, a village officer, or some other person, and we cannot conceive the amount of harm they can do with respect to traces of blood. Schauenstein, a talented medical jurisprudent, has laid special stress and in severe terms upon the curiosity of intruders and the awkwardness of the local police, who efface and destroy traces of the highest value for the elucidation of a case. Time without number it happens that they make new traces by walking in already existing pools of blood and then tramping all over the place, so that subsequently no one can tell whether the traces of blood have any connection with the crime or have been made afterwards by chance, or owing to awkwardness and carelessness. Taylor and Bayard cite a mass of cases where the gravest confusion has thus been produced. It is within the power of the investigating officer to prevent at least a great number of such accidents. No doubt on the scene of the crime it is too late to do so, but he ought to have taken precautions beforehand. In large cities the police being promptly on the spot can generally prevent such accidents, and with this view the investigating officer should request the Commissioner of Police to issue the necessary instructions to the force. Up country this is no simple matter, but in compensation it is easier to hold the crowd in hand. No other resource is possible than to profit by all opportunities which may offer of instructing the local police and village authorities in the best method of procedure. The latter, on their part, will exercise a satisfactory influence on the populace, and as a matter of fact most of us know that country people are better informed as regards these matters than the denizens of towns. The inhabitants of up-country villages seem to know perfectly well that when there is no hope of saving the life of a victim of a crime, everything ought to be left in statu quo until the arrival of the authorities. For example, in England, and especially in London, people have in one particular this principle firmly ingrained in them, namely that when a man has been found hanging, he should be left to hang. In such a case they think it inadvisable or even illegal to cut the body down until the police have arrived upon the scene. A well-known London coroner recently stated that it was certain that many a life had been lost owing to this superstition. No doubt if the victim is really dead when found, the police may be aided by finding him still hanging. But such cases are almost invariably cases of suicide, where it is not really so important to leave things undisturbed. Strangely enough, people do not seem to act thus in other cases than hanging. The principle which should always be kept in mind is the following. Request the local police to tell the populace to leave, as much as possible, everything in the same state as it was at the moment of discovery of the crime. For their part, the local police should watch carefully, even when they have been called at first to the scene of the crime, that nothing be disarranged, effaced, or picked up before the person, be he an inspector or be he a magistrate, who will conduct the inquiry arrives on the spot, to which we assume he has been summoned with all possible expedition. To illustrate the importance of this, the following case is most instructive. In the Cuddapah district of the Madras Presidency, a woman was discovered brutally murdered in the open. The woman's friends were prepared to swear to the identity of 3 individuals whom they alleged they saw running away from the scene of the crime. The local police, knowing that a sub-magistrate was in the neighborhood, carefully left the scene of the crime undisturbed, at the same time arresting the 3 accused men. When the sub-magistrate arrived on the spot, he proceeded with the utmost care to make an inspection of it. He discovered near the corpse in a pool of bloody mud some small beads which were found to belong to a necklace worn by the woman and broken in the struggle. He proceeded to collect the beads, and in doing so he discovered a tiny piece of raw flesh attached to a piece of nail, which on examination was pronounced to belong to a man or woman. It could not be definitely said which. There was little doubt, according to the medical evidence, that it had been bitten off by the woman from the finger of her assailant during her desperate struggle for life. On examining the 3 accused persons, the fingers of all of them were found to be intact. This led to further inquiries being made when it came out that a man with whom the woman was alleged to have been intimate had fled the village. He was subsequently brought back from a neighboring district, and on examining his fingers, the tip of one of them was found to be missing. He was tried along with the other 3 accused and convicted of the murder, while they were triumphantly acquitted. Had the scene of this offense been disturbed, the end of the finger might never have been found. 3 innocent men might have been convicted, and the real criminal gone scot-free. If, however, it is absolutely necessary to approach the corpus delicti, the police must be instructed that the first thing to be done is to safeguard with the greatest precautions the trace of blood upon the ground by covering them over, in example with pots, baskets, or boxes. If the blood stains be too large, they must be covered over with a species of bridge made by placing pieces of wood or bricks on each side upon which a plank rests. It is of course not enough merely to guard the largest and most visible traces. The small ones also should be seen to, for in spite of their apparent insignificance they are often the most important. It is not necessary to guard stains of blood on walls, furniture, etc. It is sufficient to prevent their being touched in any way. The protecting circle cannot be sufficiently enlarged, for at the outset no one knows in what direction blood traces must be looked for, or how far they may extend. In all cases the following rule can be laid down: the greater the surface guarded the better. If the crime has been committed in a house, the place of its commission must be isolated as much as possible. If it has been committed in the open, it is necessary to trace as large a circle as we can around the spot and to isolate it completely. When the investigating officer arrives on the scene of the crime, his first business ought to be to make sure that neither he himself nor his men effaced the blood upon the ground. He will do well to obtain information before repairing to the actual spot, regarding the places where blood has been found and the steps which have been taken to safeguard them, etc. Moreover, he should be informed about any persons who may have been at the place before the crime has become known. If such exist, he must question them minutely in order to find out the precise spot where they have been, so as to ascertain whether they may have perchance walked in the already existing traces of blood. Finally, it only remains to recommend the investigating officer on arriving at the scene of the crime itself to attend to the traces of blood first and foremost, unless there may be particular circumstances connected with the crime which imperiously demand otherwise. Thus the investigating officer will be much freer in his movements, for he will no longer be afraid of destroying at every step some mark of blood. It is especially necessary to remind the reader that bloodstains are not always of the dark red color of popular imagination, and this variation depends upon their age, the substance upon which they are found, the temperature, etc., which make them assume all imaginable tints: reddish-brown, greenish-brown, light olive-green, light rose. Sometimes they are almost colorless (Liman), so that they may be taken for anything else but blood. The author remembers having seen, upon a multicolored tapestry, splashes of blood having the most peculiar tints. The various colors of the tapestry had acted differently upon the bloodstains. Here they had been dissolved in the blood, there the blood had been altered by them, and yet, in spite of their difference in color, the stains fitted together so exactly that it was impossible to doubt their authenticity. But if they had been separate, only a few of them would have been recognizable. To establish the identity of traces of blood, it is therefore much better to be too scrupulous than the reverse. If a stain is not blood, a microscope will say so, and no great harm will have been done. But it is not the same thing if certain bloodstains remain unnoticed and unrecognized as such. It is to be remarked that bloodstains fade rapidly in the sun. A piece of linen dipped in blood and laid in the sun keeps its color longer underneath, while on the top it very soon becomes gray. Traces of blood found upon the scene of a crime are never without importance. They must therefore 1. Be looked for, 2. Described, and 3. Detached and removed, or else drawings taken of them. Searchers for blood often present great difficulties. On the scene of the crime the thing to do first is to ask, where is it possible to find traces of blood? That is to say, where is the blood which has flowed from the wound in different directions? And finally, where has the author of the crime possibly left traces behind him? This question answered, we begin to search step by step, always taking care to obliterate nothing. When uncertain whether a stain is blood, we must consider whether or not it is possible for it to be blood, taking into consideration the apparent or presumed manner in which the crime has been committed. We shall first therefore look at the place where the wounded person has last been, or where the murdered man was found, then at the place where he has been, or may have been after having received his wound, and finally at the spot where the aggressor may have been after the perpetration of his crime. This search is not always easy. Few difficulties arise with regard to stains upon floors or walls, but it is not the same thing with regard to bloodstains upon articles found in rooms, for their multiple shape, defective lighting, and the color of the furniture, etc., prevents their being noticed. On furniture of polished wood, which is generally reddish-brown, traces of blood can only be seen with difficulty. In such a case one will always do well to make use of, even during the daytime, an artificial light, for preference a candle. First, because every corner may thus be submitted to a uniform light, which is impossible when the room is only lit by the side light of a window, and also because one will search more carefully, examine one by one surfaces of small size. On the other hand, the dried blood has generally an appearance of varnish, so that it can only be seen if the source of light changes position. Finally, with the help of artificial light it is easy to see, as Oliver, Dillon, Lian, and others have remarked, stains of a reddish-brown color on a dark background, which can only be perceived with difficulty by daylight, especially when they are small and few and far between. In an important case, in spite of the most thorough search on a cellar ladder, no traces of blood were discovered. When the ladder was photographed by magnesium light, blood marks were discovered on one of the steps and could be seen with perfect clearness. The step was then detached and removed for examination. It being, as a rule, important to know whether a wounded person, especially if now dead, has been able to do certain acts after the blow and before succumbing, and on the other hand, whether the criminal has himself been either wounded or stained with the blood of his victim, and has done any act after his crime. An example, search for booty. Particular attention must be paid to those places which do not at first strike the eye, but which are often found stained with blood. For example, the lower edge of drawers which have no handles to open them, or which may be opened without the assistance of handles. Again, in most cases, the author of the crime stains the wood forming the bottom of the drawer, when rummaging in it for money or valuables. It is curious that almost every time a criminal has blood upon his hands he leaves traces thereof underneath the edge of the top of the table, at the part alpha in Fig. 103. Indeed, one often sees common people cleaning their dirty hands under the table in this way, and so it is done by habit after crime. In India, the lower classes generally perform this operation by rubbing their fingers on the nearest wall, as every courthouse and public building can painfully testify. The following case shows in what out-of-the-way places traces of blood may be found. An old woman has been killed and robbed. The author of the crime has apparently given himself a wound in some way or other, from which the blood came drop by drop. When the place was inspected this fact could be easily certified to, for beside the front door, a glass door with curtains, which gave straight onto the street, there were several groups of blood drops which could certainly not have come from the murdered woman. The likely supposition was that the murderer had after the crime gone several times to the door in question and peeped through the curtain, to ascertain whether the coast was clear for his escape. Each time he had thus approached the door drops of blood had fallen from his hand and formed the groups above mentioned. But the room had another entrance on to the courtyard, and thence along the corridor into the street. Quite close to this latter door, to the left on going out, was a fairly long table covered with a light cloth which fell nearly to the ground. On searching for other traces this cloth was lifted up, when, under the cloth, toward the back part of the table and on the ground, was found a drop of blood. No one could explain the presence of this drop of blood, at a spot which, as we have stated, was hidden by the portion of the cloth which fell from the table like a curtain. It was noticed, however, by the merest chance, that on opening the door near the table a draught was each time produced, which blew the hanging part of the light tablecloth under the table, so that the place where the drop of blood was found could be seen. It was therefore beyond all doubt that the murderer had opened the door with his right hand, that the cloth had been displaced by the wind, and that from his left hand a drop of blood had fallen, which was hidden from view as soon as the cloth had attained its original position. This bloodstain thus brought about the discovery of this important point, that the author of the crime was wounded on the left hand. Liman cites a case which shows the importance of searching for traces of this description. A warder of a Berlin prison had been found murdered in his bed. The murderer was a prisoner on remand, who affirmed that in attempting to escape he had been surprised by the warder in a corridor, and had been maltreated by him to such an extent that he had been obliged to kill him in self-defense. He had then, he continued, carried him to his bed. A careful examination brought about the discovery on the wood of the head of the bed of a little trail of blood containing a particle of brain matter. It was therefore certain that the warder had been assassinated in his bed and not in the corridor. Consequently, the whole story of the defense broke down. A similar case is that commonly called the Spicer case, where the accused declared that his wife's injuries were caused by falling downstairs. The number, shape, and direction of the drops, often minute, established not only the fact that the case was one of murder, but also the position of the parties, the direction of the blows, and their nature. The importance of traces of blood, especially of those met with on corpses, is also demonstrated by another case which, from the numerous and interesting difficulties it presented, is very well known to the Austrian criminalists as the Krumpendorf murder. The corpse was found covered with numerous wounds and a mass of bloodstains to which, as often happens, no importance was attached, for "it is natural for a corpse bearing numerous wounds to be covered with blood." It was not till later, after the post-mortem, that it was noticed that the shirt of the murdered man (he was wearing no undershirt at the time of the crime) showed, near the shoulder, a very characteristic stain of blood, which seemed to be caked upon the cloth. After a series of examination and comparison, it was concluded that this stain could only have been made by the murderer who, after having placed his knee in a pool of blood, knelt upon the shoulder of his victim. The mark of cloth was clearly seen impressed in blood upon the shirt, thus giving a clue to the author of the crime, thanks to which it was possible, when a suspected individual was subsequently arrested, to establish with absolute certainty the identity of the texture of the cloth of his trousers, which had in the meantime been washed, and the bloody impression left upon the shirt of the murdered person. This was the strongest piece of evidence against the murderer. If an accused person is to be searched for traces of blood, one cannot make the search too minute. In one case the accused had 2 small blood drops on the back of his coat, between the shoulder blades. It was presumed, and afterwards confessed by the accused, that the hatchet with which he had committed the murder had been immediately after the deed carried by him on his shoulder with the blade upwards. Thus the 2 drops of blood had trickled off the hatchet and fallen on to his coat. This calls to mind one that Taylor often cited, in which, on the back of the left hand of an alleged suicide, the bloody impression of another left hand could be distinguished. If there is a possibility that the suspected person carries traces of blood on the soles of his feet, we must make sure about it, even if some time has elapsed and the accused person has travelled some distance. We must take off the boots, or if the suspected person is barefoot, his feet must be carefully washed, and the water must be kept for the examination of an expert. How cautious one must be about drawing conclusions considering the non-existence of marks of blood is shown by the case cited by Taylor, in which the murderer had made himself entirely naked, so that his clothes might show no marks of blood. With this may be compared the case described by Amschel, where in favor of the accused was the circumstance that soon after the deed no one could find traces of blood on him, although the murder had caused great loss of blood. This circumstance could only be explained by the fact that the murderer had, until the day of the crime, been seen only in a very long overcoat, which from the time of the deed disappeared. Evidently the accused had worn the coat during the perpetration of the murder, and then washed his hands and face and done away with the blood-sprinkled overcoat. It is much more difficult to discover and protect traces of blood in the open air than under cover. Beside the fear of obliterating or treading on them, we have also the anxiety of protecting them from the effects of weather and temperature. Rain and dew combine for their destruction, and the wind and sun dry them up so thoroughly that they cake and become detached from their bases. If the Investigating Officer has time to deal with them at once he has nothing to fear, provided there is no rain. But if his attention has to be directed elsewhere, and night or bad weather supervene, so that the Investigating Officer has to postpone their examination till later, he must protect them as well as he can. It is often insufficient to cover them with pots and pans, etc., for the rain water may flow underneath the covering. In such cases, pieces of board, sheets of tin, or slips of glass must be planted in the ground at the places threatened, to form a sort of rampart against the filtration of the water. Once those traces which have been discovered at the first glance are sufficiently protected, others, smaller or more hidden, must be searched for, which may be found upon grass, the trunks of trees, stones, or the ground. Such are often of great value, and inform us at least whether the wounded person has arrived bleeding at the place where he has been discovered, whether he has been dragged there, whether the perpetrator of the crime has tried to get rid of the blood upon him, whether the soles of his shoes were stained with blood, and many other often very important points. It is especially difficult to determine the presence of blood which has fallen on ground containing absolutely no vegetation, and which has become dried up thereon, because its color in such conditions alters greatly according to the composition of the soil, and the blood may be unrecognizable. In such a difficulty the author has on 2 occasions had recourse, and with success, not to a medical man, but to an experienced sportsman. The sportsman is accustomed to find and follow the traces of blood of the animal wounded by him, and he is able to say with certainty, this is or is not blood. On another occasion a dog was successfully employed. Upon a road running through fields, the dead body of a young and unknown man was found covered with serious wounds. The corpse was extraordinarily pale. The individual must therefore have lost a large quantity of blood, and, as the pool of blood found there was insignificant, it was presumed that the victim had been wounded somewhere else, and had lost there, and upon the way traversed by him to reach the place of discovery, sufficient blood to cause his death. And indeed the whole of the way covered by the wounded man was marked with drops of blood more or less apart. These drops of blood led to a forest away from the road, where it was possible to follow them, though with much trouble. It was there concluded that the man had turned round and round in large circles. It appeared evident, therefore, that he had covered this road the night before, and that he had wandered about, not knowing what he was doing, owing to the loss of blood. In spite of all of the efforts of the persons investigating the matter, they could not discover the blood traces denoting the starting point of these circles, that is to say, the place whence the victim had come. An excellent bloodhound was sent for, which commenced by twice going round the circle, but finally found its bearings, and following up the trail arrived at a farm where a large pool of blood was discovered, carefully covered up with earth. The inquiry revealed that the person found dead had attempted to commit a theft in the neighborhood of this house, but had been discovered and maltreated by the farmer's son. He had lain for a considerable time where the pool of blood was found, and had then tried to drag himself away. In another case a bloodhound discovered a piece of straw to which some brain matter was adhering. It was concluded that at this spot the body of the murdered person had been taken from a cart, and in fact the corpse was found buried close at hand. In searching for traces of blood, the Investigating Officer will do well to make use of a good magnifying glass, with which he will find it easy to rapidly examine a large surface, but on the other hand he will of course and in the most absolute manner avoid touching the blood with damp fingers, or his own authority submitting it to any chemical reagent whatsoever. The only reagent to be recommended to the layman as successful for blood is the tincture of guaiac, as shown by Dragendorf. But even that should be resorted to only when the matter is extremely pressing. For instance, if an arrest depends on it, and the opinion of a medical expert cannot be speedily obtained. It may also be safely used when there are several stains, so that the loss of one is of no importance. Dragendorf describes the process as follows. Cut out the suspected stain and lay it in a small, clean vessel, such as a chemist's measuring glass. Moisten it with distilled water, and wait for a time. Then lay on it a piece of thin, colorless filter paper of the same size, and press this firmly onto the stuff with a glass rod. After about 30 minutes take up the paper and with a clean glass rod lay on it some oil or spirits of turpentine and an equal quantity of freshly prepared tincture of guaiac. If no blue coloring appears, it is not blood. If the blue coloring does appear, the suspicion as to blood is justified, although it may be some other substance. Such a test, however, though not absolute, is most useful in cases of doubt and emergency. Frequently it is of importance to know whether the person from whom the blood has dropped was, at the time when the drop fell, standing still or moving, and in the latter case in which direction and how fast. For this purpose one can with advantage make a study of the pavements and roadways in the immediate vicinity of large hospitals, to which many people go daily, soon or immediately after receiving an injury. These injuries are as a rule either badly bound up or not bound up at all, so that they lose by the way varying quantities of blood. To check what we have learned by such studies, we may experiment with the blood of animals or with a colored substance of the same liquidity as fresh blood. We shall be able to establish, first, that each drop which falls from a tolerable height on a surface not too rough produces a splash. If we let the drops fall on a sheet of paper with a steady hand, the globular drop flattens to an approximately circular disc, round which the splashes are pretty evenly distributed. Figure 104 alpha. Next we lay on the floor a large sheet of paper, fill a glass tube, open at top and bottom, and about 20 centimeters (8 inches) long, with animal blood, closing the tube with the finger. We then walk past the sheet of paper, opening the glass tube sufficiently to allow a drop to fall on the paper. If we now compare this drop, figure 104 beta, with the other, we find two differences. The form of the new drop is not circular, but elongated, and the splashes are not distributed evenly round it, but are to be found only on one side. If we repeat the experiment until we are certain of its accuracy, we shall find as a rule that the extension of the drop lies in the direction of our movement, and further, the splashes are now found only in the same direction. That is, the splashes point in the direction whither the person from whom the blood dropped was at the moment proceeding. If we now in making the experiment alter our pace, we find that the faster the movement, the longer the spot or blot. This is explained by the spherical shape of the falling drop, which, when it strikes the paper, continues its forward movement. In the same way, the faster the motion, the more are the splashes prolonged in the same direction. But this rule has an exception. If a person has a wound on the hand, and swings the hand while walking rapidly, the drop left by the backward swing will then show the splashes in the opposite direction, the hand having a backward movement. Mistakes will not, however, easily come about in this way. No person will form a conclusion on a single drop, but if several, say a row of drops, are observed, then all of them will certainly not have come from the backward swing of the hand, and we shall thus be nearly always able to establish with certainty the direction of the walker. Experiments may be easily made at first with ink. Anyone who desires to minutely study the effects of drops coming from a moving object on a stationary one, or vice versa, has only to observe the forms of raindrops on, say, a railway carriage window. End of section 33.
Section number 34 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jael, Baldwin. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 14, Continued. Section 2. How to register and describe traces of blood. When the investigating officer has ended his search, it will, in the majority of cases, be possible for him to form an idea, at least approximately, of the course of events and the way in which the traces of blood have been produced. He will recognize the importance of these traces, and will know at least in what order he should proceed to describe them. But he will only start this work when he has undertaken and completed his general description of the locality. If the blood stains are few in quantity, or if they are only of secondary importance, they may be indicated and described upon the main sketch. See chapters 3 and 12. But if they are undoubtedly of great importance, and particularly if they are very numerous and scattered in all directions, it is expressly recommended that they be specially drawn upon a second sketch, traced from the first against a window, indicating the furniture, etc., thereon summarily, but without designation by letters. In this manner, Space is gained and the blood stains may be represented with much more accuracy and care. In most cases these 2 sketches will not alone suffice. Other sketches will have to be added thereto, reproducing the details of these traces of blood, which it will then be possible to draw not only with perfect accuracy, but according to a scientific scheme. In proceeding thus, it is much more easy to read and compare the sketches, thereby facilitating the work, for the inconvenience of having too many things on one piece of paper is obviated. To more easily explain to the beginner this work, far from complicated though it be, we give an example as well as its explanation. A. General aspect of the situation. Figure 105A. Figure A shows a general sketch of the room and its furniture. Labels include L. Corpse of murdered person, K. Pier table, S to S. Chairs, N. Night table, B. Bed, T. Tables, SCH. Chest of drawers, O. Stove, FF. Windows, TH. Doors. B. Sketch showing the situation of traces of blood. Figure 105B. Figure B shows the same sketch of the room and its furniture, with the furniture and room features unlabeled. Instead are indicated alpha, extended pool of blood, beta, blood rubbed on the top part of the table, gamma, blood rubbed on the stove, delta, splashes of blood on the stove, epsilon and epsilon prime, drops of blood on the ground. Figure C, details of alpha. Figure 106. Head and back of corpse with pool of blood commencing at the head. This pool of blood is reproduced in approximately the same dimensions as the body. Length of 3 dotted lines. In the direction of x, blank centimeters. In the direction of y, blank centimeters. In the direction of z, blank centimeters. D. Details of beta. Figure 107. The top of table B seen from below, with 3 marks of blood, probably made by the pressure of 3 fingers of a heavy left hand. E. Details of gamma. Figure 108. 4 drops of blood which have spurted onto the back part of an earthenware stove at a height of 187 centimeters. Is an isolated round drop of blood 179 centimeters from the ground, and 107.5 centimeters from the corner situated behind the stove, the distance being measured horizontally. Epsilon and epsilon prime are drops of blood which have been projected onto the ground at an angle of about 40 degrees. The lines drawn on the walls, here represented by dotted lines on the floor, are line 1 equals 106 centimeters, line 2 equals 197 centimeters, which fixes epsilon, line 3 equals 82 centimeters, line 4 equals 221 centimeters, which fixes epsilon prime. From these model sketches we can see how simple are the means required to give an absolutely clear image of the situation, and nothing then remains to be done but to describe the objects more accurately, reproducing them in their natural size and detaching if necessary the actual blood stains themselves. In the case with which we are dealing, all these operations must be undertaken. The pool of blood is of special importance in a case where it is not known whether the person killed has lost blood only at that spot, if for example he has been brought to the place where found. It is evident that a medical man will be able to at once inform us on this point. For the rest it suffices to indicate the principal dimensions of the pool. Note that in every case, in view of subsequent verification, the lines delimiting the dimensions should be drawn at right angles to one another. Thus here the principal axis is drawn first in the direction of z, and the other lines y and x are drawn perpendicular to z. As to the splashes of blood beta, they should be preserved, without more ado, by taking off the top of the table and keeping it as a material object for the trial. For further safety these traces of blood will be sketched and described. As to the other drops of blood gamma, it will be scarcely possible to proceed thus. There is no other means but to take a sheet of tracing paper, place it over the brick or stone, and patiently trace the drops one by one. Any person can perform this task even if he has never had a drawing lesson in his life. Getting someone to hold down the tracing paper, he has only to set to work with good will and success is certain. But it must never be forgotten that this work should on no account be commenced, however inoffensive it may appear, until the traces of blood have been carefully described. The misfortune may happen in tracing one of the blood stains that the base on which it rests breaks, so that we have neither the drawing nor the description. The safest plan to follow is, first describe, next sketch, and lastly reproduce from nature. As regards the drops of blood, delta, epsilon, epsilon prime, it will be sufficient to describe and take the necessary measurements, and if they present any peculiarity, as for instance splashes sideways, they should also be drawn in natural size, and in some cases they must be removed. Even when fortunate enough to be able to photograph the traces of blood, the duty of describing and sketching them must never be dispensed with. They must be described because every image without an explanation is lifeless, and they must be sketched because a photograph, in spite of its accuracy, does not always produce the desired impression. A photograph produces everything, and the points to which the attention is desired to be drawn are often less visible, and less to the front of everything else than they ought to be. A photograph is, in such cases, very desirable, but it should never be permitted to replace the hand sketch. As for blood stains of larger size, which for some reason or other cannot be traced or drawn by hand, they must be copied if possible with the assistance of squared paper. See Chapter 12, Section 3. Section 3. How to detach traces of blood. All the traces of blood having been described, measured, and sketched, they can now be detached as they are, in situ if this be possible, and if their form and aspect seem sufficiently important to have some bearing upon the conduct of inquiry. But as every trace of blood may turn out to be important, so the following rule must be laid down: remove in situ everything which it is possible so to remove. The procedure differs according to the substance upon which the blood is deposited. We shall here study the more important cases. The best, safest, and at the same time the simplest method is naturally to carry away the article itself, as was done for example with the top of the table mentioned above. This may also be done in other cases, for example with clothes, small articles of office furniture, paper, books, etc., also window frames, doors, see page 284, pieces of wallpaper, etc. Finally, in the open air, when not too large, stones, branches, and twigs of trees, which may be cut off and taken away. Moreover, grass and growing corn stained with blood may easily be removed. A good pair of scissors or a sharp sickle is taken and the plant cut down level with the ground. The object is then placed in a box, if need be between two sheets of paper, where it is fixed in some convenient way. See infra. In removing plants stained with blood, it is essential in the majority of cases to preserve their freshness as long as possible, for in drying they shrink, and the drops of blood drying more quickly often become detached from the plant, not leaving the slightest trace of their presence. To preserve the freshness of the plant, the stem is cut obliquely with the sharp knife, and is then plunged rapidly into a mixture of water and glycerin, or into lime water. The former is generally easily found, and the latter almost always. Through the absorption of this fluid, the flowers become blackish and faded, but though weak and limp, they remain moist, as the glycerin does not evaporate like water. To transport the plant, the liquid in question is placed in a small bottle and the stem inserted through a hole in the cork. It will, of course, have to be carried in the hand. When the object is such that it cannot be taken away, the blood must be removed along with a portion of the surface on which it rests, or may be detached with or without injury to the surface. When traces of blood are found upon wood, it will nearly always be possible to raise a part of the wood. Such would be done in the case of the blood stains epsilon and epsilon prime on the scheme constructed above. They are upon the floor and, as in all cases of this kind, must be raised and taken away. To perform this work a tradesman is necessary, either a joiner, turner, carpenter, barrel maker, or any other worker in wood. Among the peasantry, plenty of persons sufficiently skilled are to be found who practically make the whole furniture of their dwellings. Such people are perhaps the most useful assistants, for they know how to lay their hands to anything. Suppose, for example, there are several drops of blood not covering a very large expanse of floor, touching only one or two planks. In such a case the simplest method is to cut out the planks above and below the blood with a cold chisel. It is sometimes better to use a horizontal saw instead of the chisel, as, by an accidental rebound of the latter, the marks may be injured. In this way the object may be obtained in natura. While this work is progressing, great care must be taken to protect the blood stains and prevent them from being damaged by the splinters and shavings which fly about. On the pieces of wood when cut out, their cardinal direction is indicated by an arrow and the letters N and S to denote the points of the compass. In this way no doubt will arise regarding their situation with respect to the principal sketch. These indications must never be forgotten, even on very small pieces of wood, for these may, in spite of their great importance, prove quite valueless if their true position be unknown. When it is not possible to raise the plank or beam throughout its whole depth, or when the drops of blood are far apart, only the upper part of the wood is detached. A sharp chisel is dug into the wood above or below the blood in the direction of the grain, care being taken to insert the steel obliquely at an angle of about 45 degrees until it is firmly fixed. The same operation is performed on the other side of the blood, and finally the handle of the chisel is pressed downwards, thus pressing up a sufficiently thick splinter of wood. If the latter be too thin, it may twist and the drop of blood run the risk of peeling off and falling. When dealing with hard wood, beech, oak, the wood of fruit trees, etc., 2 cuts are generally insufficient. The chisel must then be dug in all around the blood stain on the sides of a square, by which method instead of a splinter of wood, a sort of quadrangular pyramid will be obtained, the large base of which carries the blood. The same procedure will be followed when the blood rests upon a wooden partition, a beam, or the branch of a tree. There is no difficulty in raising the bark of a tree, but when it is thin like that of the birch or pear, etc., we must be careful that the drop of blood does not become detached from the bark, which, as we have indicated above, may shrivel up. The same methods will again be followed for furniture which cannot be removed in entirety, the more so as it is almost always easy to detach with a saw that portion of the article of furniture which is desired to be preserved. If the furniture be veneered, the veneering is removed by cutting all around the place in question with a sharp knife and detaching it from the soft wood underneath. In this latter case the surface is smooth and polished and the blood does not hold to it firmly. Great precaution must therefore be exercised in performing the operation. If the splash of blood be important, and the surface so smooth that the former may probably fall off, it should be protected. This is best done by covering a piece of fine transparent paper, cigarette paper is very good, with an absolutely clean solution of gum, and laying it on the surface so as to cover the drop. We must then get to work before the paper dries, otherwise the whole, paper and blood, might drop off. To detach traces of blood from a wall, its surface must be submitted to a preliminary inspection. If it has been several times whitewashed, it is best to attempt to raise the thin sheets of dried whitewash, but if the wall has never been whitewashed, or but once, it is necessary to raise at the same time a portion of the mortar. To find out the correct method to follow, it is only necessary to scrape with a knife at some place or other near the stain. If one can detach several thin and solid leaves, the first mentioned method is the correct one. If not, that is to say, if one comes directly to the stone and mortar, the second will be best. But we must not lose sight of the fact that the operation may be unsuccessful, so that, and it cannot be repeated too often, the blood must first have been described and sketched. The operation of detaching blood stains from a wall is as follows. A piece of transparent tracing paper, which every investigating officer should carry with him, see Chapter 4, or a piece of fairly strong glass of suitable size is gummed over the blood. Pure gum arabic should be used, which, provided it has been mentioned by the investigating officer, will trouble neither the chemist nor the microscopist, who may have to subsequently examine the object. To detach the whole more easily, when the proper time comes, the upper edge of the tracing paper is not entirely gummed down, thus rendering it easier to seize. If glass be employed, a ribbon of strong paper, or by preference a band of cloth, should be placed under its upper edge, leaving the ends jutting out for convenience in removing the glass. The tracing paper or the glass plate is then pressed firmly and cautiously against the wall, being careful to lean a pole slanting against it, as its weight might cause it to slip. After this it is only necessary to wait until the gum is quite dry, which takes a considerable time. For this reason, this work should be done at once, so that while the gum is drying we may proceed to another branch of the investigation. To ascertain the precise moment when these plates are dry, trials must be made at places on the neighbouring wall. Several pieces of tracing paper or glass should therefore be gummed to the wall in the same way as over the blood. This work necessitates little trouble and time and prevents mistakes. When it may be presumed that all is dry, an attempt is made to detach one of these trial plates. If the operation is successful we may proceed to the proper plate, but if it comes to grief we wait a little, and then experiment with another trial plate, and continue so doing until it is certain that the corpus delicti may be detached without danger. If the surface, i.e. the wall, has been several times whitewashed, it is desirable to obtain the latest coat of whitewash, or at least several of these coats, which will not be difficult, for they do not hold solidly to the wall, but the precaution must be taken to detach the plate or the tracing paper slowly, and commencing from the top, inserting a sharp knife between the plate and the wall. In this way a certain number of layers of lime wash will be obtained, then the blood stain, and finally the tracing paper or glass covering the whole. To better and more completely protect the arrangement, it will be well to gum on the back of it, i.e. on the surface of separation, a piece of thin wood or a piece of cardboard or cloth. But if the wall has not been several times whitewashed, the operation is not so easy. It is then necessary, using a chisel or knife, to detach a layer of mortar in order to obtain at least a sort of plate. When the mortar is fine and not very friable, the matter is easy. But if it is coarse and contains little lime, the work is rather troublesome, and we must proceed as with hard wood. See supra. The operator places his hand upon the plate, which might become detached and fall suddenly. Then another person picks out the mortar all around the plate, and raises the portion of wall with a chisel. This portion will naturally be much greater than is required. In proceeding thus it is hardly possible not to be successful. In all such cases it is the only method of bringing the work to a satisfactory conclusion, and no better method is known even for detaching old mural paintings. When traces of blood have fallen on the ground and are of some importance, the clod of earth must be detached with a knife or spade and preserved in a vessel to prevent either desiccation or the jars of transportation destroying its form in any way. If the earth be damp, the vessel ought to be impermeable. If on the contrary the soil be friable, dust, sand, cinders, etc., we must endeavour to obtain a certain amount of cohesion and thus prevent it from breaking up and losing its shape. Specialists frequently remark in this connection that one must be careful not to carry away with the earth certain animals, particularly worms. This is no doubt quite correct, since such animals feed upon the organic substances of the earth. An earthworm would absorb, for example, the portion of the ground impregnated with the blood, which latter it would digest, evacuating the inorganic substances, so that in a short time there would be nothing in the box but the earth and the worm, the blood having disappeared. If it were only a question of protecting the blood, it would be very easy to get rid of these animals, for example, by heating the clod of earth, sprinkling tanning water or a decoction of tobacco or other disagreeable liquids upon it. But the chemist and microscopist would object, and rightly, to all such methods, so that we can recommend but one plan, and that a purely mechanical one. Before raising the clod of earth in question, the ground all round the blood is struck 20 or 30 times with a strong pole or large stone, etc. This striking is excessively disagreeable to worms, which, if they are within the space in question, immediately come to the surface. As to metallic objects bearing blood stains, such as bolts, keys, locks, door hinges, etc., the best thing to do is to carry them bodily away. If this be impossible, the procedure depends upon whether the object is smooth or not. If there be roughness, an attempt will be made to detach the blood stain, after having of course described and drawn it, as above indicated for stains on walls, with this difference, however, that a plate of glass can never be used, but always tracing paper. A piece of tracing paper will be gummed over the stain with gum arabic and detached before the gum is quite dried. In the majority of cases the stain will thus be obtained in its entirety. If any of it be left behind, it will be cautiously scraped off, placed in a clean piece of paper, and preserved. From perfectly smooth surfaces, glass discs, glazed Dutch tiles, very flat polished wood or metal, etc., One can remove traces of blood by laying on them filter paper, moist but not soaked through, and pressing the filter paper down firmly. After a time, the two can be cautiously removed together. On the other hand, it is absolutely necessary to protect the back of the plate thus obtained. The best method consists in taking a sheet of ordinary glass of sufficient size, covering it with gum arabic, and pressing it upon that side of the tracing paper upon which the blood stain rests. The latter, enclosed between the glass and the paper, is completely safeguarded, and may be seen directly through the glass. The self-same methods will be followed when traces of blood are deposited upon other very smooth objects which it is impossible to remove, such as large pier glasses, large smooth stones, slabs of marble, stoves with smooth surfaces, as found in our scheme, Fig. 108. In all such cases an attempt must be made to detach the blood and safeguard it in the manner indicated. It goes without saying that the gum must not be allowed to become quite dry. The tracing paper must be detached when the gum begins to offer a certain resistance. If the surface be rough, for example rusted iron, a large undressed stone, etc., nothing else can be done but carefully to scrape off the blood, collecting it in a piece of paper held underneath and firmly pressed against the surface of the object. The paper ought always to be very smooth letter paper, for the blood gets crushed on a rough paper, breaks up, and ends by becoming lost. The best paper would be the glazed paper in which druggists retail their fine powders, such as aniline dyes, etc. It is extremely smooth and retains absolutely no particle of the powder, but yet we must discountenance the employment of this paper, for it is not always glazed simply by hot rolling, but with the help of various ingredients which may subsequently gravely compromise the work of the chemist. In desperate cases we must invent some device. The author had at one time to handle a blood stain on a rock of very hard gneiss. The hardness and the structure of the stone would not permit of blasting. Scraping was also impossible owing to the great roughness of the surface. The face of the rock on which the stain lay sloped a little, so a ridge was made round the drop of blood from the wax of a small candle from the outfit case, Fig. 1, page 196. Then some clean water was dropped on the stain. In half an hour the drop was softened and loosened. It was then rubbed with a clean piece of wood and the mixture sucked up with filter paper. The soaked filter paper was put in a small clean glass, kept damp by a few drops of water, and given to experts with an exact description of the circumstances, together with the wax ridge, the piece of wood, the unused filter papers, and a sample of the water used. The experts at once detected blood. Whenever blood has thus to be scraped, the work must be done as quickly as possible. Thus Caspar Liman praises an investigating officer who, discovering, immediately after a crime, a blood stain upon the thumbnail of the suspected criminal, scraped it off carefully and preserved it. It would have been still better if he had gummed with concentrated solution of gum arabic a strip of tracing paper over the blood and thus detached it. One can readily test with what ease a blood stain can be removed from a nail in this manner, and if the individual suspected allowed his nail to be scraped, he would be no more opposed to the other process. But the investigating officer ought always to ask, and the question is an important one, if in certain cases it would not be better to expose traces of blood to the dangers which always accompany the operation of detaching them, and whether he ought not to postpone the operation until the inquiry has thrown more light on the whole case. Of course there need be no hesitation when the blood is found in places where it is exposed to the influences of the atmosphere, or may be exposed to damp, or the contact of persons, that is to say, when it is in the open air or in places which for some reason cannot be isolated. But if it is in a closed space capable of being completely and surely shut up, and kept thus for some time, it is certainly better to leave it alone. If on the contrary it is impossible completely to protect it, as will be the case in many circumstances, no risk must be run. It must be removed and taken away. As for every corpus delicti, so here it is particularly important that the description should be made at once, and as accurately as possible. Moreover, we must clearly state as regards each trace of blood what was the fate of the victim, under what conditions the body, if any, was found, whether damp, dry, warm, cold, etc., and if it has been moved by others or could have been moved. These data may be of the utmost importance for experts. Particularly important are many circumstances which must be accurately reported to the expert, as, for example, that the blood discovered had been repeatedly frozen and again thawed, whereby the blood corpuscles might be disturbed. Again, if the blood marks had been subjected to ammoniacal vapours, as of a sewer or a latrine, whereby the blood corpuscles are deprived of hemoglobin and loosened. In the same way overheating is worth mentioning. Liman relates that blood marks on a coat could not be loosened because they had been ironed over by a tailor. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Centerville, Virginia. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers. Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 14. Traces of blood continued. Section 4. Search for traces of blood which there has been an attempt to remove. We must now say a few words concerning the search for blood there has been an attempt to get rid of. Such search is by no means an easy matter, as criminals employ herein remarkable skill and cunning. Fortunately, they often happen to forget just the essential thing, so that there is always a weak point, and not only a weak point, but, so far as concerns the criminal, a most grave error. To discover this point often constitutes the entire work of the criminalist. Having found it, everything else is easy. First, let us deal with the body of the criminal himself. We will find only suspicious traces of important indicia upon him when he is examined within a short time of the commission of the crime. A person whose hands have been stained with blood invariably washes them, and it is a most suspicious circumstance when a person of the lower classes presents absolutely clean hands, especially on a working day. This peculiarity ought always to cause us, if there exist other incriminating circumstances, to submit the individual's hands to a minute examination. Even upon hands carefully washed, traces of blood may, with a good magnifying glass, often be found, either under the nails, or upon or under the skin where the nails are embedded in the fingers. In such a case, one will naturally attempt to detach and preserve these little particles of blood with the assistance of a knife or other pointed instrument. Of course, the suspected individual may not submit to this treatment, but in practice, the matter resolves itself into this, that if the individual permits the removal of blood, an operation which ought, if possible, to be performed by a medical man, one is certain of obtaining it, whereas, if he refuses, the fact is mentioned in the report of the investigation, and the hands of the accused are examined in the presence of the medical man, the investigating officer's clerks or assistants, and 2 or more independent witnesses. The accused cannot oppose this examination. By doing so, he would make the case look very black against him, for his refusal would amount to a tacit admission that there is indeed blood there. More important still than the examination of the hands is the examination of the face and hair of the criminal, who, as a rule, does not think of there being blood upon these parts of his body. He therefore does not wash them, or at least does so only very superficially. Here again recourse to the magnifying glass must not be neglected, for careful and intimate examination. It goes without saying that this work legitimately appertains to the medical jurisprudent, but it generally happens that the investigating officer comes in contact with the accused before he can have a medical man at his disposition. He will often be required therefore to undertake this work himself. In doing so, he will not be acting contrary to the law, for he will not be doing the work of the specialist, but simply collecting the materials of his inquiry, which is his essential business. As regards clothes, linen, footwear, etc., they should first be examined superficially, to determine whether an attempt to wash them has been made, always a suspicious circumstance. The accused is frequently satisfied with scraping off the kind of crust formed by the dried blood, which, however, always leaves a stain not difficult to recognize. The washing is often done very carefully, but is confined to those clothes which directly strike the eye. The boots, the inside of the pockets, clothes of dark color, or dark stains not easily noticed, are forgotten. Thus the author had on one occasion to examine a peasant, who had washed his clothes, much stained with blood, in the most careful and skilful manner, but had forgotten his boots. These boots, old, frequently wet through, hardly ever brushed, had taken on a reddish-brown hue, so that the numerous drops of blood with which they were stained were invisible at some distance. This person had not thought of taking off and carefully examining his boots, but had kept them on his feet, and, being able to see them only at a distance, had not perceived the stains which were the same color as the leather. In this class of cases, it is of the greatest interest to know whether the washing has been done with cold water or with hot. It is easy to get rid of blood, especially fresh blood, by washing in cold water, whereas hot water fixes the coloring matter, making it almost impossible to remove. Women know this better than men, for they have often to get rid of the blood of menstruation staining their linen. They, therefore, rarely commit the fault of washing out blood in hot water, which men regularly do in the hope of better success. Just the contrary happens. The blood stains will remain visible. We do not say at the exact spot they were at first, but at least in what may be called the curtilage, i.e., in that part of the material surrounding the stain properly so called, whence the blood has spread in consequence of the washing. If the material be washed in cold water, and with sufficient skill to prevent anything being seen in the neighborhood of the stain, it is not impossible that the coloring matter may be deposited by the water in the adjacent hems and seams, and remain upon the sewing cotton and in the folds of the cloth. For this it is of course necessary that only the stain and its immediate neighborhood should have been washed. But if the hems and seams have been wetted at the same time as the stain, there is always the possibility of finding therein particles of blood. In such a case we therefore recommend the investigator not to be content with a mere examination of the suspected parts properly so called, but also to unstitch the hems and seams in order to more carefully observe them. Figure 109 represents the left corner of the front part of a man's waistcoat, showing the opening of the pocket. The smallest circle is the stain of blood, properly so called. The larger represents the curtilage, mentioned above. In the case in point, we should examine first the curtilage, then the hem A-B-C, and finally the hem of the pocket D-E. The same procedure will be followed in examining instruments or tools which are supposed to have been washed. The blade and easily visible portions of a knife, for instance, may appear to be perfectly clean, whereas the covered places often contain in large quantity stains of blood deposited there, either directly or brought there by the water in which the knife has been washed. Before placing an instrument on one side as perfectly clean, and therefore not to be regarded with suspicion and referred to the examination of experts, it must be taken to pieces, and the hidden places examined. Thus, the wooden haft or handle of a hatchet must be withdrawn from the iron blade in which it is fixed, in order to examine the outside of the former and the interior of the latter. At the same time, it is necessary to observe any cracks to be found in the wood. As regards pocket knives, and even knives with fixed blades, the rivets must be removed for the purpose of inspecting, separately and in detail, the various parts. Of equal importance are the cracks and splits in walking sticks and cudgels, and the incrustations on metal tools of all kinds, be they artificial or naturally produced by rust. These operations must, in view of their importance, necessarily be performed by experts, or at all events in their presence. Of course, there are exceptional cases where the investigating officer is obliged to act himself, but in order to shield himself from every breath of suspicion, he must proceed with the very greatest prudence and the most scrupulous propriety, taking care to call in respectable witnesses, a really trustworthy punchayat, not merely as a matter of form, but for the purpose of calling their attention in the most express manner and continuously throughout the proceedings, to every detail and every striking particular connected therewith. Nor must he neglect to describe with the utmost minuteness in his report all that has been done, to delineate every object having any possible bearing upon the case, and to obtain the signatures of the witnesses and of members of the punchayat to the completed report. Although the investigating officer must be permitted, in many instances, a certain latitude of choice, a certain allowance of judgment, yet in the majority of cases it is not for him, especially if he be in the subordinate ranks of the service, to decide what may not be of subsequent utility. Even the shrewdest mind and most acute intellect cannot always foresee the march of events. Frequently enough, attempts are made to get rid of blood deposited in the open air or in premises, etc. In such a case, it is always necessary first to establish with certainty that this attempt has been made. This certainty may obtain the same value as the discovery of blood itself, for in many inquiries it suffices to know that there has been blood and where it has been. The shape, size, and the number of the stains found on a particular spot may be of secondary importance. If, therefore, the investigating officer is in a position to establish that there have been stains of blood, and that an attempt to obliterate them has been made, he must proceed as if they really existed, describing, measuring, and sketching the places that have been washed, scraped, or planed down. Even in detaching traces where an attempt has been made to get rid of the stains, he must proceed as if the stains really existed, for some may have passed unperceived, or, being more deeply impregnated, have remained visible in spite of all efforts to remove them. These efforts themselves may furnish us with characteristic indications. It is possible to deduce from the manner in which a portion of wall has been removed, the spot where the largest part of the drop of blood has lain, the general bearing of the stains, the direction of the small splashes, and the instrument with which the wall has been scraped, etc. As regards wood, e.g. a beam, a wooden partition, and especially a floor which has been washed, we must not despair of still being able to find traces of blood, especially if hot water has been used, as mentioned above. A floor, if not new, has often deep cracks and straight splits into which blood frequently finds its way, unperceived by the criminal. The space separating two planks also absorbs the water used in the washing at the same time as the blood, without the person washing taking the slightest heed. As in such a case the blood must be in very small quantities, it will be best to remove the whole of the wood in question. For polished wood floors, special attention must be paid to the matters found between and under the different planks: dust, sand, tobacco ash, rubbish, and 1,000 other substances. All this may have soaked up blood, or water mixed with blood, and may be of importance. It should therefore be collected and preserved, along with all debris of stones and other materials underneath the floor. It is just in these cases that it is necessary to accurately describe the spot where such an object has been discovered, for we generally have to deal with very small quantities, so that it is all the more important to know whence they come. Suppose it is necessary to remove with a chisel 2 pieces of wood from 2 adjacent planks. Before beginning, an arrow should be drawn across the 2 pieces of wood, with a pencil having no peculiar chemical properties such as might interfere with chemical examination. The actual position of the object, Figure 110, will be designated by the points of the compass, north, south. It will then never be difficult to determine the actual position of the 2 planks. Everything will then be wrapped and preserved in different pieces of paper, ticketed as follows: 1 and 2, the 2 planks; 3, 4, and 5, contents of the cracks; A, A', B, B', C, C'; 6, 7, 8, debris beneath the cracks; A, A', B, B', C, C'. If anything particular be found, for example a little ball which may consist of dried blood mixed with dust, it must be placed by itself and labelled as follows: 9, found in the crack, C, C'; at a distance of 14 inches from C' in the direction of C, near the surface. If for some unusual reason or other it is impossible to raise and remove the plank, the cracks separating the plank must be cleaned, as far as possible, with a bent iron wire or any other suitable instrument, carefully preserving everything discovered. Fragments of wood, of the same length as the stains suspected to have been washed, must also be cut off from the 2 planks forming the crack in the floor. Finally, the floor is scraped until perfectly white, and everything removed therefrom carefully preserved. It would also be advisable, in such a case, to carry away the instruments used in the work, bent iron wire, knife, scraper, in order, if need be, to hold them at the disposition of the court. For here we have the objection which must always be expected, that the instruments may have been stained with blood, either at the time of the operation, owing to a slight wound, or previously, and that the fact of blood having been found by the experts proves nothing. If such objection be made, the instruments used need only be produced. An expert may soak the blood stains with dilute sulphuric acid, subsequently washing them with a solution of soda. Stains that have been whitewashed over or mixed with broken earth will be easily recognized. In such cases, we must proceed as if they have not been touched. End of section 4.
Section 36 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Celine. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Traces of blood continued. Section 5. Fingerprints in blood. Finally, there are certain traces of blood of particular importance, namely impressions made by a hand or several fingers colored with blood, or by certain portions of the sole of the foot. Fingerprints have been dealt with at considerable length in Chapter 5, Section 2, and footprints have been most exhaustively discussed in Chapter 14. We shall not therefore repeat what has been already stated, presuming that the reader has already studied the subjects there. Several points, however, fall more properly under the heading blood, which we shall deal with here. We have seen that it requires but a glance to note that on the fingertips there exist certain lines of peculiar formation, of very fine quality, and forming a relief upon the skin. We have all been struck with the existence of these lines, but no one knows either their origin or their raison d'etre. It has been suggested that their origin is due to the nails above them, but this is wrong, for these lines also exist in the clearest manner on the palm of the hand, at the base of the little finger near the joint, as well as on the big toe and the sole of the foot. The impressions of papillary lines are of the greatest importance in dealing with the identity of traces of blood. We all know how often fingerprints are found in wounding and murder cases. We have seen them for ourselves, and, in 50% of criminal cases in which blood has been spilt, impressions thereof exist, although the criminal of course has had no intention of leaving impressions behind him. It is not difficult to understand the reason. From numerous murder cases, and even the confessions of criminals, we learn that these latter have an idea that it is easy to kill a person. They believe it to be a much easier job than it really is. They imagine that a single blow of a knife or club will suffice to dispatch the victim. Either in the excitement of the moment the blow is too feeble, or else it does not touch a vital spot, or it may be that, speaking in a general way, death does not take place instantaneously. But it generally happens that the victim, although thought to be mortally wounded, is still able momentarily to place the criminal in danger. The former may cry out, take to flight, or place himself on the defensive. Thus are explained those horrible struggles, the details of which clearly appear on the dissecting table, and from which we learn that the murderer, while only intending to deliver a single blow at his victim, has continued to strike long after his work is fully accomplished. In this case, it is almost inevitable that the criminal gets blood upon the hand with which he has seized his victim, some instrument or other object. It frequently happens that, immediately after the crime, the criminal, in his search for valuables, groping in the darkness, opening and shutting doors and windows, seizing jugs to wash himself, leaves behind on all kinds of articles the impressions of his hands and his several fingers. Let us add that blood lends itself admirably to the production of neat and distinct impressions. Thanks to its greasy nature, it spreads rapidly on the warm hand, and, as it is also very sticky, it attaches readily to any object impressed, so that after the second contact, there remains just enough blood to produce a perfectly clear impression. It is therefore easy to explain the relative frequency of the presence of these impressions. They must always be sought after and registered. The most difficult part is the search for them, for they are, as a rule, small, made up of fine lines, are less easy to see than even the smallest drops of blood, and finally are frequently only to be found in out-of-the-way places. It is true that these impressions are of no value from the present point of view when deposited upon a rough surface, or when the hand or fingers have been simply wiped upon, for instance cloths, unplaned wood, rough metal, or those parts of the body covered with hair, etc. Clear and visible impressions will be found on those parts of the body of the victim which are smooth and hairless, as the forehead, cheeks, the bald head, the inside of the hand, etc. To preserve them, we can recommend but one method, namely to have the part of the skin in question carefully prepared by a specialist, and the blood mark photographed before the skin has become shriveled and dried up. It has already been mentioned, page 264, that photographs of papillary lines should be taken in a very strong lateral light, shadows augmenting the relief. Impressions are also to be found upon instruments used by the criminal, e.g. on the handle of a hoe, the handle of a knife, on a crowbar, and in India on such agricultural implements as mamertis, kodalis, or aravals, see page 446. Also upon smooth wood, such as household utensils in soft or hard wood, or metal chatties or plates, or on windows or flat stones. Particular attention must be paid to certain portions of furniture. The underneath part of a tabletop, figure 103, drawers at the places where they are laid hold of to be drawn out, also to papers which the criminal has handled while searching for money, etc. Of equal importance are covers of books which have interested him. The traces having been found and described, it is above all necessary to establish, with the assistance of medical experts, from what portion of the body they proceed. This point is frequently impossible to decide until after continuous trials and minute study, which may, however, sometimes be carried out on the spot. The impression may come from the forefingers of the left hand, the palm of the right hand, left foot, etc. This point elucidated, the work becomes easier, and the most urgent thing next to be done is to establish whether these impressions do not perhaps proceed from the victim of the crime himself. It may be that on being wounded, he has placed his hand to the wound, and then upon some article or other, or even his own person. Have we not often found in the hand of a murdered person tufts of hair, which he has torn out from his own head in the midst of his agitation and semi-consciousness? He may thus seize part of his body firmly with his own hand, and thus produce an impression. We may compare this with a well-known case where the left hand of a murdered man showed a clear impression of a left hand, which could not have been his own. The importance of this question is beyond doubt, yet we deem it not inadvisable to elucidate it by reference to a criminal case which created a great stir at the time. Not many years ago, a celebrated professor was found dead beside his bed. He carried several wounds on the forehead and left temple. These wounds were bleeding profusely and seemed to have caused his death, especially as the deceased was an old gentleman, unable to defend himself against such bodily attacks. This in itself was strange, but suspicion was doubled when it was observed that a drawer of the office table in the room, at some distance from the bed, was open, and the clear impressions of 3 blood-stained fingers were perceived upon a newspaper on the table. This newspaper was resting near the far corner of the table. The staircase leading to the deceased's bedroom gave on to a large anteroom, whence the rooms occupied by his family were reached. His room, which served both as study and bedroom, being, however, situated quite apart from the rest. He had chosen this isolated room so as to be able to work, go to bed, and get up at will, so that neither the family nor the servants had the least suspicion of what was happening on the night of his death. The murder theory immediately took shape, being supported by the suspicious position of the deceased beside the bed, the wounds upon his head, his excellent state of health the night before, and the open door, all leading to the same conclusion. Moreover, some very zealous friends of the professor had immediately noticed that some important manuscripts and chemical preparations were missing from the study. Besides, in spite of all plausible explanations, there was always the bloody hand of the murderer on the paper. Its significance was far too clear to admit of the idea of a natural death. On the top of all this, some unhappy creature took it into his head to link up a series of the most insignificant facts and forge a story which spread throughout the town, growing from day to day. And, just as the horrible is always most readily believed, so a large number of people in the town was soon convinced that the old gentleman had been murdered and robbed by his own son. And the public found these suspicions all the more overwhelming, for the son was a man of calm and learning, rejoicing in the general esteem. The magisterial inquiry, most carefully conducted, resulted as follows. The old gentleman had been attacked during the night with heart failure, a complaint he frequently suffered from. Full of solicitude for his household, as was his custom, not desiring to trouble the sleep of anyone, he left his bed to search for some medicine in the drawer of his table. Arriving there, he had been attacked with another spasm, and had fallen to the ground, wounding himself on the corner of the table. This was the cause of the wound in the temple, the corner of the table corresponding exactly thereto. The old gentleman had then placed his hand to the wound, and tried to get up with the assistance of the table. This was the origin of the blood upon the newspaper. At last he managed to get back to his bed, where he was the victim of a renewed attack which caused him to fall a second time, striking his head upon the foot of the bed, the carving upon which also exactly corresponded to the wound he had then received. Finally, he had dragged himself as far as the bed flounce, where he had succumbed to general failure of the heart's action. In spite of the irrefutable results of this inquiry, much time elapsed before the public abandoned its unfortunate preconceived opinion and did justice to the son of the dead man so cruelly wounded in his honour. With what ease and rapidity would not the whole of this troublesome case have been cleared up if the theories regarding fingerprints had been brought to bear and the papillary lines of the fingers of the deceased compared with the hand of the murderer, which in public opinion was the strongest piece of proof. Let us now, taking into consideration the consequences of this most instructive case, obtain some profit therefrom. We must, before everything, on every occasion where blood impressions are found, procure for subsequent comparison the fingerprints of the victim. If doctors are able to tell us with certainty from what part of the body the impressions discovered proceed, it is but natural to take first and foremost the corresponding impressions upon the corpse. But this is not enough, for later other traces may happen to be discovered belonging to the other parts of the body. There is therefore nothing else to be done but to take the impressions of all portions of the hand of the corpse, and if he is barefoot, as in India he generally is, also of the soles of the feet bearing the lines in question, an operation which indeed requires but little time. It may happen that, out in the country, the printer's ink advised for the taking of these impressions, see page 288, is not to hand. This, however, is not the only article which may be used. We have already mentioned lamp black, advised by Galton, but both printer's ink and lamp black are not the most appropriate in all cases. Any oil colour may be used, spread out on a metal or glass plate, upon which the part of the body in question is pressed, and then several times upon paper, quietly and firmly, until a successful imprint is obtained. Sometimes it suffices to press the finger, dried or slightly greased, upon a very polished surface, e.g. glass, porcelain, or metal, on which is then sprinkled some flour, powdered colouring matter, or fine dust, taking care to blow away any that does not stick. In the same way, any colouring matter soluble in water may be used, as ink or black coffee, etc. The finger is damped therewith and pressed upon white paper. In case of need, even colouring matter may be dispensed with. According to an experiment made by Grosjean, it is only necessary to rest the finger on a plate of hot glass for a moment. When, for instance, the funnel of a lighted lamp is seized between the thumb and the forefinger, and the fingers rapidly withdrawn too quickly for a burn to take place, very good fingerprints are left upon the glass. These being due to the fatty matter secreted by the skin melting on the hot glass, the image obtained will soon be destroyed if still exposed to the heat. The lamp must therefore be at once extinguished and the funnel allowed to cool. Of course, any hot plate may be employed in this way. We have seen, page 281, that Messrs. Henry and Farndale have gone still further and have been able to preserve clear impressions of the fingers of criminals left while committing their criminal acts upon bottles and tumblers and even boxes. A drinking glass, which has been seized by a burglar, has but to be microscopically examined, if impressions cannot be discovered with the naked eye, and if fingerprints are found, on being treated with hydrofluoric acid, they will stand out quite plain. See plates 7 to 11. In many cases, all these methods are impracticable, especially in the case of a corpse. Here, the best thing to do is to select some plastic material and press it upon the fingers. In this way, excellent imprints may be obtained with ordinary paste, heated wax, with fresh kneaded breadcrumb, clay, moistened earth, plaster just becoming hard, very fine tinfoil, or, and perhaps best, the paste used by engravers. The paste is manipulated till a uniform surface is obtained, upon which the fingers are firmly pressed without pushing to one side or to the other. Clear impressions are thus produced which may be examined by a magnifying glass. It is hardly necessary to add that the different impressions taken from a corpse must be ticketed with most scrupulous accuracy, or most vexatious confusion may arise. Fingerprints having been found on the scene of the crime, and impressions of the fingers of the person killed taken, the next most pressing thing is to establish by means of experts whether these impressions do not proceed from the victim himself. If they do, they are of no value beyond informing us of what the wounded man did just before his death. But if the impressions do not correspond with the papillary lines on the fingers of the wounded man, it is a natural supposition that they proceed from the author of the crime. And, in such a case, they may be of value in two ways. Firstly, they serve to prove the innocence or guilt of a person under arrest, and secondly, they may bring about the discovery of the actual criminal. As an instance of this latter, we refer our readers to what is known as the mask murders, fully reported on page 288. In order to assist rapid and accurate comparison, it is best to photograph the original impression of the bloody finger and enlarge it photographically 3 or 4 times. If, then, it is desired to compare these impressions with those of an individual, the matter is perfectly simple. The fingers of the suspect are inspected through a magnifying glass and compared with the enlarged fingerprint. To take a case, the bloody imprint of the thumb of a left hand, according to experts, is found on the scene of a crime, and it is established that the lines on the left thumb of the suspected criminal are identical with those found. Presume, moreover, that the remaining facts are very strong against the individual in question, and that he is charged and brought for trial. The similarity between the impressions constitutes an overwhelming piece of evidence against the accused, and as this similarity is difficult to demonstrate with small reproductions, the fingerprint found on the scene of the crime must be photographed and enlarged as much as possible. Naturally, the enlargement must not be so large as to confuse the lines, retouching being absolutely debarred, as such would completely spoil the argument. The impression of the left thumb of the accused is then taken, if possible with some drops of bullock blood in order to obtain a similar shade, and on the same background as the original, e.g. on paper, wood, iron, glass, etc. This impression is also photographed and enlarged in the same proportion as the other, so that, in both cases, the conditions are alike. If, then, the impression found on the scene of the crime really proceeds from the accused person, the 2 enlarged photographs, on being compared, will present so striking a resemblance that no one, not even a man least acquainted with this sort of thing, would doubt their identity. It must also be remarked that papillary lines may be produced not only with blood, but also with all other colouring matters imaginable into which the hand of the criminal has been plunged. In certain circumstances, they may even be produced without colour, as when the criminal places his fingers, etc., on a smooth surface such as glass. Let the reader try for himself, that is, press his fingers firmly upon the window frame, and note with what distinctness the papillary lines appear. For private enlargements, the investigating officer may conveniently use a good projection apparatus. Section 6. Preservation of blood marks. The next question for consideration in dealing with bloodstains is the precautions to be taken for their preservation, so that they may come into the hands of the experts as intact as possible and in a state of integrity which cannot be questioned. All who understand the significance of the expression "to work with accuracy" understand that the work of the expert will be much surer, more valuable, and at the same time easier when the corpus delicti is handed over to him in all its integrity. Unhappily, experience teaches us that too often the greatest amount of imprudence is committed with respect to this. To take an example, one day, a handkerchief stained with what appeared to be blood was found in the possession of a suspected individual. The handkerchief was a blue one, and in consequence the stains were not easily noticed. This person declared that the handkerchief did not belong to him, and that a stranger, who was no doubt the criminal, had made him a present of it on the road. Now, the investigating officer to whom this suspect was brought had the unhappy idea of handing the handkerchief to a policeman with orders to show it to people in the neighborhood and ask them if they knew to whom it belonged. Here, then, is our policeman, tramping the whole countryside with the handkerchief and its suspicious stains, showing it in every residence, visiting every public house, and accosting every passerby, and finally returning with the reply, which might have been expected, that no one knew the handkerchief. But in what a condition were now the stains of blood? Instead of the shining and thick crusts of before, there were only insignificant marks, the last traces of the blood absorbed by the cloth. And with what amount of certainty could it subsequently be stated that they were really original bloodstains? How could it be proved that they might not be of quite recent date, that they did not proceed from the policeman himself, who might have been bleeding at the nose, or, without knowing it, from a slight wound in the hand? Here is another example, which clearly shows the necessity of proceeding with precaution in such a case. It is an example borrowed from Schauenstein, the well-known chemist, who used to regularly cite it in his lectures. This case, interesting from more than one aspect, has already been discussed from another point of view in the first chapter of this book, page 24 et sequentia. One morning on the bank of a river running through a town, a coat was found in fairly good condition, made of brown cloth resembling felt, much in use in hilly districts. The coat was handed to a police sergeant, but as it was much blood-stained, it was transferred over to the authorities. There had been, up to that time, no report of any occurrence on the previous night near the spot where the coat was found. Professor Schauenstein was consulted as a matter of precaution. After a very few hours, Schauenstein waited on the investigating officer and made the following statement: "The owner of this coat is no longer alive." Here is the explanation of this surprising declaration. Schauenstein had found, in the half-dried stream of blood which extended from the collar to the right-hand pocket of the coat, one of the small bones of the tympanum, known as the stapedial bone, which is situated deep down in the interior of the skull. Now, a person with a wound so severe as to cause a loss of blood capable of detaching the stapedial bone could not live for any length of time, and must have been at that moment most certainly dead. It was therefore apparent that this was a case of homicide, probably a murder, and subsequent investigations proved that the coat belonged to a cattle merchant who had, in fact, been assassinated the night before. The corpse was found under the snow only during the following spring. If all the necessary precautions had not been taken, nothing would have been easier than to have lost the little bone which was sticking quite loosely to the coat. It would very likely have been presumed that the blood was the consequence of some insignificant affray. No particular research would have been made, and when in the spring the corpse was discovered, no doubt the connection between it and the coat might have been noted, but it would have been then too late to prove that the death was indeed due to violence. We may in this connection mention the well-known case cited by Taylor, in which a certain razor was identified as the instrument used by a murderer, through finding thereon in the dried-up blood a shred of cotton, identical with the material of the nightcap which had been cut through of the murdered man. We shall now briefly pass in review the manner of preserving various articles bearing bloodstains. First and foremost, we must not lose sight of two general principles: avoid all confusion and pack solidly. The first principle means that the object must be denoted both inside and out by words, figures, or letters, and that plenty packing material must be employed, such as paper, boxes, etc. The second injunction is satisfied by fixing each article so that it cannot move, but without damaging the blood thereon. Blood-stained clothes will only be packed in trunks, care being taken to fix them so that the blood marks are uppermost. Holes are pierced in the trunk through which are passed cords with which the clothes are securely tied, being very careful the meanwhile not to damage the blood in any way. Bloodstains upon paper do not require particular attention, especially when they are quite dry and do not form thick crusts. It is best to place them between 2 sheets of paper and put them away in a notebook, or among the papers belonging to the case. Often, indeed, we come across papers bearing bloodstains perfectly intact among documents exposed for many years to all manner of risks. If the marks are upon small pieces of wood or splinters or upon shreds of cloth, in short upon any small or light article, boxes of corresponding size must be obtained, the articles placed at the bottom, and fixed thereto with string passed through the box and fastened outside. More difficult is the packing of large and heavy articles such as spades, hoes, hatchets, axes, hammers, bars of iron, heavy sticks, etc. All these objects ought to be packed with much care, for they may fall and all the blood be knocked off. When we consider the importance of blood marks, and when we remember the ease with which they disappear on being shaken or rubbed, we are involuntarily seized with a slight shiver on reading a report ending as follows. Finally, material object number 1, difficult to handle owing to its great weight, was entrusted to the municipal authorities for transportation to the police station. But the municipal authorities mean the mayor, the chairman of the municipality, or the village magistrate, who hands it over to a servant or peon, who in turn consigns it to some carter or handyman who happens to be on his way to town. Thus it is that the iron bar, or whatever it is, arrives at its destination, unpacked and unprotected, perhaps in the midst of a cartload of oxen or pigs just slaughtered. Then it is handed over to the expert. What a ridiculous spectacle it is to see the expert proceeding conscientiously and minutely, following all the rules of his science and his art, to the examination of an article which has been treated with so much negligence. He measures it, weighs it, examines it in the most scrupulous manner for traces of blood, some of which have been knocked off by the shaking of the cart, while others have only come into existence since the article started on its journey. Action of this description is, in the first place, to make a fool of the expert, and further shows a marked want of professional conscientiousness. Such an easy and graceful attitude in the conduct of an investigation may have the most unjust consequences, for it is the corpus delicti that will perhaps establish the guilt or innocence of a person. It is evident that in packing neither trouble, time, nor money may be spared. The interest of the case also demands this. It is indispensable that the boxes requisite for this manner of packing be procured. Then the article is fixed to the bottom of the box, already pierced with holes in several places, through which cords are passed holding the article so firmly that no shock can detach it. See figure 111, which represents the method of fixing a hatchet to the bottom of a box. It is hardly necessary to state that the cord should neither touch nor rub the bloodstains. If there be bloodstains on both sides of the hatchet, it cannot be laid down as depicted. In such a case, the article must be placed upon pads or cushions of paper, fixed onto the wood with nails so that the hatchet reposes with nothing to touch the bloodstains. It is only in case of absolute necessity, namely when the article is too big to enter a box, that it will have to be transported without packing. But in such a case, the bloodstains must be safeguarded in a very special manner. Suppose that we have some bloodstains at the point A, figure 112, on a long pole which, for some reason or other, cannot be cut. We attach blocks of wood above and below the blood with strong cords, and surround the whole with little strips of wood and stout paper, so that the stains are quite free, though being perfectly preserved from all external deterioration. For small objects such as shavings, scrapings from blood-stained walls, etc., these are preserved, as already indicated, in paper, good smooth letter paper, folded into little packets. The first packet is wrapped in a second to prevent any particles being lost in transit to the hands of the expert. It is also very important that traces of blood, pus, sperm, or other organic matter be sent to the expert as soon as possible. Every day's delay can only compromise the obtaining of a definite result, especially when the stains happen to be upon rusty iron. The rapidity with which we ought to proceed in such cases has been recently particularly insisted upon by F.J. Otto, who states that a special order on this matter has been circulated by the Bavarian government, dated 8th May 1880, to all the police authorities. End of section 36. Recording by Celine.
Section 37 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2016. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 15. Ciphers and Other Secret Writings. Section 1. General Considerations. The discussion of the subject of secret writing will of necessity have to be confined to very narrow limits, for were we to treat it exhaustively, a large volume would hardly suffice. Solutions cannot possibly be given to all questions concerning secret writing, but we shall attempt to indicate to the investigating officer everything that may be of use to him in the majority of judicial cases. In this connection, a distinction must of necessity be made. On the one hand, we have cipher writing properly so called. This is a superior kind used extensively in high diplomatic and military spheres. And on the other hand, we have the common cipher writing practiced either for amusement in private life or seriously in business. The ciphers employed in guarding state secrets or in important military communications form a woof woven more or less artistically, of which the uninitiated can very rarely unravel the threads. To accomplish such work, education, application, and luck of a particular kind are required. Should one of these three qualities be missing, the message will never be deciphered. Every person, however, who is endowed with patience and a natural aptitude, and is favored by luck, may be able to decipher secret correspondence of the simpler kind. Of this latter simpler kind we will treat in this chapter. It will doubtless be difficult to distinguish complicated cipher writing from simple cipher writing, for between the cipher messages concocted with the assistance of different systems and in diverse languages, and cryptograms composed with the aid of simple transposition of letters, there is a mass of systems of secret writings, some easy, some hard to decipher, making it difficult to draw a distinction between those that are easy and those that are difficult to read. It may be added that this difficulty is purely subjective. To a person wanting in quickness and practice, the most simple of cryptograms will present the greatest difficulties, while a good cipher reader attached to the Foreign Office or War Office will be able to read very complicated ciphers promptly and correctly. It is hardly necessary to commence by saying how important it is in criminal cases for the investigating officer carefully to examine every scrap of writing that appears to be in cipher, for a cipher correspondence discovered in connection with some crime is bound to contain information that will not stand the light of day and of which the authorities are to be kept in ignorance. If successful in reading it, the investigating officer will be able to see far into the facts of the case, and things will be cleared up much better than by long inquiries and investigations. Secret writings are met with in judicial inquiries much more frequently than one would imagine, but they must be sought for. If one takes the trouble to check the papers, notes, letters, and chits of the accused, and to search in the pockets, seams, and folds of his clothes, a mass of communications may be brought to light which on close inspection may turn out to be a cipher correspondence. More than one letter seemingly devoid of sense, more than one involved remark, and more than one insignificant scrawl, to which at the outset no importance could be attached, may turn out to be nothing else than cipher writing. The inquiry, when a secret correspondence is found, will immediately take quite another complexion. At least it may possibly become much more important than before the discovery. Possibly the effect of packets of cipher letters found on the accused is absolutely nil, but this is an eventuality never to be admitted at the outset. The correct supposition is the contrary one, namely, that if a cipher writing is found, the matter is vastly more important than it seemed to be. If a recently arrested thief, who has stolen perhaps only a silver watch, is found in possession of cipher communications, the investigating officer may at least suppose that he has to do with a criminal of refinement, a band of thieves, etc. The following principle should never be departed from. Everything in cipher must be deciphered, or at least an attempt to do so must be made. How to proceed is quite another matter. At first sight, a simple cannot possibly be distinguished from a complicated cipher. Some cryptograms seem at the first glance to be very complicated. When, for example, the vowel cipher has been employed and nothing but a long string of vowels can be seen, and yet are very easy to read. Again, some appear to be perfectly simple, made for instance according to the transposition of letters system, whereas the most skillful cipher reader is unable to decipher them. The investigating officer will have no other course but to himself unravel all ciphers that fall into his hands. For this purpose the following hints may be of use to him, or if he has more ambition and feels that he has the necessary amount of skill, he may obtain one or more of those books which deal separately with the subject of secret writing. Dr. John Ludwig von Klüber's Cryptography, though no doubt very old, can render great assistance. It forms the basis of all subsequent works on the subject and contains a list of previous writers. According to all the books, one can learn to read the most complicated and difficult cipher if one is only endowed with stubborn perseverance and a certain natural talent in this direction. But there is no doubt that without a little luck nothing can be accomplished. A mere chance may enlighten what several days' work has failed to make clear. This piece of luck must be lain in wait for and exploited when it comes. It is the same in all branches of an investigating officer's work. When a satisfactory result is obtained, it seems to be to his luck that it is due, but in reality, through his skill and patience alone, he had the luck to observe the favorable moment and to seize it. In addition, the investigating officer who would decipher secret writings must have his heart in his work, perseverance, never-failing interest, an observation that allows nothing to escape, and the gifts of combination and deduction. These are indeed general qualities which every investigating officer ought to possess. One might almost say that every man who is of the stuff out of which investigating officers are made is capable of reading ciphers. In large towns, the investigating officer may have the luck to come into contact with recognized experts for the explanation of ciphers. Such are retired military men who have held high staff appointments, diplomatists, and mathematicians. Such persons have generally dealt with similar questions in the course of their career and continue to take so keen an interest in them as will lead them to use their special knowledge for the good of the public. But only exceptionally can competent persons of this kind be made use of. In most cases, the investigating officer will have to rely upon himself. Besides, it must not be forgotten that in this connection the investigating officer's position is very much easier than that of the diplomatist or military man. The former has to decipher messages of the first importance, and the latter to make sense of a cipher captured from the enemy. Neither as a rule can say what is the language of the writing, who are the people in correspondence with one another, what the writing ought to be about, etc. One thing alone they know, namely, that it is a communication made with the greatest art and with the minutest care, and this knowledge is not calculated to facilitate their task. Of course, they may have come into possession of the key, but in this case the art of deciphering, in the sense we attach to these words, will not come into play. In the majority of cases, the task of the investigating officer will be much easier. With few exceptions, the suspected person to whom the communication is addressed, or the one from whom it emanates, is in a safe place. The investigating officer consequently knows, if only approximately, the degree of education of the individual and in what language he has thought or written, can make suppositions about the nature of the manuscript, can gather from the status of the accused the degree of accuracy to be expected in the spelling, this last is most important, and finally, judging by his intelligence, can come to a conclusion as to the kind of secret writing selected, for a tolerable amount of intelligence is required to understand and employ certain of the more complicated kinds of cipher. To throw light on this point, the inquiry must be taken up anew for this very purpose, and from the beginning, as must always be done whenever a particular point has to be cleared up which has not been dreamed of previously. The attention is entirely concentrated on the information one is in search of at the moment, and when one is under the impression that he knows every word figuring in the course of the inquiry, he is correct only to a certain extent. They are indeed known in a general way, and those special points which have been the particular object of the inquiry are remembered, but certainly something new will be discovered when the whole is gone through again and the investigation directed towards another end. If therefore, in the course of an inquiry, a cipher writing is discovered, the whole record must be once more perused and the attention devoted to everything that may throw light on this particular point. This having been done, all papers belonging to the accused or having any bearing upon the inquiry in general must be reread. This revision must be carried out even when one thinks he knows the whole case by heart. Then all the clothes, pockets, seams, inside linings, etc., must be examined in the minutest manner, as well as every article connected with the inquiry, taking care to place on one side and register all written or printed matter, whether letters, syllables, words, phrases, figures, or peculiar strokes or characters, etc. Above all, letters, notes, and chits should be submitted to the most minute and thoughtful examination. They may furnish not only an indication about the subject of the cipher documents, but also give a direct starting point for deciphering the entire writing. The method of proceeding in deciphering a former communication may be discovered. Perhaps a word may be underlined, or another which seems to have no reason for being where it is, for example, in the middle of a phrase, may turn out to be the keyword unlocking the secret manuscript. Without this keyword, the writing cannot be deciphered, and possibly the writer has noted it down somewhere for safety's sake, and called attention to it by underlining it, etc. Frequently also the word or the cipher key, the stencil or the secret alphabet, etc., as the case may be, are written in a sympathetic ink, that is, ink, words written with which are legible only when treated chemically or exposed to heat, etc. The paper is carried upon the person of the correspondent, and the writing made to reappear as often as desired. For this reason, paper must be examined even when there is no writing at all to be seen, and care must be taken to ascertain whether secret interpolations are not to be found hidden between the lines in letters covered with ordinary writing. Figure 113 is a specimen rather of picture writing than of secret writing, but which may be easily mistaken for the latter. Though it was connected with a civil action, it is of none the less interest from our point of view. In a suit dealing with a difference in accounts, an aged peasant produced an old calendar containing the signs depicted. According to the explanation of the man, who could neither read nor write, but knew how to play the game of tarot, a species of whist, and in consequence understood the Roman numerals, he had marked out with signs the debts contracted with his opponent, and read them as given under the illustration. Suppose such a writing is found upon a dangerous criminal, the first idea would be that it was a quite undecipherable secret writing, but when the investigating officer knows that some of these writings are perfectly simple, he will be able to read them as easily as any ordinary script. It sometimes happens that certain facts obtained quite by chance are of great importance. An accused who was the bearer of an extensive secret correspondence possessed a watch on the inner cover of which the maker's number 27491 was engraved. The cipher writing resisted all attempts to decipher it. Finally, luck guessed that the accused might have used the cipher called Count Gronfeld's cipher, otherwise General Trochu's cipher, and had chosen 27491 for the key number, as a convenient number for him to verify without having to make any suspicious note of it. This is exactly what he had done, and with the help of the number of the watch, the whole correspondence was easily read. It may also happen that a small pocket dictionary is found among the belongings of the accused, which will indicate, if printed in double columns, that the word system, see post, has been employed. Again, it may be supposed that the criminal has upon him, doubtless well concealed, a stencil of paper or thin white metal, enabling him to read writing made with the assistance of its duplicate. In short, the investigating officer must remember, now as always, that even the most cunning of criminals will commit the fatal blunder that is his undoing, so well known and so often commented upon. Here the blunder is to carry on the person the key, be it word, number, book, or stencil, to the cipher itself. In so doing, the criminal believes himself to be in complete safety, for he does not dream of his possible arrest. In short, by submitting everything connected with the inquiry and the cipher correspondence to a minute and profound examination, and combining the acquired results in 1,000 different ways, the investigating officer may perhaps succeed in forcing his luck, finding the necessary starting point, and even discovering the solution of the whole problem. End of section 37. Section 38 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2016. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 15. Ciphers and Other Secret Writings. Continued. Section 2. Various Kinds of Ciphers. Among the many systems of secret writing in use, those only have been chosen for description that are capable of being deciphered by an average investigating officer, either on account of the simplicity of the system adopted, or because the investigating officer has in some way succeeded in finding a clue or key to the enigma, for this key alone is useless if he does not know how to use it. Indeed, in many cases it is impossible to recognize the system unless very familiar with that particular variety. For instance, when a cipher word is found among a person's papers or some strange book in his possession, it may be at once assumed that the discovery, if only its use be known, may furnish the solution of the whole secret writing. No attempt is made here to deal with writing very difficult to decipher, even with the help of the key. In the following pages little that is new will be found, at least as regards the essential parts of the subject. It is sufficient to reproduce what may be read in the many and voluminous works on the subject. The old authority Klüber, mentioned above, has been mainly consulted, as well as the modern work of Pleissner von Wastrowitz. In all secret writings we find as a rule certain conventional signs which have a general signification. Alpha. Non-values, that is, signs having no importance and signifying nothing, the sole object of which is to lead the decipherer astray. It is arranged, for example, that all the vowels, every third letter, all numbers divisible by 6, and so on, do not count. In writing with the stencil this arrangement is useless, for only those letters or words count that can be seen through the openings of the stencil, while the non-values are added after the message has been written, in the portions covered by the stencil. Beta. Signs of antiphrases, indicating that the phrase which follows should be understood in a contrary sense to its real signification, that is, a friend equals an enemy. Gamma. Signs of cancellation, signifying that the whole communication does not count and has no other aim than to mislead the reader. Such communications are very frequent, and their object is to throw the investigating officer off the scent and give him a mistaken idea of the meaning of the correspondence. Delta. Signs of change of system, indicating that use is being made of a new key or table, that the writing is in another language, or that after that sign the cipher must be read from right to left, etc. We now proceed to describe a few selected systems. A. Numerical ciphers. 1. The simplest method consists in replacing letters of the alphabet, ordinary words, and common phrases by one or several fixed numbers. In the latter case, the numbers are employed indifferently. 2. Almost as simple is where the letters are expressed by two combined numbers. These numbers are previously divided into groups and the groups numbered. For example, CGLPTY 4, AEINRW 3, PFKOSZ 7, DHMQZ 1, UV 8. Every letter is thus represented by the figure indicating the place the letter occupies in its group. CABDU are 1, PNOQ are 4, together with the number of the group in which it stands. For example, G is 24, K is 37, etc. Today would be expressed in the following manner: 54, 47, 11, 13, 64. 3. We may mention here the cipher said to have been invented by Mirabeau. The letters of the alphabet are divided into 5 groups, each group bearing an order number, for example, 1, MAXOK, 2, RINVT, 3, HBSEQ, 4, GFCZU, 5, PLYDW. Each letter is numbered from 1 to 5 in each group. Each letter is now represented by a fraction, the numerator formed by the group number and the denominator by the figure denoting the position of the letter in the group. Since there is no number above 5, the figures 6 to 9 and 0 are employed as non-values to make up double fractions and ring the changes on anyone trying to decipher the message. The word silence might be expressed as follows: without non-values, 3/3, 2/2, 5/2, 3/4, 2/3, 4/3, 3/4. With known values, 83/37, 28/92, 50/27, 93/48, 29/37, 40/39, 36/64. B. Alphabetical ciphers. 1. The simplest cipher of this kind, called Julius Caesar's cipher, consists, like the numerical ciphers, in the simple transposition of the letters of the alphabet. For example, A equals F, G equals Z, etc. Though not very safe, this method is frequently employed today, so much so indeed that every investigating officer must come across it sometime or other. It is evident that this device may be rendered more difficult to decipher by neglecting to separate the letters from one another, joining them all together irrespective of words, mixing in non-values, or employing, like the Abbot Trittheim of Würzburg, 1462 to 1516, from 10 to 25 letters of the alphabet one after the other in a definite order. Sometimes, for instance, the first word, line, or phrase is written in the first alphabet, and the second word, line, or phrase in the second alphabet, thus rendering the solution much more difficult. 2. Resembling this is Cron's system and several other systems of too great complexity to be adequately dealt with here. 3. A cipher very often employed is a vowel cipher in which the accompanying key is used. It is self-evident that the order of the letters may be changed at will. Each letter is expressed by two vowels, which are found in the key as follows. Table containing 6 rows and columns. The first entry is blank. The rest of the top row contains A, E, I, O, U. The first column contains, top to bottom, U, O, I, E, A. The other 25 squares contain the alphabet, omitting J, with the letters placed at random. The first of the two is at the extremity of the same horizontal line, and the second is at the top of the same vertical line as those in which stand the letter to be understood. Thus A becomes OI, Z becomes IE, G becomes AO, and the message START will be written as follows: IU, AU, OI, UI, AU. This seems quite senseless enough, but it may be made more puzzling by adding consonants as non-values, and making up words therewith. We might then obtain, for example, the following message: Still much call upon him, luck ill, small fun. Several other arrangements can be made with this table. Table containing 26 rows and columns. The first entry is blank. The rest of the top row contains numbers 1 to 25 in ascending order. The first column has numbers 1 to 25 in ascending order from top to bottom. Row 1 then contains the alphabet in order, omitting J, starting with A. Row 2 has the alphabet in order, omitting J, starting with B, ending with Y, Z, A. Row 3 has the alphabet in order, omitting J, starting with C, ending with Z, A, B. And so on until row 25, starting with Z, A, B, ending with W, X, Y. This cryptogram will at first sight appear to have been written with the assistance of a system of words, and will be extremely difficult to decipher. 4. The extension of this system gives us the multiplication cipher, also called the square cipher, the undecipherable cipher, or the Russian cipher. It is said to have been invented by a diplomatist named Blaise of Vigenère in 1589. It is most extensively used, offers the greatest possible security, is easy to work, and only necessitates the possession of the appended table. If necessary, this table can be recomposed from memory. Its employment presupposes the existence of a keyword. Let us suppose the keyword to be London, and the message to be sent Start quickly. We commence by writing the message with the letters spaced so that each letter of the message corresponds with a letter of the keyword. When the letters of the latter are used up, the word is begun over again. Thus, start, Londo, quickly, London. We look for the first letter of the message, S, in the first horizontal line of the table on page 600, and the first letter of the keyword, L, in the first vertical line of the table, and, starting from the letter S, we descend the perpendicular line till we meet the horizontal line, followed from L at C. This is the first letter of the cipher. In the same manner we take the second letters of the message and the keyword, T and O respectively, and following the appropriate lines as before, we obtain G, and so on till the message is exhausted, when we obtain the following cryptogram: CGN UGC EWP NYL. To read this message, we recommence by placing the keyword under the cryptogram thus: CGNWGC stands above London, EWPNYL stands above London. Then look for the first letter of the keyword in the first vertical line to the left of the table, then follow it till we find the first letter in the cipher, C, and then ascend vertically to the top horizontal line where we find S, which is the first letter of the actual message. And so on with all the remaining letters. Using the same table, numbers may also be employed. Taking the same example as before, the first letter of the keyword L corresponds with the number 11 just beside it, and the first letter of the message, S, with the number 18 just above it. Then, instead of taking the letter C as formerly, we take the sum of these two numbers, that is 29. The method is used much less frequently with numbers than with letters. The latter are nearly always used by fairly intelligent persons. Chance alone can be counted upon to elucidate cryptograms of this description, for in no cipher does chance play so great a part. The investigating officer may have the luck to find among certain papers belonging to the correspondence the cipher table, which may have endless variations, or he may discover the keyword. It will sometimes be possible by taking into account the character, social condition, and connections of a person to guess the keyword. Generally, it is a proper name, and by making trials with names which have some connection with the individual, the right word is often hit upon. We may try the native town of the cipher writer, the country of his birth, the chief river of the country, the name of the town or country last visited by him, and the names of men who may have some notoriety or celebrity at the time, or who have some importance as regards his position or trade, for example, purely local public men, or persons well known in his particular walk of life. Rarely does a man of education, and hardly ever a man of no education, abandon the choice of the keyword to chance. Laziness, natural indifference, and the attraction influenced over us by matters which we already know, all come into play and induce us in such cases to choose words with which we are familiar rather than indifferent or meaningless ones. The investigating officer has now an opportunity of exercising his faculties of combination and deduction. Materials will rarely be wanting, and success will not often fail to crown his efforts. 5. The cipher writing of Napoleon I is based on an analogous method, and is connected with a system invented by G. de la Porta in 1540. Here again a keyword is necessary. The table alphabet is formed as on page 603. Omitting J and Z, there are 24 letters. These are first arranged in their natural order in 2 lines, with the marginal symbol A-B. The next alphabet is arranged also in 2 lines, but the last letter Y of the second line is transposed to the beginning of that line, leaving X as its last letter, the marginal symbol being CD. In the third alphabet, X comes to the head of the second line, reading XYNOPQR, etc., symbol EF, and so on through GH, IK, LM, etc. In this way it is clear that 12 alphabets can be formed. Alphabet AB. The first line, A-B-C-D, E-F-G-H, I-K-L-M. Second line, N-O-P-Q, R-S-T-U, V-W-X-Y. Alphabet CD. First line, A-B-C-D, E-F-G-H, I-K-L-M. Second line, Y-N-O-P, Q-R-S-T, U-V-W-X. Alphabet EF. First line, A-B-C-D, E-F-G-H, I-K-L-M. Second line, XYNOPQRS-TUVW. Now suppose the keyword is bed. Here we employ the three alphabets given above, A, B, E, F, C, D. The keyword is arranged under the sentence to be deciphered as previously described, and any letter, say S, coming above B will in the cipher become F and vice versa. Thus, suppose the message to be sent is the words "nothing new," we obtain the following cryptogram. Nothing. Second line, BED, BED, B. Third line, ADH, UT, BT. New. Second line, EDB. Third line, CQK. In alphabet B, N corresponds to A. In alphabet E, O corresponds to D. In D, T corresponds to H, and so on. 6. Count Gronfeld's, also called General Trochu's, cipher is notable for its simplicity. All that is required is a key number and an alphabet agreed upon by the two correspondents, who must also know whether any letters as J or Z are excluded. Suppose the key number is 519 and the alphabet is the following: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, and the message to be sent is "all goes well." We commence by spacing the letters of the message and writing the key number underneath them as many times as is necessary. First line, "all goes well." Second line, 519, 519, 519, 51. Third line, FMU, MPOX, XOQM. Each letter of the message is then replaced by the letter in the alphabet which stands in the position relative to the former expressed by the number placed under the letter of the message. Thus the first letter in the message is A, under which we find the number 5. We must therefore count off in the alphabet 5 letters from A and obtain the first letter of the cryptogram, F. The second letter is L, under which is the number 1. The second letter of the cryptogram will therefore be M. The third letter is also L, but the number under it being 9, it is now represented by U, and so on. This message is most difficult to decipher unless the key number is known. But as has been already remarked, it often happens in such cases, either that the number is a common one, as 365, or the current year, or that, if non-suggestive, it will be discovered noted down among the papers of the two correspondents. Once in possession of this number, we write it under the cipher, and, aided by these numbers and the fixed alphabet, we obtain each letter by counting backwards. Thus instead of F, we take the 5th letter before it, namely A, and of M the letter before it, namely L, etc. End of section 38. Section 39 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in February 2016. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross, translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 15. Ciphers and Other Secret Writings. Continued. Section 2C. Syllable and Word Ciphers. Alpha. Syllables. The syllabic system consists in inserting in a letter various syllables having a signification of their own apart from the letter. It is for instance settled beforehand that only the first syllable of the third word in every line, odd or even, counts. The method, when well carried out, is extremely safe, but it is nonetheless rare, being very difficult of application, the style of the letter being generally unnatural and suspicious. Beta. Words. Heidel's method. The letter is composed of two parts, consisting either of the letter proper and a postscript, or else of two distinct paragraphs. Of course, no third paragraph must be present in the letter. The words of the message to be sent are inserted in the first paragraph in their proper order. The second contains the key, for example, each word in the letter, which begins with a T, indicates by the number of its order the place in the first paragraph of each word which is to count. Suppose it is wished to communicate the following words: I will come to your place tomorrow. The letter may be written as follows: I have not yet heard whether Thompson will come, but shall send my servant this evening to ask him. If your promised letter arrives in time, we shall be able to visit the place together. I should like to settle the business before the day after tomorrow. The idea is a good one, but the time is short. As soon as I see Thompson, we shall certainly take steps at once. I suppose it is quite an impossibility for you to accompany us on our visit. I shall let you know Monday or Tuesday. In the second paragraph the words 1, 8, 9, 17, 21, 34, and 47 each begin with a T, thus indicating that in the first paragraph only the words 1, 8, 9, 17, 21, 34, and 47 are to be taken into account. For short communications the system is good enough, but is easily betrayed by a forced and unnatural style. 2. The book system is somewhat complicated, but gives great security, always assuming the book is not found. The two correspondents are each in possession of a copy of the same book, same edition, and agree that each letter of the message will be represented by 3 numbers, the first denoting the page of the book, the second the line of the page, and the third the letter of the line to be used. Suppose the letter G is to be ciphered. Let us suppose G is the 17th letter of the third line of page 4. The letter G will then be expressed by the 3 numbers 4, 3, 17. When the book used is unknown, the message cannot be deciphered, but as in such cases possession of the book is indispensable, the investigating officer will probably discover some book among the belongings of the individual in question, and will be careful not to lose sight of it. If he subsequently comes upon a suspected cipher, he will at all events first try to elucidate it with the assistance of the book. 3. The lexicon cipher presupposes the existence of a similar dictionary in the possession of each correspondent, the pages of which are printed in double columns. In writing a letter, each word is looked up in the dictionary, and, instead of the word found, the word in the same line of the same page, but in the neighboring column, is taken. With any pocket dictionary a cryptogram, easy to decipher, may be quickly composed. But the method has its inconveniences. Either the declension or conjugation of words must be dispensed with, thus causing obscurities and mistakes and betraying the secret method employed, or declension and conjugation is used and the reader is quite perplexed. Again, when this method is employed, the investigating officer generally discovers the dictionary, all that is needed to read the cipher. If the dictionary cannot be found and one is convinced in spite of everything that this system has been used, it may be worthwhile to attempt the solution by examining a dozen or more recognized dictionaries. When the 2 correspondents are known, we can sometimes tell beforehand where the books have probably been procured, for it must not be forgotten that they can hardly have employed dictionaries used by them for a number of years, for no 2 people possess 2 old dictionaries absolutely alike. As the last condition is essential, they must have been specially bought for the purpose, and the investigating officer will hardly fail to obtain them in some way or other. 4. The book system proper is the most perfect of cipher methods. A special dictionary is used in which all words, writing, signs, and numbers are represented by groups of letters or numbers. As a special precaution in important messages, a key number may be added to or subtracted from the cipher numbers. In commerce, a code published by the International Telegraph Office at Bern is employed. In it, the words to be ciphered are not expressed by groups of numbers, but by other words borrowed from the best-known languages of civilization. Section D. The stencil or blackline cipher. Here the cipher is written and read either by placing a stencil over the paper, or a ruled paper, such as the black lines used for teaching writing, under it, the lines being visible through the paper written on. Its use can be easily detected, for in the first case the writing is not exactly straight, while in the second we observe the transparency of the paper. The investigating officer will be unable to read the cipher unless he can lay his hand on the stencil or the ruled paper. They must be searched for among the belongings of the correspondence. Being small, they will probably be carefully concealed, and the stencil may have been rolled or crumpled up. Section E. Miscellaneous ciphers. Alpha. Angle writing. School children often make use of this method. The letters are grouped 2 by 2, one being dotted and the other not. The method is clear from the diagrams. Suffice it to say that a non-dotted letter is represented by its appropriate angle with no dot, while a dotted letter has a dot in the angle. This cipher is naturally not difficult to read, being based on a very simple system of transposition. On account of its simplicity, it is much used by criminals. Beta. Thread writing. Each correspondent is in possession of a stick divided into 26 equal parts, and in the spaces thus obtained the letters of the alphabet are inscribed in an agreed order. Writing is carried on by measuring distances on the stick with a white thread, starting from the end of the stick to the first letter of the message, and there marking the thread with ink, then measuring from the first to the second letter and marking the thread again, and so on to the end of the message. The thread is then rolled up and conveyed to the correspondent, who has only to measure it on his stick in order to read the message. The latter can, if necessary, dispense with the stick by drawing its counterpart upon the table, floor, or wall, provided that the distances are fixed and easy to reproduce. For example, the diameter of a coin, the length of a match, the breadth of the thumb, etc. In this way correspondence may be easily exchanged with prisoners, for it is not easy to hinder the introduction into the cells of a thread which may, for example, be holding a garment or the dressing of a wound together. The investigating officer must therefore be on the lookout. In the two preceding cases, the series of letters is fixed in an order easy of recollection, for example, from Z to A, or by altering the letters in some such way as follows: AC, BD, EG, FH, IK, JL, etc. Gamma. Foot rule cipher. A line divided into quarters of an inch, millimeters, etc., is drawn on a long band or strip, a table, wall, floor, etc., and in every second, third, fourth of these divisions we place a letter of the alphabet. When writing with an ordinary yard measure, we measure off the distance from the beginning of the line to the first letter of the message. The number of quarter inches obtained, say 17, denotes the first letter of the message. The distance between the first and the second letter is then taken, say 6, and the number of quarter inches denotes the second letter in the message, and so on, the whole message being formed exclusively of figures. Care must however be taken to distinguish the numbers obtained by measuring from left to right from those taken from right to left. Suppose the customary order of the letters of the alphabet has been retained, and the message begins with the word Albert. It is evident that to go from A to L, we must first measure from left to right, then from L to B, from right to left, and from B to E, from left to right again. The numbers furnished by the measurement from right to left need not be specially marked. The others may be underlined, written in red ink, or marked with a point, etc. But this indicates at once that we have to deal with a special kind of cipher. The author had never seen this cipher described, when one day the governor of a prison discovered and handed to him a letter composed of figures which was supposed to have been exchanged between two international thieves then under arrest. When the two men were immediately searched, a strip of paper was found on each of them. It was straight and thin and divided into centimeters. It was immediately supposed that these strips were connected with the secret message, and it was not till after considerable trouble and patience that the author was able to discover the system employed, a system which is certainly not wanting in originality. Delta. Puncture system. This writing is also easy to introduce surreptitiously into prison. Each letter is represented by a number, and the numbers are ranked together in a manner easy of recollection. A sheet of paper covered with writing or printed characters is taken, for example an old and dirty piece of newspaper used for wrapping up something which may be easily introduced into the cells. Suppose the alphabet to be the following: from A to Z, omitting J, numbered from 1 to 25 consecutively, and that the message to be sent is No. N is represented by the letter 13. The writer therefore counts up to the 13th letter on the paper, starting from the beginning, and pierces it with a needle. The next letter O is represented by the number 14. We therefore count on from the letter last pierced, N, till the 14th next letter is reached and pierced in like manner. It is certain that many a piece of news or information is passed into the prisons in this manner. It must not be forgotten that instead of being pierced, the letters may be marked with sympathetic ink, using for instance milk, so that the message may be read on heating the newspaper. Epsilon. Playing card cipher. A pack of cards is arranged in a known order, care being taken to note the top and bottom card of the pack. The pack should be quite new, or at least the edges should be newly cut. The pack is then held tightly together and the message written, generally in figures, on the side of it. The pack is then well shuffled and forwarded to the correspondent, who places it in the pre-arranged order, presses the pack, and reads the message. Another way is to write a letter on each card of the pack in a pre-arranged order, and read the message by rearranging them again in the same order. Zeta. Count Vergennes method. It is said that at the end of the 18th century the French foreign minister made use of a special method of corresponding with his foreign diplomatic agents, when a letter of introduction was handed to persons going from Paris to foreign countries, and vice versa. A traveller requesting such a letter would receive a paper which carried certain ornamentation on the borders, furnishing information regarding the bearer of the letter, or it might be conveyed by the manner of writing or printing, words underlined, and the numbering of the letter. They could tell immediately from such a missive who its bearer was, what were his aptitudes, whether he was a safe man or a suspect, whether rich, poor, intelligent, a fool, married or single, the reason for his journey, who were his relatives, etc. It is not improbable that this refined method of correspondence is still in use among a certain class. It is related that the Russian and Polish Jews used to correspond with one another in the following way, when the postage of letters was still very expensive. The recipient would take the unstamped letter, examine the envelope all over, and then refuse to pay the postage or receive it, but he had learned all he wished to know from the shape, color, and size of the envelope, from the special writing of the address, and from the manner in which the letter was sealed. It may be presumed that our prisoners correspond in like manner with their friends outside, and often under the nose of the investigating officer himself, when he hands them letters addressed to them which have been examined and found to be quite harmless. Theta. The Scytal cipher of the Lacedaemonians, derived, according to Plutarch, from scutale, staff. When the Spartan ephors wished to forward their orders to their commanders abroad, they wound slantwise a narrow slip of parchment upon a scutale, so that the edges met close together, and the message was then added so that the center of the line of writing was on the edges of the parchment. The receiver had a similar staff and wound the paper upon it, and so alone could the contents be read. This system is also known to sharpers. Section 3. Suggestions as to deciphering secret writing. We have already commented on the methods to be pursued by an investigating officer in deciphering secret writings, and have noted some points to which his attention should more specially be turned, remarking that the position of the investigating officer is, in this connection, very different from that of the military man or diplomatist. The investigating officer, it has been stated, should not attempt the work of elucidating difficult cryptograms unless chance or skill have placed him in possession of the key or other aid to their solution. In all other cases he should refer to those more specially expert. In view of these observations, we shall do no more than enumerate in this section a few general indications to be borne in mind. It may be asserted no fixed rules for the deciphering of secret writing exist, if by the word rule be understood principles permitting of the solution of every cipher. These indications must therefore be taken to refer exclusively to investigating officers. 1. We repeat that it is absolutely necessary that the investigating officer knows thoroughly the man he has to deal with. Objectively, this is nearly always possible, since in the majority of cases the correspondent is an accused or convicted person undergoing detention. 2. He ought also to have accurate information respecting the social circumstances of the correspondent, and do everything in his power to produce the key to the secret writing, or anything capable of giving any clue thereto. 3. To succeed in his work, the investigating officer must be possessed of untiring patience, gift of combination in the highest degree, and a capacity to act with calm and reflection. As regards the beginner who misdoubts whether or not he has special aptitude for this work, he has but to call to mind his school and college days, and recollect whether he proved himself strong in mathematics. Nearly all those whose business it is to write and read ciphers are good mathematicians. 4. Most important of all, it is necessary for the investigating officer to know the more important cipher systems. Without this knowledge he can do nothing. Suppose he be handed some correspondence in the multiplication cipher, that most commonly employed, and at the same time the diagram and keyword. He will never be able to solve the puzzle if he be ignorant of the general principles of cryptography. If, however, he be acquainted with the cipher systems usually employed, he will be able to detect a new method based on one of these known systems, and thus be able to clear up the case without assistance. The rules to be observed are as follows. A. Carefully transcribe the cryptogram, or better still, trace it on a window or through some tracing paper. B. Make a list of all the signs to be found in the message, counting them and classing them in their order of frequency. The order of frequency of letters and the commonest words in English is as follows. Letters E.T. well ahead, then A-O-N-I, R-S-H-D-L-E-W-N-M, F-Y-G-P-B, V-K, X-Q-J-Z. Double letters E-E, O-O, F-F, LLSS. Words of one letter, A, capital I, and capital O. Words of two letters, of, to, in, it, is, be, he, by, or, as, at, an, so. Words of three letters, the, and, for, are, but, all, not. Words of four letters, that, with, from, have, this, they. C. Search for the vowels in the short words. These are more easily found and furnish more certain starting points than the consonants. D. Write each letter as discovered under its corresponding cipher sign, and if in doubt, add a mark of interrogation. 5. It is absolutely necessary to pay attention to every article a criminal has tried to make away with. The police should therefore be especially recommended never to consider as insignificant any scrap of paper, wood, cloth, or the like thrown away by an accused on his arrest. It is the rule that a criminal who is in possession of a cipher letter or a cipher key will try to rid himself thereof, either immediately on his arrest or as soon after as possible, and even when the constable notices this, the accused will easily persuade him that the discarded object is of no significance, especially when the former is unaware of its importance. And yet such an object of no significance, for example a sheet of newspaper, a length of thread, or a piece of paper with holes cut therein, may after all be the pivot of the whole injury. End of section 39. End of Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam.